über Wandel und die Lust auf Veränderung. Wovon möchten wir mehr und wovon weniger? Ist es mehr wollen oder machen? Ein Wandeln oder Weichen? Deutschland ist ein verlässlicher Wachstumsmotor in Europa, wo Macher und Entscheiderinnen Innovationen vorantreiben und neue Technologien entwickeln und zum Einsatz bringen. Hier leben die Gamechanger. Wir gestalten gemeinsam einen Zukunftsort, geprägt durch den Mittelstand und verantwortungsvolles Wirtschaften. Viele Zukunftsoptionen stehen zur Wahl, sowohl politisch als auch technologisch. Für uns als Innovationstreiber ist neu schon längst normal. Jetzt geht es darum, das Neue zu priorisieren und Antworten zu finden. Für welche Zukunft entscheiden wir uns? TDI 2021.
Guten Morgen und sehr, sehr herzlich willkommen zum Tag der Industrie 2021.
Guten Morgen.
Nathalie Amiri
und Isabel Körner.
Wir freuen uns wahnsinnig, Sie heute hier live begrüßen zu dürfen aus der Verti Music Hall, in der Verti Music Hall. Und es liegen wirklich spannende Stunden vor uns mit spannenden Gästen aus Wirtschaft und Politik, aus Wissenschaft, aus Gesellschaft. Und es geht natürlich um nichts Geringeres als unsere gemeinsame Zukunft. Und es geht um ganz wichtige Fragen. Wie geht es weiter mit der Wirtschaft nach der Pandemie? Wie gelingt die Digitalisierung? Wie kommt sie voran? Und vor allem, wie gelingt eine Transformation der Industrie zu mehr Nachhaltigkeit hin, aber nicht zu weniger internationaler Wettbewerbsfähigkeit?
Sustainability, but doesn't lose a competitive edge. And we're all looking forward to the fact that we don't only have streaming today, but we have people present. We've got a special permit from the state of Berlin for 500 guests. Feels good to be here with people, looking people in the face. But we would like to ask you, please, adhere to the hygiene rules, and that means keep your distance, wear your mask, and remember the hygiene standards. That's really important so that we get our next special permit. If you're streaming, you can still communicate with us using all the social platforms, YouTube, Twitter, LinkedIn, and on the BDI website. bdi.eu. And you can ask questions at hello@bdi.eu. So, here in the Verti Music Hall, we're looking forward to our first guest, who's going to give us some food for thought. And this is our Minister for Digitization in the Chancellery. That is Dorothee Bär.
Hallo.
Ja, einen wunderschönen guten Morgen.
Yes, fantastic good morning from me too. As we've just heard, it is rather unusual to be actually present with so many guests at the same time. Although, of course, most of you are sitting down, it nevertheless feels pretty good that it feels a bit more normal. I had my first business trip last week, and that was great. I went to visit my French counterpart and spent 3 days at Vivatech and Scale Up Europe with 12 digital ministers from all over Europe. It was good to be together and discuss things and have a little taster of the French presidency next year, although it's still a little while away. But it's the biggest event since last autumn, and it's great that it's happening here at Industry Day, because in recent years, and above all in recent months, we've realized how important industrial policy is and how dramatic it is when not much industrial policy is happening. So, Mr. Rousseau, ladies and gentlemen, you have this motto, forward to the new, and I'm sure it's very apt. It sums up what the pandemic has shown us all, that we have tremendous challenges now, that in early 2020, if we'd been aware of it, and I'm sure some of us were, would not have been exposed so mercilessly without the pandemic. So, new challenges where we need a lot of innovation and new approaches. So the pandemic has shown us in our schools, in our factories, in public administration, what we need, what challenges we confront in terms of digitization, because there are new processes, new technologies, new ways of working, and even those who thought they would never need this in their life. And I'm not accusing anybody here, I can only say in blanket terms that there are a lot of people, even in our ministry, who probably never thought that if they were elected to our parliament in the 20th century, that they would have to take part in a video conference. I'm exaggerating a bit. Some of us were elected 42 years ago, but not everyone had realized, and suddenly we all had to work out how this technology works, and we found out that it doesn't really hurt. But we have to set new priorities. Hashtag choicing the new. In 2021, it is indeed a year of decisions. And I don't just mean that we're having German elections soon, that's part of it, but we have this tremendous pace of change in the digital world. So it's not just about whether we have the courage to go down these new paths and shape these new courses, but I just mentioned my 12 colleagues that I met recently. We know that these challenges across Europe, at least the countries that were present, are going to be very similar and have been formulated in very similar ways. What does it mean for us? What does it mean for the federal government? You asked me to say a few words about our data strategy. Above all, about data. We've adopted a data strategy this year, and I'm pretty proud of that for various reasons. Partly the fact that we are looking so closely at data, although there's nothing in the coalition agreement about this. So people say, why didn't you put that in the coalition agreement 3 years ago? But we have to draw on our experience as well. And we know how important data are. We have sketched some measures, and we've said we want to be an innovative driver. We want to be innovative in our approach in using our data. So our approach here is that the European values that we emphasized again last week and our common views on such things as data privacy and sovereignty are not only important, we want to set an example to the world. So if we look at how data is used now, we can see that most of the data in Europe aren't even being used. And a lot of academics, researchers assume that over 90% of the data available are never used. The BDI itself points out that at least 28% of people interviewed in SMEs are focusing above all on their own data and are not positive about it. So things need to change. We need an overall strategy. At federal government level, we've drawn one up in the Chancellery, obviously involving all the ministries concerned, because we say the public and the state, if we want to remain viable in the future, need to use these data innovatively, because then we can tap into new economic potential. And again, the BDI has assessed this, and their figures must be right, that in Germany, we're going to need 425 billion euros by 2025. So we need a digital infrastructure as a foundation. I think that's pretty obvious. We want to improve data availability, make it easier. But there's a second point I'd like to mention here, and that's about innovative data use. How can we create incentives for sharing data? How do we actually share the data? And how do we build new business models on that basis, from fiduciary processing, anonymization, protecting personal data, but also a very important point, which is data competence, because data is no use if we don't understand it, if we don't understand how to generate value using data. And And so data competence has a whole chapter of its own in our data strategy, and we've begun this year with support from apps and adult education. It's a pretty broad strategy, a public strategy. We're trying to reach everybody with this strategy so that people address this and everyone equips themselves for the future. We need more digital skills across industry and across society and in associations too. And fourthly, this is the homework that we have to do ourselves. We have to make the state a pioneer, because I firmly believe that a digital state can actually recover trust in politics and in democracy. People will trust democracy more if the people who are trying to undermine our democracy are unable to undermine the state at this level. So we in administration need to improve our own digital skills, and our data strategy has moved a long way forward here, making Germany more future-proof, more competitive, and that's why we very much set a focus on the innovation power of the state. We're not highlighting the risks here. Of course, the risks are important, but if we background those for a moment and focus on the opportunities, not everybody wants to have that discussion. We have to have that discussion every day, and we had to before we adopted the document. So the national approach is one thing, but there's a European context here, and I'm sure you've read that our Chancellor has been working with the heads of state of Denmark, Finland and Estonia on a very urgent plea, which other European member states have joined, appealing for a common approach in Europe. We made that a theme of our German presidency here, so that all these themes can be addressed in a much more strategic manner. So our colleagues have been working with the head of the Commission to analyze Europe's strengths and weaknesses in the digital sphere. Where are we good? Where do we need to improve? Where do we have risky dependencies? Where can we generate interrelationships in order to build our European capacity? The second step is that the European Commission would work together with member states to generate more digital sovereignty across Europe, so that we have all the instruments we need in the single market, whether we're talking about trade or research or health or competition or industry, all these policy areas. And I'm particularly pleased that this year we're focusing together on the technologies which will help us to play that pioneer role. That means that part of the process of achieving digital sovereignty involves foresight. We need to look strategically at what we need in terms of innovations and technologies, which maybe are only just looming on the horizon and not many of us are thinking about, but which will give Europe a chance to be strong. And that doesn't mean that Europe will 100% able to do all these things for itself. We're not talking about protectionism here. We're not Fortress Europe in the digital world. We want to be part of a globalized world, a rule-based, free world of trade where we can develop our own skills. So we're working on that to ensure that digitization protects and pushes our European values, and this digital transformation of the state, of public and of industry can set many examples. One example that many of you are also working on, thank you for that, is Gaia X. I'm sure a secure digital infrastructure which will be made available to users worldwide with safe data exchange, safe communication, no lock-in effects. And that's why it's good that we have been able here to work so closely together between the state, industry and the economy. And just to wind up, let me mention another important point, where I think in the first few years we've really been applying the brake, but have released the brake in the last few months, and that is the whole problem of digital identity, a digital ecosystem based on identities with people's wallets, smartphones, and so forth. Maybe when you came in, you began to work on that, because I hope that most of you have a digital vaccination passport and have used it to get in. This year, apart from our pilot project for hotel check-ins, access management, where you have one sole check-in at a hub to prove that you are who you say you are, so that whether you were vaccinated or tested, you were able to enter, for example, this event. We've made such progress because the Chancellor stood up, worked with big German companies. We're going to roll out 7 big projects in this field this year, and we want to extend that to the European area. Over the next few months, we're going to develop this digital ecosystem for identities, which is so important for industry and for change. So it's a big day for you today, and I'm sure that even though in September we're going to have elections, right up until the elections, I think we can still move things. This year we're going to have the last week in Parliament, but the government won't be on holiday over summer. That's not a threat. It's a promise. Until the 26th of September, of course, we want to have achieved a few more things, and we're going to apply every effort. We're seeing positive signs here on Industry Day, but twice a year isn't enough. We need to pursue that endeavor across the field, in research, in mobility, where we're seeing more and more digitization. We're merging with a digital world here, a virtual world here. And the things that you need to tell us contribute to this healthy relationship between the state and industry in the interests of all our citizens. So I hope you have a diligent day, an interesting day. Please give us plenty of feedback, and we'll carry on doing our work until September and work on it. Thank you very much.
Am heutigen Tag. Wir machen gleich weiter. Der Tag ist lang, Sie haben es gesagt, wir haben viel vor. Ich möchte die Gäste für das erste Panel zu mir auf die Bühne bitten mit dem Namen Innovationsstandorte. Woher kommen die Pioniere von morgen? Meine Gäste dürfen auf die Bühne kommen, wenn sie im Raum sind. Ich hoffe. Ja, da sind sie. Herzlich willkommen.
So it's wonderful to have you here. Let me briefly introduce you so we all know who we are. Professor Nadine Kammerlander is on my right. She's a professor at the WHU Otto Beisheim School of Management. Welcome to you. Then we have Marco Fuchs, the CEO of OHB. Welcome to you. And Christoph Winterhalter, CEO of the German Institute for Standardization. And Tobias Roppers, Managing Director of Maschinenraum, literally engine room. I would like to start with a sort of lightning round. It concerns what this panel is about. Let's start with you here. Where do the pioneers of tomorrow come from? What do you demand of politics so that we end up with some pioneers? Tomorrow's pioneers, that'll be a combination of startups and medium-sized business. And what we want politics to do is, on the one hand, give us free room, let us be, but also make sure that we invest sufficient in education so that it's not in the year 2025, but afterwards that we're going to have enough talent in Germany. Yes, I think tomorrow's pioneers already exist. They're everywhere. We just have to let them get going, let them accept what they do and allow them to fail. And knowing that after failure, things continue anyway. I can only agree with that. Excellent education, excellent research, which we have. What's missing is for politics to understand that it's necessary to enable the technical setting. In other words, transfer instrument. The technical framework needs to be created. The innovation that comes from innovators, that needs to be put into practice. I think when we're looking at the last 100 years, then I think it's German medium-sized businesses, family-run businesses who kept reinventing themselves. They are the pioneers of our industry, and I think we have a great opportunity that this very strength of German business will also bring forth the next pioneer generation. You know that in many family-run businesses, there's a generational change coming. Young people will start to lead the companies with a lot of courage, with passion, not just for their own companies, but also they will strengthen all of Germany's national economy. There are lots of opportunities in that, and Ms. Beer has just mentioned it. Digitization, as well as sustainability, needs to be a matter not just for the top. We need to be a role model for visions, provide a framework, and our domestic strength, German business, German media-sized companies, that's what we need to focus on. Obviously, we have to invest in startups. It's a sexy thing to do, but if we build on our strengths, that is also a good way forward. Mr. Roppers, you say the German pioneers come from the engine room. People read all the time that medium-sized business have neglected to accept digitization. Do you agree? I'm not saying that German pioneers come from the engine room, the Maschinenraum. Let's speak about this to the audience. Maschinenraum, my company, connects German medium-sized businesses. There are 30 companies now supporting this initiative. We are sharing experience, knowledge, resources, skills to prepare for 2050. And obviously, German medium-sized businesses are large, and obviously we have a lot of catching up to do, but same is true for German DAX-rated companies, by the way. German businesses, when compared to the international arena, have a lot of catching up to do in many of the future-oriented areas. But we shouldn't look back, but prepare for the future instead. So we need to create innovations and companies that can adapt to the new and ever-changing framework conditions. It's much more about the human dimensions, about the people in companies, so that we are culturally enabled to deal with data-related issues, but also many other issues like allowing mistakes to be made, preparing for the new. That's what we need to work on, continuous learning, and I think that's something we cannot evade for the future. It's going to be culture. The culture in the company is going to be a competitive edge. Mr. Winterhalter, you nodded emphatically. And by the way, let me tell you, please, I don't want to ask and have an answer. Whenever somebody wants to say something, go ahead. Mr. Winterhalter, yeah, I can only agree with that. Culture is what is needed. We need a culture of change. We need a positive attitude vis-à-vis change, but not just by having disruptive technologies sort of somewhere in the distance and the horizon, but we ask ourselves, what does it mean for me? What can I do with it? The strength of German media-sized business is putting things into practice, and for that it needs a bit of support. Support, a framework, on the one hand, set by the government, but on the other hand, it needs commitment on the part of companies. So they really deal with how to implement, how to use a new technology. So that they promote companies so that people look into these issues, but then these transformation and implementation issues need to be worked out jointly. I think that's a central element, encouraging companies to face up to what I call the digitization challenge, to actively play a role in this transformation, not just alone, but with others. And that is the strength of German business. Ms. Kammerlander, you are dealing with medium-sized businesses as a university teacher. You asked a lot of people, how open do you think they are vis-à-vis new technologies and transformation and all of that? We've done a lot of studies about this and evaluated the results. And I must say, medium-sized businesses, primarily family-run businesses, are often totally underestimated. It's becoming clear that family business, on average, are more innovative than other companies, not necessarily by the amount of money they put in the company, but by the outcomes they achieve. achieve the right product, or also often process innovation. The actual problem is more the character of disruptive and radical transformation. We've seen that when it comes to digital transformation, many medium-sized businesses are standing there saying, well, be basically open to that, but we don't really know what we should be doing, how to start. For example, as we've heard, how to deal with the data, how a digital business model might be emerging. What should it look like? And as we've heard, how do you work? How can standards be set? What sort of standards should there be? And this is a situation of a general uncertainty which is prevalent in the medium-sized businesses, but you can build on that because, in principle, medium-sized businesses know to be successful, to be able to hand over their company to the next generation, digital business models are a must. So an open-mindedness exists, but the challenges are huge. And I've already said that the only way to tackle this is together, through cooperation, for example, with other medium-sized businesses, with startups and so on. That way, things can be implemented. And the mid-sized businesses promote political impulse. I think medium-sized businesses do a lot on their own. They often don't wait for politics. But mid-sized business requires freedom. They need talent. And of course, they also need an input coming from, for example, other pioneers, because that gives them an idea which direction to go in. So you could say, well, go and grab the pioneers and, in other words, hire them, get them. And many medium-sized businesses do just that. By way of an example, we can see there are more and more initiatives to work with startups in order to carry just that impulse and get it from outside. But in practical terms, of course, there are quite a few obstacles. We notice, for example, that mid-sized businesses and startups have a different type of communication, often a different kind of culture. So the cooperation between them isn't a matter of course, but they do seek this cooperation. Mr. Fuchs, what you said recently in some article is absolutely right. You say the keenness for innovation needs to be awoken in society. Yeah, I think young people want innovation. I mean, in aerospace, where I work, it's quite obvious. Of course, there are lots of young people who want to shape things, be part of new things emerging. And I think in Germany we're doing pretty well. We always look outside Germany, but in recent years, even in recent decades, we've seen that even in terms of innovation, we've done quite well, even in digitization. I think in many areas, innovation happens. I mean, in mid-sized businesses, of course, although it's often not noticed so much. But I think that the whole environment and the context in Germany, the way I see it, is actually very good. So I think the hunger of young people to take risks, go for something new, shape things, and to be part of something special happening, I think that's very, very widespread in Germany. Do you think Germany as a location is attractive for young people? Mr. Roppers? I wanted to add something to what you just said. I think German mid-sized companies do quite a lot. When we're starting with Maschinenraum, my company, we set ourselves up 2020 at the beginning of the pandemic. Now 30 family-run businesses from different sectors have come together as the Alliance of the Willing, as Handelsblatt called it. So it's an exchange, old, young. It's a way of understanding that you don't need to come up with everything on your own. But the problem is that the innovative power outside of this mid-size economy bubble is not seen. It's not recognized. When we're going to universities in Germany today, even to the WHO or to BISAM or technical universities and ask students where they want to work, then I'm pretty sure that the ranking is corporate consultancy, startups, Amazon, Google, maybe multinational companies like IT, Daimler, Red Bull. German mid-sized businesses, family-run businesses aren't even mentioned. And it's not a negative selection because it's just people don't think it's part of the mindset of students. They're not aware of it. They're not aware that there are attractive working conditions, that it's a very value-oriented type of work, that there is a strong innovative power there. But I think politics and all of us can make a contribution to making mid-sized German businesses more visible. And the object here is hidden champions. That is over, that's behind us. The future is with the open champions. So Germany needs to be connected. And of course, we need to do that from our own strength, from intrinsic conviction that we need to be visible. I think connectivity is really the buzzword here. I think the mid-sized economy needs to be connected to research and with each other. Digital innovation isn't something which happens in a little bubble. That's why people want to work with Amazon or Google, because they feel, oh, there they can do things, because there are unlimited financial opportunities, a strong company behind them, which is already connected to the rest of the world. If we want to integrate our medium-sized sector, then of course research, the innovators, the people who want to be innovative, they need to be practically implementing models that have to be scaling. So it's not just something that works on a lab condition, but it needs to work in practice. It needs to work in the supply chain on a broad basis and internationally. It's not something that politics can impose on companies. Businesses need to work this out themselves on the basis of international bodies. We can do that really well in Germany, but it's not on the radar screen and it's not really demanded much, while other regions in the world really invest massively in technical regulation, in enabling the technical rule through international bodies. And they're outpacing us because they support companies in creating these rules, because that makes it possible for companies to be innovative in networks and to achieve political objectives. That's why it's so important to have a more intense cooperation between politics and business. So we don't just have excellent research results at universities, but that actually we involve medium-sized businesses, so that we don't have individual success stories, but that we can make all of medium-sized businesses more popular and therefore truly implement these matters. Ms. Kammerland, you have introduced studies showing that the cooperation between startups and mid-sized companies is successful. Was that an extraordinary thing, or can it happen on a broad basis? Well, I think we can do it, and I support what Mr. Winterhalter said about networking. But I frequently see that network is something which people think of in too homogeneous a term, saying, you know, you've got a mid-sized business connecting with another mid-sized business and yet another mid-sized business. That doesn't really bring about proper innovation. But I think even in a proper network where the variety of different actors come together, for example, the mid-sized business Purple and Science, or mid-sized business plus startup. We started a few years ago that I heard of one example where how a successor who was taking over a family-run business set up its own company in the digital field and then brought the family business into innovation. I thought, well, that's an exception. It's a really good, cool, fantastic exception to the rule. Then we did more research and we found actually it's not that exceptional. Lots and lots of family business all over Germany in a variety of different industries are working with just that model. So that, for example, the successor or successors invest in startups or set up their own startup and then work together with a family business. But amazingly, not much is talked about this. But just this approach can solve the problems that the mid-sized economy has. Because if you're going to any type of small place somewhere, there'd be wonderful places. But however lovely your little village may be, you won't get the school leavers and university leavers in Munich and Berlin there. And if you have a startup, you can bridge the problem, because young talents that prefer being in an urban center and work there in a young team with a startup atmosphere, so you get them, but you get them to work on problems that are relevant for your maybe very rural family company. Mr. Winterhalter, you are responsible for standards. Are standards more of an obstacle to progress? First of all, I'm not responsible for standards. For standards, that's business. Business makes standards. We just provide the platform. What matters is that the technical regulatory framework is something which business and society manage on a broad basis, multi-stakeholder approach. I mean, we're not sort of trying to level down everything. We're not standardizing how to implement matters. standards simply define the rules of the game. So it's important that we enable a technical set of rules, and that's innovative. And this also promotes just these ecosystems so that companies that don't know each other agree on a common language, on interfaces, how to work together. Industry 4.0 has shown it in a beautiful way. There was a strategy, there was an initiative, massive involvement of mid-sized businesses, among others. Then there was a standardization roadmap which shows, this is what we need to do, interoperability. So who can make the standards? And now things are happening. Labs are coming up, and they're no longer somewhere in a void dealing with technology. No, they are focusing on these standards, and suddenly everything fits. I think that's what matters. So standards are an accelerator of innovation and not an obstacle.
Well, in Germany, oftentimes people say that we are going to go elsewhere. It's too complicated in Germany. Set up a start-up rather in the United States. What's wrong in Germany? Why don't things move faster? I think the grass is always green over there. When you go to America, you see more competitive pressure. There's so many more players. And then when you look at things from the outside, you think, well, it's so easy over there. And of course, there are good examples of Germans going to the United States, and they were very successful, but there were many others that weren't successful. So one difference is the financial culture, the funding culture, the willingness to invest into venture capital endeavors. There's a much broader industry in the United States. I mean, we see it in the aerospace industry. Aerospace industries are booming everywhere in Europe, in Asia, and of course in North America. And it's much easier to implement new ideas here, over here. It's something where we always look at the state, but access to equity, access to venture capital, those hybrid capital forms, they are not so well developed over here. That is an area where we have improved a lot, but we still have a lot of catching up to do. How about the pioneers of tomorrow? Do they work at OHB? How many of them are there? And how many more do you want to have? Well, we have over 3,000 engineers. Well, basically, as far as our culture is concerned, we are an engineering office. So we are a system company. We are an idea-driven company. And so we have lots of academics from all over Europe, from Spain, from Italy, from France, from Germany, of course. But of course, aerospace is a special industry, a booming industry that is fascinating. And it's an industry that becomes more useful. We use satellites for communication, for navigation, for environmental purposes. And of course, that's fascinating for many people. You can implement ideas. You can start from scratch, and that makes our industry so interesting. And that is why I think we are going to get even broader, even more developed, and I think we are going to be an industry that will be attractive for many more innovators and push developments in Europe. I'd like to ask you one more question. How about your opinion of mid-sized businesses? How about transformation towards more sustainability? I mean, there is this impetus. Society says, yes, we are willing and ready to go for sustainability. Over 70% of the people say they want to have a more sustainable economy. Well, that's one more topic, I think, where we need to become more visible. Family-owned businesses have developed over generations, have developed over 100 years and more. I mean, the average age of our family business is 105 years. And for them, sustainability is in their DNA. They want to hand over their business to the next generation. That is one aspect of sustainability. Then they're always regionally rooted. And of course, we have to set new priorities at the moment. And it's very visible in the regions. We have a very strong element of social control, a very strong element of responsibility that is typical for our family businesses. And when we look at the structure of of our family-owned businesses. There's a high level of identification with the family, decision-making within the family. You have a long-term perspective. You do not just look at the next status report. You take a decision and you go for a long-term implementation. That concerns not only digitization, but also circular economy, also sustainability. And as far as our member companies are concerned, we have wonderful examples. And we want them to be more visible. And I think people should understand that the backbone of our economy currently makes a contribution towards becoming more sustainable. And this is a responsibility that all medium-sized businesses have, family-owned businesses have. And that is also, of course, a competitive edge, because we do not have the same family-owned business structures in many other European countries. Let me just subscribe to what was just said. Lots of things are happening in mid-sized industries, but oftentimes it's ignored, it's not seen, it's not measured. Oftentimes medium-sized businesses do not participate in certification initiatives, and that is why they're not so visible. Our institute just worked with Claudia Landers about how women create the future, and there were 40 authors, many of them entrepreneurs, and they describe what they do in terms of sustainability in their businesses. Those were fascinating examples in all kinds of areas, like social responsibility, like how do I treat my employees, how do I cater to their needs, and how do I make sure I have ecological sustainability, how do I generate my own energy, and what do I do about my waste? How do I minimize that? There are so many small initiatives. They do not follow a grand philosophy, a grand strategy. It's rather learning by doing. The medium-sized industries see an opportunity to do something better, and they do it. And they don't talk about that. And we should put it in the limelight to see what is happening in Germany. And I hope that would also motivate many other medium-sized businesses to do the same. Yeah, I can really support that. But let me pour some water into the wine. I mean, family-owned businesses, oftentimes, they're very innovative in their silos. They do everything they can influence themselves. But now we're talking about a digital transformation. And this transformation takes place in systems. And it's no longer possible to work in silos. Those silos have to be opened. And companies have to work across the board with other companies. And they have to find a common language, because a system makes transformation work. Like circular economy, we want to accelerate transformation forward to the new. That is to say, we have to promote systemic innovations. Now we do have strategies. The European Commission adopted the Green Deal, and we want to develop a circular economy. No family business can go alone, can do it alone. We have to motivate those businesses to work together, also strategically with policymakers. They must understand what it means for each and every one on the ground. So it should not be a silo innovation in a lab. It should be an innovation that is developed by many others as a network. And we need this common language. We need to promote that. We need to motivate family businesses to invest into systemic innovation. Applause is always welcome. We want to hear your applause so we know you're really there.
Die Union hat gestern ihr
The CDU now published their election platform. Now the top candidates are going to attend our conference. Party chairmen and chairwomen are going to come. If you have seen this election campaign platform, what do you think? Is it good? What do you want to change? Many people say it's too vague, it's not courageous enough. the next term, fifth term of a Merkel-style government is going to start. What was your impression from the point of view of the aerospace industry? We always received support from the government. Germany, over many decades, has had the support of many governments. And when we look at the election platforms, also the one of the CDU, of course you look at what does it mean for me? Of course, I looked for aerospace-driven programs. The spaceport was there, and it was initiated by BDI. So it's indeed something that got into the election campaign platform. So it's a great initiative. It's based on the first Aerospace Congress BDI had 1.5 years ago in autumn. And really, that program got into the election platform. So I don't know if Mr. Wachter is here. He was the driver of this aerospace-driven topic. And I think it depends on which industry you're in. From my perspective, I think it's a good program. It's a good basis. I haven't read it yet, but I think Stability and Modernization is the title. Now, if you translate that into where do we come from or where do we go to, so it does make sense. And I think we shouldn't reinvent the wheel. We need to rely on the strengths that we have developed in Germany and in Europe. Be courageous, nonetheless, modernize government and also modernize businesses. And that's not only about new business models and new technologies, it's about processes within the companies. We need to know, how do I organize my HR policy? How am I going to organize my marketing in the future? How do I improve my internal communication? There's so many priorities and decisions you have to take on the level of management, on the level of government as a whole. We need to be positive. We need to create model roles. And I think in the future coalition, and I hope in the future coalition, parties will work more closely with each other instead of working against one another, because we have so many common challenges and we need common answers for those challenges, where we have unity between policymakers, academia and businesses. We are all in the same boat here in Germany, in Europe, and a more networked approach, a more communal approach would be good. Yeah, doing things together for our boat that we all sit in. I think the right buzzwords are there. The strategies are important, but the decisive thing is, what do I do about this strategy? And policy makers cannot implement a strategy. They need industry, they need business to do that. We need to work together. We need to know where does our society want to go and what can business do. We need a more intense dialogue. We need a true public-private partnership where business implements what policymakers and society have defined as a common will. This needs to be done together, and therefore cooperation between business, industry is so important. And we can intensify this cooperation. As a professor for family-owned businesses, let me add one more aspect: sustainability and a long-term vision. All these topics that you mentioned were absolutely correct. But when we look at the year 2040 and 2050, if you want to be successful there, it is important for us to focus more on education. And that must be a political priority. Last year, we have ignored many things. I have my own perspective as a professor. I see young people who come to me to start their academic training, and I think we need to improve there. We need to make sure that we tell young people that entrepreneurial spirit is very important. It's a role model that they should pursue. Innovation is great. Technology, natural sciences are so great. And education is great. We need to convince young people that this is the case. And when I look at 2040, 2050, I think we should have a stronger focus on education. I think that our educational system is too obsolete. Our children are not getting prepared for the new age. Be more courageous. That would be a slogan also for schools. Yes, indeed. We could start a complete panel just talking about schools and education. And I think only very few pupils at schools see real entrepreneurs, see them live. So that's a role model that young people get to hear and learn about at home because their family did something like that, or they have no idea about it. And then we, of course, need more digital education, more education for sustainability. And all of that needs to be integrated into our curricula. Education at schools and universities is important, and it has a long-term effect. We also need continuous education. Young people must learn. As soon as I've learned a vocation, as soon as I've graduated from university, I need to continue learning. This lifelong learning approach is so important. We need to also tell people new technology needs education, even if you're already working. If we just wait for the new generation to come from the schools, then we are going to be too late because other nations will be more successful.
Ich denke, was Sie eben sagten, das ist natürlich gerade in der Schule ist
yes, it's indeed very important, of course, entrepreneurship, business and financial things are seen very critically by young people. And it's amazing how few young people learn something about those very important areas of life. There's so many problems we have. People do not know how does it work, value creation? How much money can you distribute and redistribute, and how long can you do that? There's a knowledge gap that we see. They're the basics that people don't know about, and they don't even believe you if you tell them about them. How about you as companies? Would you go to schools, be proactive? Well, we do it. Of course, we are in charge of technology-driven issues. But as far as the basics are concerned, how does a market economy, how does a market economy-based social society work? This is something that is not done enough. And I always see it that people are skeptical vis-à-vis entrepreneurship. They are skeptical vis-à-vis a capitalist market society. And I always wonder, why is that so? And it takes a lot of time to correct such knowledge gaps. I also see that in our middle management, people are amazed to see the bigger picture. Now, if you see a stock exchange listed company and see the figures and they look at in-house problems, they always say, you always talk about being pessimistic, and then I see our quarterly figures, they are so positive. Why are you so double-tongued? Why don't you tell the truth in-house? As I said, we are going to see important politicians, maybe decisive people for the next election. If you had a wish for our panels, just one important wish, what would be your wish? Let's start with the lady. I can just repeat myself. Focus on education. I think just listening and more exchange, that is important. Do not just give orders, listen to what people have to say. Not only research for new topics, but also transfer of innovation. Develop roadmaps in order to make new technologies getting used. Put the strategic topics on our agenda and do it together with business. Ensure the new, I think, use the strength of our German family-owned businesses. We need an interaction of all stakeholders, the startups, as well as the traditional family-owned companies that have developed and modernized the country over decades, and they have proven that they are pioneers. Don't forget about that. You're so fair. You didn't talk too long. You gave each other the chance to talk, and that is why we still have 4 minutes for another question. a location for economy called Germany. Are you concerned or are you positive? Well, there's reason to be concerned when you look at how we work across borders. I mean, tomorrow I could go to Copenhagen to live there if I want to set up a digital startup there because I like the environment better and because I like the water there. For me, it would not be a problem to move to Copenhagen and live there. We talked about topics like attractiveness of jobs, education, business opportunities for tech companies. I think we have to offer good conditions for such businesses here in Germany, because at the end of the day, we want the best talents coming from universities to work in Germany for German companies. I mean, if you work in Germany for Google or Amazon, the biggest assets that we have, our young talents, would go to American companies. We have to make sure they stay with us. Am I concerned? No, I'm an optimist. I believe in German business. I believe in family-owned businesses. They have a strong basis. They are going to make it happen. But still, we need the support of policymakers, of governments. Silo innovation is something that we need to broaden to arrive at systemic innovation. And for that purpose, we need support. Like, for instance, we have hydrogen as a very important driver to create a sustainable transition of our business. There we need support. There we need the promotion of our government. And then business can do it themselves. I think it's two things. Traditionally, we are very good. We have the right capabilities and knowledge. But we have to work hard. The world is open. You can go everywhere. The whole world is changing. We have globalization and digitization. All these are effects that intensify competition. And therefore, we have to work hard. We have to make sure we're good as a society. Otherwise, we will be lagging behind. This is what we do at the moment. Compare us to Asian players. We see the shifts. And when you travel now, you are going to see the shifts more. And so, therefore, I believe here in Germany, we need to try hard to use the conditions we have and be successful. I don't think we should rest on our laurels. This is what our surveys show when we talk about digitization. And on the other hand, so many things have changed. When we started conducting our service, your company, Maschinenraum, didn't even exist. It was a major driver for improvement. And when I attend events, I meet so many high-level, capable entrepreneurs. When I look at my students, I think, yes, I think we have a good opportunity to make Germany a future-oriented business location. What a nice closing word. I would like to thank you very much. It was a very interesting panel. Thank you very much. You may take your seats in the hall again.
Sehr geehrte Damen und Herren im Stream, die uns zuschauen und auch hier in
Ladies
der Halle.
and gentlemen in the stream and here in the hall, let us jointly welcome Siegfried Russwurm, the President of the Federation of German Industry. A very warm welcome.
Ja, guten Morgen, meine sehr verehrten Damen und
Good
Herren.
morning, ladies and gentlemen. For the first time in my new role as the President of the BDI, it is my joy and privilege to welcome you, dear guests, to the Day of Industry. A very warm welcome to you. And isn't it wonderful to be able to again meet many of you, not only in virtual space, but right here in Berlin? Things are moving forward. At the same time, there are many changes, not just as a consequence of the pandemic. The drivers are also geopolitics, climate policies, and domestic policies. And the forthcoming federal elections mark the end of an era. New things are on the horizon. Is there an upturn? The mood barometer is obviously going up, and economically, same here. Structurally, maybe. But a lot needs to happen first. Turning this maybe into a resounding yes is the subject of debate under this year's motto, Choosing the New. And we talk to all of you, representatives of the current government, with Ms. Baerbock, Mr. Laschet, Mr. Scholz, the three challengers standing as candidates for leading the new government, with further representatives of all the political parties, where we have a minimum consensus about a social ecological market economy, and with guests from Europe and all over the world. Right here, I would like to thank our sponsors, in particular Deloitte and Dr. Krug, for their generous support. Without you, we couldn't organize the Day of Industry in this way. Ladies and gentlemen, Germany is doing well, internationally speaking. Following the crises of past years, we have weathered them surprisingly well. The financial crisis, the refugee crisis, and hopefully the pandemic will soon be behind us as well. But a lot of suffering was left behind, and many of the consequences will be felt for a long time to come. Now we're facing a decade where a variety of different challenges will have to be mastered simultaneously. Climate protection is one of the most important features, but demographic change needs to be faced up to as well, with financial consequences. Geopolitical tension is on the rise, and we need to cope with it. And finally, digitization needs also to be seen and used as an opportunity everywhere. Every one of these challenges would already require our full attention. But all of these things are happening at the same time, and it requires an enormous effort, and it costs huge sums, which have to be generated first. All the more important that our country is kept robust and successful. In other words, we mustn't stay looking back. Our attention needs to be about the way to the future. And one issue in particular concerns me here. Does the basic consensus of being a country of industry, exports and innovation still stand in this Germany of 2021? Is this basic consensus still viable in societal and political terms? Does this basic consensus also include the basic understanding of the social market economy, active social balance as a necessary commitment, but on the basis of the market, entrepreneurship, competition, action, private property? There are many voices, even reaching deep into government, constantly discussing expropriation, nationalization, bans, more and more regulation, and additional tax burdens. Entrepreneurship is regarded with suspicion and mistrust. Entrepreneurial problem-solving skills are kept firmly at bay. If we no longer agree that stability and prosperity in this country really rest on these pillars for society as well as for the individual, then we need to address this fundamental issue, because all detailed debate would have fallen short of what was needed. But if we do agree, then we should look into the consequences. For Germany, as an industrialized country, overcoming COVID is a necessary step, but only a first step. Because industry has already been in recession since 2019, with a decreasing investment ratio. The encouraging forecast for industrial production and exports for the current year, as well as for 2022, are due to the boom in China and the whole of Southeast Asia and the US stimulus program, as well as the globally competitive products we're currently selling in the market. Only, this is not a secure basis for the future. Under the lid of short-term success, problems are simmering. The pandemic has revealed the appalling digitization deficits in public administration, raising pressure to finally end basic locational weaknesses. It needs considerable contributions from business to become a climate-neutral industrialized country. Setting more and more ambitious targets, shortening deadlines will not be enough. And detailed, concrete technological requirements, or worse still, bans for companies are even less helpful. On the contrary, it is necessary to recognize what can be done and what companies need to do it. Putting the bar higher and higher without athletes and coaches having any idea how to get even over the lower ones is not a successful team strategy or training strategy. Even worse when a coach does this without talking to the athlete beforehand. Politics must make political decisions today, and these need to be sufficiently reliable to cover the cycle of planning, implementation and amortization. Many of the production facilities of the year 2045 are being decided today by the companies, even more so if they're intended for 2030. This means we need to know today which energy sources we'll be using to operate our plants in the future. And it's not about the colour of electricity or of hydrogen. It's about reliable, predictable and calculable quantities and availabilities. Working with businesses, we need to develop solutions which are economically plausible. After all, this is the minimum requirement every corporate decision needs to meet. Export promotion is what truly matters to Germany as an exporting nation. It's not simply how to avoid the wrong inputs. Trade policies should not be overburdened with idealistic demands. Let us instead design a type of modern, sustainable free trade which serves the people in our country as well as those in all other parts of the world. We, the largest European trading country, need to pave the way when a sovereign Europe seeks responsible trade and investment agreements bound by sustainability concerns, which would get us closer to the goal of a level playing field. Another central element is the close alliance with our friends in North America, which has again become an option. As the leading German business associations, we will be instrumental in creating a strong momentum for this through the newly established Transatlantic Business Initiative. And time is of the essence. Until the midterm elections in the US, it's just about 1 year, and some of the spectres of the past may well influence these next elections. But, ladies and gentlemen, we also need an honest debate about how to deal with autocratic trade partners. We neither can nor wish to exclude China, Russia, Saudi Arabia, Brazil and others. But Europe and the West in general need a self-confident approach vis-à-vis these difficult customers and competitors. We are in favour of responsible coexistence and cooperation within clear boundaries. Understanding reality also entails the parallel existence of competing social systems, frequently cooperating with each other, but also competing. But we should also be unafraid of confrontation once the red line is crossed. Accordingly, universal human rights do not constitute a country's internal affairs.
Und dass die G7-Staaten sich jetzt vornehmen,
die Seidenstraßenstrategie Chinas and overdue for the G7 to unite and stand up to China's Silk Road strategy. It's also reality, though, that compared to other OECD countries, Germany's corporate rate, tax rate is the highest, does not exactly make us an attractive business location. It should give us food for thought that the discussion about a global minimum tax rate focuses on 50% of Germany's corporate tax rate. I know some of you are thinking, oh dear, there he goes, hoary old chestnut again. Yes, it is an old subject, but the reason is the lack of progress towards a level playing field in the matter of tax burdens, despite very concrete proposals from the BDI. But at least the problem has made it as a recognized problem to some of the manifestos. So we're going to keep hammering the subject. After all, as entrepreneurs, we are notoriously optimistic. Ladies and gentlemen, in this nation of innovation, 70% of Germany's innovative achievement was provided by businesses. Last year, it was investments reaching 76 billion euros. Crucial for government investment promotion is to listen to business apart from basic research, because companies know the customers. They know what customers are willing to spend money on. New products and solutions will only be successful when they create value for the customer. Added value through innovation is a genuine opportunity, so innovation needs to be discussed on an opportunity-focused way and not on a risk-focused way. If risk minimization is the be-all and end-all, then of course the zero option becomes attractive. But that is exactly the opposite of being a country of innovation. Companies need freedom and the right framework. They emphatically do not need, on average, 130 contacts with bureaucracy every year, some of them even by fax still. Next to Industry 4.0, we need a public administration 4.0, efficient, digital, and a great deal faster than it is today, where motivated staff have available the very tools they already use in their private lives as a matter of course. Ladies and gentlemen, these are, for a country of innovation and exports, necessary consequences, and they do not run counter to the target of climate neutrality. On the contrary, a national policy of sufficiency may well reduce our share in the 2% share, that is global CO2 emissions. But the only way we can become a major lever for global CO2 reductions if convincing technological innovations made in Germany are used all over the world. And when I say convincing, it refers to more than just innovative individual products and solutions. It reflects the persuasive power of Germany as a role model of climate-neutral industrialized country, which creates sustainable prosperity, acts in a socially responsible way, and is accepted by society. This model creates prosperity through freedom, not at the cost of freedom. It also links climate protection and freedom instead of relying on nannyism and sacrifice. Germany and Europe can demonstrate an efficient economy allows us to manage the transformation, as well as provide prospects for a life in a free community. And incidentally, living in such a country is fun. Ladies and gentlemen, all of this country and all of German industry eagerly awaiting the election campaign and the outcome of these elections. As I say, the complex challenges ahead, megatrends, particularly accelerating digitization, the requirements of combating climate change, but equally demographic change, as well as our European and global environment, will make huge demands in Germany and effect a greater change than the pandemic did. Any future government needs to be determined in tackling these issues so that the industrial base will be retained while securing prosperity, employment and social peace. The competing political challenges need to have answers. Understanding today that our society needs to transform towards greater ecological sustainability also means knowing at the same time there is a need for social and societal sustainability as well as ecological sustainability. All these three dimensions matter. An imbalance in whichever direction would cause our country to get out of step. We rate the political parties, their manifestos, and their competence, and how they develop Germany as a location for the future, and how they intend to renew the social consensus concerning the country of exports, industry and innovations in this forthcoming transformative process. Industry will bring all its strength to bear. Working in partnership with politics, we want to develop pragmatic and reliable solutions. We have an eye to the ecological, economic and social facets and offer our constitutive contribution. To politics, I say, trust companies to make the right decisions, especially the right investment decisions. We can do this. And when push comes to shove, we can do this better than politics or public administration. And one important aspect here is being open to technological ideas. Politics and government need to make different demands, particularly regarding public investment, where Germany ranks among the bottom in Europe. A good 20 billion euros a year are needed to modernize infrastructure, to make up the deficits. And I mean genuine investment, not just making available and seeing the funds not being called up. Germany also needs a decade of digitization and education, and ultimately also in order to make the climate and energy change a success. Germany needs a growth investment offensive where the market economy can unfold in the best way. This way, innovation can be promoted the best possible way, and startups, medium-sized and large-scale companies will have prospects, because the secret recipe is cooperation between these groups and not the question of who's better or worse. Germany, as an industrial location, needs to become a location for the future, a future where planning and investment security for businesses and citizens is created, where research and innovation is left sufficient freedom, where the challenges of climate change through technological innovations and inventiveness can be solved, where digitization is seen as an opportunity for value creation and prosperity, and where Europe's sovereignty and competitiveness in a global world is strengthened. Ladies and gentlemen, it's just about 100 days until the federal elections, and as I said at the beginning, it will mark the end of an era. All the more reason to be happy once again to welcome the Chancellor, Dr. Angela Merkel, here with us. This has become a good tradition that we as the BDI are very proud of.
In all
likelihood, this is going to be the last time, dear Mrs. Merkel, that we will welcome you at the TDI in your role as Chancellor. After all, we hope the coalition negotiations won't drag on into next July. So this is the last time you're joining us while in office, which makes this a very special moment for us. It is reason to say thank you, full of respect for your outstanding achievement for the country as a whole, and particularly and emphatically for German industry.
Your exchange with
the BDI was an ongoing and intensive one. We certainly did not always necessarily agree, not even recently, about the way the Climate Protection Act came about. But at the beginning, I spoke about the basic consensus which has always characterized our country so far. This and many more things have made us close and absolutely reliable partners. These past 16 years, you have led our country through tough times with vision, objectiveness, commitment, reliability and staying power. You have rendered outstanding services to the unity of Europe with great dedication and vigour. You've earned the highest international reputation, not least in dealing with some unpredictable state leaders. You have set an example of courage and steadfastness, but also of determination and humanity. Everywhere in the world we feel that you have demonstrated greatness in difficult times, while others have abused crises for power games. You're characterized by pragmatism. Vanity and hot-headedness are alien to you. All over the world, you can see that Germany enjoys the highest international reputation, and your name is behind it. Madam Chancellor, when you hand over your office in a few months' time, one thing is clear. You have set standards in many ways. A very warm welcome to the German Chancellor, Dr. Merkel. We are welcoming you to the Day of Industry.
Sehr geehrter Herr Professor Russwurm, Herr Professor
So, Professor Russwurm, Professor Kent, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you for inviting me to the Day of Industry. And dear Mr. Russwurm, I also like to thank you for your kind words of welcome. It is true, I've always enjoyed being at the Day of Industry, even though I certainly can also report we haven't always spoken with one voice, but that has a lot to do with our different functions. So I am very happy and see it as a positive signal that after a difficult year today, your event is possible again in a hybrid form. The event is one of the model projects of the Berlin government, and it gives reason to hope that if we're careful, some larger-scale events will soon be able to be held again. And Mr. Russwurm, let me start by reflecting what you posed as a basic question. Are we in agreement that Germany is a country of innovation, exports and industry? I would say yes, we are. But of course, we are concerned that you think it's necessary to ask the question. And quite clearly, you see the question is justified. I do agree with you to some extent, because I believe too that occasionally one might have the impression that in this country, our achievement as an industrial country is something we've become so familiar with, we take it for granted. And of course, these achievements are not a matter of course. They need to be achieved time and again. We mustn't lightheartedly ignore the fact that industry and its traditional strengths, in order to be viable in the future, needs a good and reliable framework. And all of this needs to be happening in a dramatically changing world. Because it is a fact our industry creates millions of jobs. Industrial products made in Germany have long been a brand known all over the world, standing for quality and technological innovation. But of course, we mustn't rest on that. Obviously, industry has been a pacemaker on the way out of the most recent recession. Today we can say that Germany has emerged comparatively well from the crisis. The recovery is happening fairly rapidly, more quickly than in some other European countries. And a lot of this has to do with the resilience of German industry. Ultimately, this is also due to a great joint effort undertaken by all of us, where the German government has been playing its role as well. With a lot of effort, we have got the infection under control for the time being. I think the emergency pandemic break has played a role, as has the comprehensive testing program, the vaccination program. And thank you very much indeed for the efforts you have undertaken, particularly regarding testing, and companies are now doing vaccinations as well. This is a positive sign. By now, at least 50% of Germans have received at least the first jab. Vaccination has accelerated, and despite recurring aggressive mutations of the virus, we are gradually returning to a normal life. As much as was possible in health policy terms, we've tried to allow social activities to take place, and industry, unlike some other sectors, has rarely been immediately affected by the lockdown, at least excepting the initial phase where that was partially true. But despite the crisis mode, which we'll hopefully be leaving behind us soon, what else will be needed? And that's a question I would like to address. What is needed so Germany can remain a strong industrialized nation? First, something you also talked about, that's entrepreneurial freedom. During the pandemic, the market has also proved its worth as an efficient control instrument. Private flexibility and initiative of companies is what allowed us in a very short time to make masks available, to develop a vaccine at record speed. And I think in general terms that is not sufficiently appreciated. Decades of pioneering work came before, but it was possible, particularly when I bear in mind BioNTech, to scale up what they did very quickly. We've seen excellent cooperation on part of everybody throughout the supply chain influenced in the vaccine. We've also set up a task force within the German government, which has cooperated excellently well with all organizations. And I'd like to thank the chemical and the pharmaceutical industry, the German research-based pharmaceutical companies. We've had fantastic cooperation. So German business has done a great deal to combat the pandemic, for which I would like to say a heartfelt thank you. But I can tell you that the job of the government has grown as well. We have used comprehensive state aid so that companies were not detrimentally affected in their economic substance, and that jobs could be kept instead of being lost. So the COVID pandemic allowed state money to be spent, but of course this has to be seen as an exception to the general rule. Once the reason for this assistance goes, we'll have to reduce the assistance we grant as well, because otherwise there would be a lasting distortion to competition, and of course the public coffers would not be able to continue. I think short-term labor has yet again proved to be a pillar of the support we gave. And it's also encouraging to see that as a structure, short-term labor is used all over Europe now. We put out a loan basis. SURE is the program, SURE, which can be used by even those companies or countries which financially would not be able to finance short-term labor in their own countries. And short-term labor has become a very popular instrument all over Europe now. The bridging assistance has been extended until September one more time, and we'll have to see whether that is the right time when we can dial back or reduce, even stop this. For some sectors of industry, this is definitely going to be possible. Some may not be able to return to their normal work routine. When we're looking at some cultural political changes we can effect, but in the longer run, industry policy needs to have the right framework which we'll have to set, and within that framework, entrepreneurial freedom needs to have sway. We did try looking at the costs for the next time to determine that social insurance contribution will not exceed 40%. When it comes to such reliable framework conditions on the way out of the crisis, we want to provide help. The renewable energy levy has also been stabilized. These are two factors which are very important, but I do admit that after the year 2020, we need to create clarity here, which will have to be done by the then government. Obviously, when it comes to reducing bureaucracy, we mustn't slacken, we must keep red tape within limits. We have tried to do various things in this term of government, also with help of the Standardization Control Council, but when I'm looking at it from your angle, I think you would prefer it to be more. When it comes to expenses, we've done digressive abbreviation and thereby incentivizing investment. We've also once again raised the investment grant money provided by government, which we initiated in this government. And I also said that 70% of the R&D, which is 70% of our GDP, is provided by the government. And we're one of just very few companies which have more than 3% of GDP going into R&D. But it's a necessary thing to do so. And every year the research budget has been increased by this government. And that brings me to another important point. The second point Apart from the framework conditions on entrepreneurial freedom, obviously investment is needed as well. You've mentioned it as well. We live in a time of change, and these investments are of crucial importance. On part of the government, partly in connection with our economic stimulus programs, about 50 billion euros have been earmarked for investments. Altogether in 2020, government investments amounted to approximately 90 billion euros. Let me make clear once again that in the next few years we are going to have to spend huge sums. Partly that is the job of business, but I also have to be honest, there are many areas where without government funding we won't get into a advantageous position. When I'm thinking about chips, which are very important for the Internet of Things, and at the moment chip production in Europe is 40% more than it is in Asia. So without government support, this will not happen. But thank God we have IPSI, that European-wide program, which funds projects of particular strategic importance. So otherwise we won't be able to attract this sort of industry. And the same is true for battery cells, where such a European project has also been established already. The German government has started a hydrogen strategy. We've got a roadmap for quantum technology. We've got an AI strategy. And we also have Gaia X, that's cloud computing. I already mentioned microchips. Despite this, though, let me be open. It's not that easy. For example, to build a quantum computer, it's very difficult to find an industry consortium to work on that. The expectation of industry is that the government will provide huge sums in support. The fact that European cloud computing is so difficult to get going because it needs a lot of state government, like the Gaia X project developed by Minister Altmaier, that's necessary, but it means that these are all kinds of cooperation which are now necessary, which in previous years and decades just haven't existed on this scale. And I think we can only develop a viability for the future on a joint basis. Something else we need will be payable in monetary terms, and that's the long-term procedures before an investment can happen. That time has to be shortened. Planning management must get better. Lack of skilled labor is going to be a problem, and only with really clever educational activities will we be able to counteract that. And recently we've also seen a scarcity of raw materials. That's another issue to be discussed. When it comes to planning laws, we have accelerated various things. When it comes to wind turbines, we've reduced the number of court cases, i.e. appeal processes. We want to accelerate a lot here with approval processes for building as well, down to making do in some cases without the environmental impact assessment. So here again, we need to continue. What we also need is yet another framework, namely sound public finances. Thanks to the consolidation of the federal budget in recent years, we've had the opportunity here in the COVID crisis to be able to take such strong measures of support. If you ask the European Commission, you will find that the lion's share of support measures that we have done in Europe comes from Germany. Many of the requests for state aid and funding came from Germany. Other countries look at us with some sort of envy because we can finance so much. Despite this, though, public investments, public budgets need to be put back in order. And this is going to be one of the most difficult jobs in the forthcoming years. And the third prerequisite that's important, and you mentioned it as well in your speech, a reliable framework. From your angle, you probably rightly said, well, what happened with climate change and the framework conditions for that? Why was it that politics acted so incredibly suddenly? This had a lot to do with the ruling of the German Constitutional Court, and the question was how, particularly coming to the end of a government, do we react to the changed requirements that the Constitutional Court has laid down. Shall we just leave this issue to stand for the election campaign, or will we make the framework happen very quickly? And we had a very few weeks for parliamentary sessions in which to do this. I think, in retrospect, it was right to create clarity, climate neutrality by 2040, improve targets for 2030, not 55 but 65% reduction. And you're absolutely right. We haven't really finalized everything yet. And I'm certain it's going to be part of the election campaign just how this can all be achieved. What we urgently need, and I think we should work together with the BDI on that, we need prospects for the electricity needed by 2030. Assumptions prevalent now probably won't be viable. The assumptions say electricity demand will not rise. So we need smart calculations looking at what will be the consequence of e-mobility. We need to really calculate smartly what the Internet of Things will require, and the far more computing power which we'll need, the far greater computing power we'll need. We also need to create a plan which will probably require more to be built in the form of a grid, and we need to build that faster. We need to look at which energy sources will be available then. That needs to be decided now. Even with the best plans and projects, we have difficulties getting any wind turbines installed on land. In other words, we will need more offshore wind energy. And we also need to have a clear idea about the requirements of gas and the question of using gas as a bridging technology. That's going to be absolutely crucial for Germany. We have what I might call a principled debate on this matter in the European Union, particularly with our partner France, because France is still focusing very much on nuclear power, while bridging technologies like gas aren't very much appreciated by France. All the same, I think Germany needs to stick to its energy path, i.e. phasing out nuclear using gas as a bridging technology. We rely on CO2 pricing, which is not an easy way forward, but economically speaking, it's, in my belief, the most efficient one. There are all sorts of clever compensations which we'll try to achieve, and it's also going to be a big issue in connection with the proposals made by the European Commission from 14 July, talking about the new climate package. We are in an intensive debate with industry about things like the new automotive standards, the future of chemistry, the chemical industry, that is. Many questions like that. And I would like to thank all those who are talking about this in Brussels. It's important to understand that industrialized nations such as Germany needs a clear framework, a framework that is feasible, which won't drive business out of Europe. With our ambitious climate targets, we have another big problem, namely we need to retain competitive. We need to have a level playing field. And simply talking about the border adjustment, CO2 border adjustment tax won't solve the problem. It's something which requires a lot of hard work. I'm mentioning this because many of the decisions and deliberations in Europe are going to come at just the time that Germany will constitute a new government. The proposals are now being made. The deliberation will happen in September. As the outgoing German government, we have tried to develop a semi-consistent position, which we will agree with you as well, so as not to end up losing out in the negotiations because Germany is then forming a new government. We should seek countries in the world that have a different mindset and want to achieve CO2 emission reductions as we do, and try to find tools how to cooperate with them. I'm extremely grateful that the Transatlantic Business Initiative was set up by you. On 15 July, I'm going to visit the new American President Joe Biden in Washington, and economic cooperation is one of the subjects, possible economic cooperation that we will discuss. I think as far as China is concerned, we should also remain in a dialogue on climate production. China is introducing an emissions trading system as well, and the more commonalities we can achieve, the better. I would like to thank you for praising the G7 initiative, which is looking at infrastructure projects, so that China isn't the only country which has the initiative in this field. But these ideas must take concrete form very quickly. A task force has been established, and in that Germany will have to play a very important role, because next year Germany will chair the G7, and that means the G7 summit will be held in Germany. So these matters will be of the utmost importance. So much on the questions as to what I say yes to Germany as a country of industry, innovation and exports. And that brings me to a point where I too would like to say thank you. First of all, thank you to Mr. Kempf. The handover to Mr. Russwurm could not be done in an official celebration to Mr. Russwurm. So once again, let me thank you also, Mr. Kempf, for the excellent cooperation. We owe you a great deal when it comes to digitization and Industry 4.0. This is something which happened under the aegis of the BDI president. They've made a lot of progress here. Not much has been said about the digital initiative of the German government, but in this parliament we have really set a lot of important things in motion, even though public administration is still a bit slow. But Mr. Kempf, you have also taken a very clear position when needed, when you made comments on society at the Day of German Industry 2018. You underlined once again that we are open-minded to the world, not just as an exporting nation, but also as a society, and that we hold high the values of the German basic law. So for these and many other reasons, thank you, Mr. Kempf, and all the very best to you. Dear Mr. Russwurm, you have now taken over the baton, lead the BDI. Choosing the new is the motto for your first day of industry, a very well chosen motto. Good for those of us who speak English, but we want to enhance language skills in this country. But this motto certainly is an appeal to going forward, daring to try something new, not to let the process of transformation drive us, but to shape it. And I think all of us have a choice. And we have a responsibility as to which way we will pursue when it comes to digitization, climate protection, and many other major challenges. And I dare to say, and you will have a discussion with all the challenges for Chancellor later, in all of that, business will always be one of our focuses, because business exists for people. We keep hearing that, but it also needs people who are there for business. And we must make sure that this will remain a well-balanced company. That is what I wish for us, because that will be good for Germany. Thank you.
Vielen herzlichen Dank, Frau Bundeskanzlerin.
Offensichtlich
dafür, wie viel Zeit und Engagement Sie der Industrie gewidmet haben.
It's clear how much time and commitment you've dedicated to industry. Again, today, here. Thank you very much for those strong statements that you've made, announcements as well. And I'd like to wind up choosing the new. It ain't over till it's over. We've still got a bit more business to deal with together. And we have a lot of CEOs and other leaders here in this hall who are very familiar with the situation. So keep your team fit. We don't want anyone pressing the pause button before the elections. So best of success to you, and I hope the collaboration continues to work well. Thank you.
Meine Damen und Herren,
ladies and gentlemen,
vom Kanzleramt
from the Chancellery here in Germany to Brussels. Now, I hope. Yes, indeed. I have to make sure that I'm looking at the right red light here.
Executive Vice President, dear Mr. Dombrovskis, we are happy to discuss with you one of the most pressing issues. Irgendeiner müsste mir ein rotes Licht machen.
Someone has to give me a red light.
One of the most pressing issues in the European Union with you, international economic relations remain under political pressure, but last week's row of summits with President Biden gives us hope that there is new momentum to reinvent a rule-based multilateral global order driven by the transatlantic partnership together with like-minded allies around the world. Nevertheless, one trend seems inevitable. Autocratic systems are establishing themselves as a countermodel to a Western democratic and free trade model. Our model builds on a symbiotic relationship of prosperity and freedom instead of prosperity on the basis of suppressed freedom. How do we shape our coexistence without neglecting our own values of the rule of law, human rights, and last but not least, fair and open competition? Can Europe establish itself as a strong international player, developing sustainable technologies and promoting norms and standards worldwide? Dear Mr. Dombrovskis, your to-do list as a trade commissioner for an autonomous and sovereign EU is long, so we look forward to your thoughts on the prospects for a prosperous Europe. The floor is yours.
Sehr geehrte Damen und Herren.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for me to be able to speak at your Industry Day. It was a great pleasure for me in the 90s to study at Mainz University and to conduct my research there. During that time, I got to know the power of German industry and its ability to anticipate challenges, which I very much admired.
Some of the biggest challenges facing Europe and European industry. First, the recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. Second is embracing the technological transformation. And third is a transition to climate neutrality. I believe we can transform all these challenges into opportunities, provided we make the right strategic investments now. Recovery is Europe's priority. I know it's also your priority. COVID-19 has tested the resilience of our people, our companies, and our economy. We now must bounce back. The European Union has led from the front by approving an unprecedented recovery package, and I would like to thank Chancellor Merkel for her outstanding leadership in this respect. Actually, she touched upon this element also in her speech just now. Trade forms a vital part of our recovery. We can already see that our main export markets, the US and China, are helping to drive the recovery. So to keep our recovery going, we have to make the most of the opportunities provided by open trade and resist any harmful and costly protectionist tendencies. Let me remind you of our stakes here. 85% of global growth will take place outside the EU in the next decade. So we need more growth, more trade, not less. I welcome your support on our quest to tap into external growth sources around the world. At the same time, we must be ready to assertively defend our rights and values. We will continue to make use of trade defense instruments to address unfair trade, and we will continue to enforce our rights. We will strengthen our own capacity to defend European companies when others do not play by the rules. Second, we have to succeed in a global technological race. This is the key to ensure our future competitiveness and prosperity. In addition to strong innovation and industrial policies, trade policy can play a key role here. The EU needs to take a leadership role in setting global rules and standards to underpin the digital and green transitions. And I believe we can be stronger if we work together with like-minded partners that share our values. Because while technology is neutral, the way we choose to use it, it's not always neutral. One such partner is the United States, our most important trade and investment relationship. Last week's EU-US summit breathed a new life into transatlantic relationship. We agreed to establish a cooperative framework for large civil aircraft, suspending Airbus-Boeing tariffs for 5 years. By grounding the longest trade conflict in the history of the World Trade Organization, we will save billions for European companies and provide the stability and predictability they need for their economic planning. Another major breakthrough is that we set up a Trade and Technology Council with the US. This new body will help us to strengthen our technological and industrial leadership and cooperate on standards. We will now work intensively to define the first deliverables and we will involve and consult industry. We also agreed with the US to cooperate on the reform of the World Trade Organization. Our biggest shared challenge is a climate crisis. Europe is committed to lead the green transformation of the global economy. The Green Deal is our flagship policy to become the first climate-neutral continent by 2050. The transition to a climate-neutral economy is the biggest effort that we ask our industry today. Yet also here, by providing appropriate support and time for industry to adjust, we can gain the competitive advantage of being first movers. And we can use our vast network of trade agreements to champion green technologies, goods and services globally. So, to conclude, let me once again assure that the European Commission is committed to supporting you to rebuild, enhance your competitiveness, innovate, grow, and create jobs. I will be happy to answer your questions and comments. Vielen Dank.
Thank you, Mr. Dombrovskis. And would I have known how fluent your German is, I wouldn't have switched to English. But now I keep it with that. One of the main challenges, and you mentioned that for the coming years, remains the competition and sometimes confrontation with China. Still, there's need for continued European-Sino cooperation for many reasons. So what does the European Commission expect to happen on the EU-China agenda in the next years?
Well, already some years ago, we have described the complexity of relations which we are having with China, where it's a cooperation partner in some areas, economic competitor in some other areas, and a strategic rival yet in other areas. So we will need to continue to navigate this very complex relationship. As regards the economy, there is clearly a need to rebalance our economic relationship because European market is much more open to Chinese companies and investment than China's market is to European companies and investment. And that was a rationale of agreeing in principle the comprehensive agreement on investment with China, in a sense to rebalance this economic relation. At the same time, it's clear that we cannot look at the comprehensive agreement on investment in isolation. We need to see it in a broader context, and we cannot let economic interests to prevent us from standing for our values and international norms. So, correspondingly, with imposition of sanctions on China and with China's counter-sanctions, it's clear that we are now not in a position to advance with the ratification of the comprehensive agreement of investment. So the next steps will be determined by the overall context of our relation. So at the same time, of course, we know that China is on the track to become largest economy in the world. We need cooperation with China to address climate change because China is also the biggest emitter in the world. So we will need to continue to navigate this very complex relationship.
Well, thank you. That is a very positive statement, which we in industry definitely need. And if I may add, every positive agenda towards China and towards Greater Asia is of the essence. We should not stay in a defense mode, but rather trust in our competitiveness and broaden our relationship, especially with other countries in the Asia-Pacific area in order to avoid bipolar conflicts. So thank you very much for that. One second question, if I may, regarding the upcoming proposal on human rights due diligence. How does the EU plan to take its responsibility in order to create an enabling environment for companies to support them to conduct an effective due diligence in global supply chains? Our problem is not that we don't stand in for human rights. Our challenge is how to document that, how to assess that, and frankly, how to deal with the remainders of problems that we as economy can't solve. How is the stand of the Commission in that respect?
Indeed, Sustainable Corporate Governance Initiative envisages, among other things, a proposal on compulsory due diligence, ensuring that European companies are not sourcing goods and services which come with serious human rights or environmental violations. So currently, European Commission is preparing this proposal. We are planning this proposal for October. And of course, we are also in intensive dialogue with industry, listening to your feedback as part of our public consultation to ensure that the system which we are preparing is a workable system so that companies know how to, what are their obligations, and that companies have actually necessary tools to meet their obligations. So it's very clear that we need to ensure that this is a system which is practically working. And we are also looking from the Commission side on accompanying measures to support the implementation of these future rules. And there, in any case, since we are still in a process of preparation of a legislative proposal, we are also welcoming your views on your feedback, how you would expect this system to function, and what are the practical elements to look to ensure that this system can be successful. And of course, we need to look also at the angle of small and medium enterprises. What is a burden we are placing on SMEs so that it's manageable also for SMEs?
Thank you for that. May I suggest to consider that the EU establishes a kind of contact point and observatory where certain aspects of human rights, of corporate responsibility around the globe have one pillar, one clear point to go to again, ease the burden of collecting information or even dealing with conflicting information. If we would know where to go in the European Union to get reliable and defendable arguments on how to deal with potential suppliers in these countries, this would be extremely helpful. Dear Mr. Dombrovskis, thank you again for joining us here. Thank you for your time. I promise to be in Brussels rather soon, where we both meet again, and I'm looking forward to continue the interaction and the conversation with you. Thank you so much for being with us this morning.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Sowas von pünktlich.
Sowas von pünktlich.
Also wir alle natürlich
auch.
All of us, of course. Unser nächster Gast.
Our next guest as well.
Ministerpräsident, lieber Herr Laschet, herzlich willkommen.
First Minister
Tag der Industrie
of North Rhine-Westphalia, Mr. Laschet, welcome to our Industry Day in 2021. It's a particular pleasure for us to have you here as a guest.
Sie sind in der Abfolge
Looking at the sequence today, you are our first candidate for the job of Chancellor that we're discussing with here at TDI. But it was only yesterday that you published your manifesto. We know you wanted to build up the suspense. We can understand that as an event organizer. Fantastic. We're really looking forward to what you have to say and to sharing your ideas and blueprints and discussing with you how the CSU-CDU, the union, wish to tackle the need for change in this country. We've heard a lot about the advantages of stability in this country, but we also have to talk about not confusing stability with stagnation. So, Mr. Laschet, we're really looking forward to what you have to say. And may I ask you up onto the stage?
Ja, vielen Dank. Vielen Dank,
Thank you very much,
Professor Russwurm,
Professor Russwurm.
meine Damen und Herren.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Das sollen ja 7 einführende Bemerkungen sein.
I'm supposed to make 7 introductory statements, and we're supposed to go into depth in the panel. So I'll focus on those core
Ja,
statements.
das war das letzt beschlossene Wahlprogramm.
Yes, it was the most recent manifesto to be published. The day before that we had the left, a week before that we had the Greens, so we weren't that
Aber wir
late.
wollten mit diesem Programm sehr
But with our
zeitnah
manifesto we wanted to
am eigentlichen
stick very
Wahltag sein,
close
weil wir in diesen
in
Zeiten gerade
time
erleben,
to the election
wie
itself,
viel
because
sich
we're
verändert. Und das
thinking
Entscheidende ist,
very
aus
much about
welchem
how much is
Grundgeist
changing at the
geht man
moment.
eigentlich
And
in
what is the
diese
fundamental
Zeit
spirit
nach einer 16-jährigen
for this
Kanzlerschaft
period
von
after
Angela Merkel.
16 years
Und
with Angela
das
Merkel?
Ganze ist verbunden
And of course,
mit
all of
der
this
Pandemie.
is associated
Wir
with
haben
the
eine
pandemic.
außergewöhnliche Situation
So we have an
in Deutschland und in
unusual
der ganzen
situation
Welt
in
erlebt
Germany and across
in
the
diesen
world,
letzten
which we've been
1,5 Jahren.
experiencing over the last year and a
Und
half.
deshalb glaube ich, dass in diesen
So I
Zeiten, die
think
jetzt
that
anstehen, sich viel verändern muss.
In the
Wir haben
time
gesprochen
ahead, a
von
lot
einem
has to change.
Epochenwechsel.
We've spoken about
Und das Entscheidende, was
a new
jetzt zu
era
beantworten ist in den 20er Jahren,
breaking.
ist die Frage,
And
wie
in
kann
the
man
last 20
eigentlich die
years, we've been
Klimaziele
looking at
erreichen und
how we
trotzdem
can
Industrieland
achieve
bleiben.
climate change and
Für mich ist
remain an
klar,
industrial
wir wollen
powerhouse. But to me, it's
klimaneutrales
clear
Industrieland
that
werden.
we want to be
dieser
an
zweite
industrial
Teil
powerhouse that
wird
is
aus meiner Sicht
climate
bei den
neutral.
politischen Wettbewerbern
And this
nicht so stark betont.
industrial powerhouse
Klimaneutralität
aspect,
kommt
I think,
selbst.
is
Die
not
international
stressed so
verabredet.
much by
Die kümmert
other
sich die
parties.
Europäische
Yes,
Union,
everyone's
die
talking
kümmert
about the
sich der
climate, the
Green
European
Deal.
Union, the
Den
Green
kümmern
Deal,
sich inzwischen die Vereinigten Staaten
and of course,
mit großem
even the United
Engagement,
States now,
mit aller
with
Kraft
great
der Politik,
commitment,
der Wirtschaft, auch
with
der Finanzwelt
political power
und der
behind it,
internationalen Politik.
the financial
Aber
world
für
as
uns in
well,
Deutschland, und das
international
ist nicht in
politics,
jedem
but for us in
europäischen Land
Germany,
so,
and this is
ist
not the
der
case in
Status
every
des
country in Europe.
Industrielandes
This
etwas, was
status
wir
as
auch
an
in
industrial
diesem
powerhouse
Veränderungsprozess
is
erhalten
something
wollen.
that we want
Und
to
das heißt,
preserve
meine Vorstellung ist, dass
amid
wir
this
auch in
change.
20
So my
Jahren
idea
noch
is that in 20
eine
years' time,
Stahlindustrie haben,
we
noch
still
eine
have a
chemische
steel
Industrie
industry,
haben,
a chemicals
noch eine
industry,
Glasindustrie haben,
a glass
noch eine
industry,
Automobilindustrie haben,
a vehicle
dann
manufacturing
klimaneutral.
industry, but
Aber wenn
all
man dieses Ziel
carbon
nicht am
neutral.
Anfang formuliert,
But if we don't formulate
sondern
that
nur
objective
immer
right from the
Richtlinien
outset,
erhöht,
if we all
Grenzwerte erhöht,
simply
Verbote
increase the
wird man am
thresholds, the
Ende den
caps,
Status des
the
Industrielandes
prohibitions,
verspielen
then
und
we're
viele
going to
Investitionen werden dann nicht mehr
lose
in
that
Deutschland
advantage
stattfinden.
of the industrial
Deshalb ist
powerhouse, and a
dieses
lot of investment
Bekenntnis-
will be lost to Germany. So this commitment,
Deshalb ist dieses Bekenntnis der
that's why
erste
this
Satz, wir
commitment
wollen Industrieland
is
bleiben.
my first message.
Dann
We
kommt
want
die
to remain
Frage,
an industrial powerhouse.
erreicht
Then comes
man
the question, so how do we get there?
Und da will ich einmal sagen,
Let me just say,
unsere Gesellschaft, auch die politischen
our
Diskussionen,
society and all
haben
the
sich
political
an die
debate
Methode Corona gewöhnt.
has become accustomed to the
Methode
COVID
Corona
method.
war
And the COVID
wahrscheinlich
method
auch erforderlich in dieser
was probably
Pandemie. Ich will das
necessary
gar
in the
nicht kritisieren.
pandemic. I'm not going to
Aber die
criticize it,
Methode
but
war,
the
alles
method
bis ins
was
Detail zu regeln.
regulate everything down to the
Gesetzen,
last
mit
detail, with
Verordnungen.
laws, with
Wenn man sagte, wir
ordinances.
müssen die Bewegung
If
der
we
Menschen
said
reduzieren,
we need to
hat man in die
reduce people's
Arbeitsschutzverordnung
mobility,
hineingeschrieben,
then
es
we
gibt eine Pflicht
added
zum Homeoffice,
to
es
the
gibt eine Pflicht für die
ordinance on
Unternehmen,
industrial
Tests
relations, there is a
anzubieten,
right
es
to
gibt eine
work at
Maskenpflicht, dann hat
home.
man noch genau definiert,
Companies
also
have
diese,
to do this and that. You have to wear
OP-Maske
this
mit
and
einer
that
Wirkung
mask.
von 92%
So
reicht
this
nicht aus, es muss
surgical
FFP2
mask
sein.
is no
Man hat
longer
die
good enough.
Quadratmeterzahlen in
We need
Geschäften beschrieben, wie viele Leute in welchem Geschäft
FFP2
wo
masks.
stehen dürfen.
Where can people stand in shops and so forth? I'm sure we needed all that during the pandemic, but a lot of people think that all the problems that lie ahead can be addressed using the same method. A lot of laws, a lot of rules, and if a problem arises, if a damage occurs, then the state has billions available to mitigate the problem and incur new debt. And that is my answer. This method is not going to be the right one for the tasks ahead. That will lead to us ultimately having an overburdened state, regulating more and more, reducing leeway more and more, and ultimately placing too much of a burden upon itself. So we have to do the reverse. This modernization decade that lies ahead means fewer rules, more freedom. My state, North Rhine-Westphalia, is also an industrial base and reflects a lot of what is happening across Germany. So we want to unchain, and I'm taking that from a newspaper, the Frankfurter Allgemeine, that said we were unchaining the giant. We're strong, actually, but so many rules, so much bureaucracy, all of this COVID thinking, actually it's been going on for the last 30 years, that we need more and more detailed rules. Unchaining means that we remove that bureaucracy and then we will see new forces unfurling and new potential developing. And that's the method. Unchaining, accelerating planning permission, for example. We're going to need that after the pandemic. A lot of examples. We can learn so much during the pandemic. In Marburg, they have a factory where BioNTech is producing its vaccine. We could only build that at that speed because the agency responsible in Gießen and the company worked together on all the legal options and shortened as many pathways as they possibly could to get those permits as quickly as possible. We did something similar with bioproduction in Wuppertal, where the CEO said to me, we could do that in 6 months, working together with the public agencies, working with the companies, and we managed it in 6 months. Otherwise, a process like that takes 2 or 3 years. So the question is, why, after the pandemic, do we have to fall back into those old ways and take 2 or 3 years over a procedure like that? Because my objective is things that we were able to do during the pandemic should be expanded to other areas so that in the future we can make those investments we need. That's how to incur dynamism, and that applies to so many projects. Companies expanding, decisions about investments that can then be implemented, and the same applies to public infrastructure. I've heard in the debate we should be flying about Germany less. Okay, but you're not going to change that by imposing a €12.90 tax. You're going to change that by making it possible to move quicker from Berlin to Frankfurt or Cologne. People used to fly, but they don't need to anymore because you can get from Cologne's main station to the Frankfurt airport in 20 minutes. And if we want people to shift to rail, we can't plan in the same way that we've been doing for the last 20 years. We have to plan infrastructure faster, take decisions faster, and everyone who has goodwill, wherever they are in the competition landscape, have to be able to say yes to this, otherwise we won't make this transition. We're too slow. We're too slow, and that's why that is our ambition. We want to get better. Second idea. How do we move away from this great damage that's been incurred, these financial losses, economic losses, cultural losses incurred by the pandemic? We can see it in education with children. It's still very important for children and school students to actually be in school because learning is a social relationship. You can be as good as you like with your education program, but if children don't meet, if there isn't that immediate encounter over learning together, education won't work in the long term. But looking at the budget, we've often been criticized, and I was very early in favor of reopening schools and daycare. It got discredited, it was too much lockdown. But I think that when those interventions occur, when incidence rates are falling, we need to reinstate those freedoms. We need to, of course, be alert, but return to normality and not keep all the prohibitions in place just in case. We need those meetings, those encounters, especially in education, because upward mobility, because of education, that was the big promise of the post-war period. It's socially fairer to remove a child from social benefits through education than more social benefits. So that's the way we have to go. So the core question is, how do we deal with all these budgetary problems that we've now got on the plate? Well, we're seeing competition of ideas here. Some say put up taxes. Well, during the pandemic, we did all we could to keep liquidity going in companies, to get them through the pandemic. And it would be absurd if now, after the pandemic, once economic life kicks off again. Okay, I'm nearly finished. I know I've only got a few seconds, but this message is important to me. As we leave the crisis behind us, this is not the moment. Oh, it's all very modern here. Where do I put the glass? At this point in time where we need investment, this is not the moment to put up taxes. So I'm reminding us of the time before the pandemic. Without putting up taxes, there was more and more money coming in, more and more tax revenue, because all the companies were doing better than their forecasts. The pension funds, social pension funds as well, their revenues were going up because so many people were in work, so many people were paying into the system and earning better. So our answer is now, let's not increase taxes and apply the brake to economic growth. Let's use those opportunities, reduce bureaucracy, a lot of other things we can do as well. Keep up the dynamism, restore economic growth, then we will have the revenues that we need in order to tackle all the tasks ahead. So that's our idea. And there's no space there for putting tax down. To be serious, there's no point in saying we're going to reduce all the tax. No, corporate tax needs to be competitive. That is an exception in the tax landscape. But with all the other forms of tax, we don't have to put tax up to deal with the problems. Competition will be vigorous. I know people are going to complain. The other parties will complain about this. We've still got 90 days ahead of us before the election. But people can sense the mood is changing in Germany. Yes, and things are changing. After 60 years, we're going to have a new chancellor after 16 years, a new government in whatever form. But this feeling that people have out there that they want change doesn't mean they necessarily want red, red, green. I can't see the polls proving that. So change means yes, a new era is beginning, a new decade is beginning, a new chancellorship is beginning, a new government is beginning, and it needs to be borne along by that spirit. We're going to fight for that. I'm looking forward to the debate on the panel, and I hope you have some very fruitful discussions here at the TDI.
Passen Sie aufs Mikrofon auf. Das brauchen Sie gar nicht mitnehmen, nur aufpassen, nur nicht stolpern. Vielen Dank.
Just don't want you falling over anything, First Minister. Could I ask the other panelists please to join us up here on the stage?
So, Sie kennen sich natürlich, aber ich stelle Sie trotzdem
know each other, but I'm going to introduce you anyway. To my right, there's Martina Merz. She is the CEO of ThyssenKrupp. Then we have Mr. Brudermüller from BASF and from Deloitte. You said so many things, and I have so many questions after that, so we could sit here, just the two of us, but of course I'm going to give the floor to everyone. Yesterday you introduced your manifesto. The media were not so enthusiastic as you were in your speech. You said, why is that so void of ambition? Why doesn't it have any experiments? What is your answer to that? I think it is interesting, ambition, full of ideas. The politician. Sometimes I'm amazed. I mean, we introduce our manifesto. We kept it confidential for a long time. It's a very special process between the CDU and CSU, because any change you make must be accepted by both parties. That is why we do not have this open party congress procedure. And the press conference was at 1 p.m. and 1:15 millions of people had read 138 pages. That was a surprise. So some of the statements had been pre-prepared. And of course you have to look at the manifesto in detail. And I think when we look at climate neutrality, staying an industrial country, 30 pages full of proposals, I couldn't mention all of these proposals. Some of my colleagues are going to do that. Producing steel, that is an enormous project to change industry. BASF can say more about it. There's so many things we say that what the state can do. And we've done one thing that we never did before, and it was important to me personally. Our manifesto starts with foreign policy, European policy, because all the questions we have, the pandemic, climate change, that is something we cannot change in Germany alone. We need this international perspective, and we put that international perspective first, and then we break it down to individual measures. Ms. Merz, ThyssenKrupp is a problem and a hope at the same time. Could you explain what that means? As Mr. Laschet said, of course, we are part of the German steel industry, and we are a major CO2 emitter, 6% on average. And that, I think, is part of why we are a problem. So we have to focus very much on bringing our industry towards transformation and be able to survive. So develop an advanced model. But we also have electrolysis, water electrolysis. That is to say, we are producing and exporting electrolyzers to the whole world. I just talked to our Australian colleagues. We invest in Saudi Arabia and Canada. So we are an industry, we are a company that tries to export electrolysis capacities so that the raw material can be sold at competitive prices. And that is why I think we have to develop a hydrogen economy quickly so that we will have competitive prices using also natural gas for the production of hydrogen. Mr. Brudermüller, Mr. Laschet said we have to become an industrialized country and achieve our climate goals. What do we have to do? What do you have to do in order to attain the goals and be competitive? I'm optimistic we are going to make it happen because we have a lot of power for innovation in Germany. Unfortunately, we couldn't completely unfold our potential at BASF. We have set ourselves the goal to reduce our emissions by 25% until 2030. We make our plans, and as soon as we want to get going, we see we do not get the framework conditions. We have the Renewable Energies Act, 17 cents per kilowatt hours. That is too high in order to start electrifying. That is to say, this is where we see our mismatch in order to achieve our framework conditions. BASF has completely rearranged many processes. That was very difficult. We do not just use the old mechanisms. We succeeded in developing a new portfolio. ago. Now, since we can do it, politicians must be able to do it too. It's not enough to change some regulations and rules, always excusing yourself, why don't you do it completely? Because you cannot come to terms with Brussels and because it's against competitive law in Brussels. No, we need to do something else. We need to get together and create completely new sets of rules. And I'm optimistic. I talked to all the parties in recent months and weeks, and I have seen their willingness and readiness to talk. Mr. Laschet, your commitment to Germany as an industrial country, that is wonderful. Now we have to get together and make it happen. Mr. Krug, what are you most concerned about as far as developments in Germany are concerned? Well, first of all, my concern is not so much an economic concern. This inertia is the problem. Of course, the pandemic was a problem for all of us on a personal level, on a societal level, and of course you want to go back to normal. And back to normalcy, that is what everybody wants. And so the motto of TDI is very important, is perfect, choosing the new. This is what we need, and I'm concerned about our own feeling of inertia. Then this honesty, this courage to tackle things. And you have just addressed the situation. We are an industrial nation, and if you want to remain an industrial nation, we have to work hard. And we get admired in the world because of our industry, our industrial competences. We don't have admiration because we are strong in military terms. And if you want to keep up our industrial competences, as you have said and as the Chancellor said, it takes courage. It takes a practical approach. We need to develop our Industry 4.0 approach. We need to focus on climate neutrality and sustainability. That's a growing market, and we want to invest into these markets. Mr. Laschet, you said you want a good climate for entrepreneurial spirit and innovation. Where do you think we need to catch up? Well, I don't think we need to catch up. We had very good and prosperous economic years. When we look into the future, there are quite a few tasks we need to solve. We have a major budget deficit at the beginning of the 20s. The world over and above has become more fragile. We have stronger competition with countries like China, and there's more and more competition in terms of technology leadership and geopolitical influence. And here I think we have to become better. Ms. Merz described a good example. Nature means that steel is a link between iron ore and coal. Now you can decide upon tighter limits as far as CO2 emissions are concerned. You hit the limit. They are the laws of nature. And Bundestag, our parliament, has not yet become strong enough to change the laws of nature. And therefore, the real art is to bring about change, the change that Ms. Merz decided, use a different material instead of carbon to produce steel. That is a huge, ambitious project, and it must be tackled in a way that it works out practically in the end. And my impression sometimes is we just put tighter and tighter limits, and at the end of the day, it's no longer physically possible to fulfill all the guidelines. It was partly the same for the automotive industry in recent years. And therefore, we need to start transition from the practical angle. And Mr. Brudermüller, if you say you talk to all the parties, that's good. We don't feel that in the political debate yet. Maybe it's because of the election, but after that election, it will be important for industry to talk to potential partners and tell them, remember what you promised. We now have to go beyond the old fronts and separating lines. We have to do something practical. If we just focus on ideology, we will miss the transition element. and momentum. We have to rethink many things, like, for instance, European competitive law. It was a law that was enacted 10 or 20 years ago. Of course, we need big players, and the European competition law must not just look inside the European Union, must also see the global challenge that Germany has, and therefore competition law needs to be changed too. It was done by people, it was enacted by people, and it can be changed by people. I can really support this. As far as the legislation is concerned, we have so detailed legislation, regulation, that it's sometimes impossible to stick to the rules. And so therefore we need some changes there. And of course we need to look at, for instance, supply chain. Of course you can have a law for the big companies, but they work with smaller suppliers and contractors, and so therefore look at the overall picture. That's more important. Now, you are a consultant both for the big companies and the mid-sized businesses. What is your biggest wish when it comes to a future government? I think we have addressed many important items, like, for instance, create framework conditions. Do not interfere into each and every detail. Of course, we also need financial support for certain transformations. We need some kind of cushioning process, because a transformation also might have negative repercussions. But financial support and cushioning is not needed on a long-term basis. Oftentimes people say, yes, they tell you what to do, and then they give you some tiny financial support. But I think that is the wrong strategy. What we need is show and get a regulation that sees the whole picture, that is holistic and not interfering. Mr. Laschet, you said we have too much red tape. We need more unchaining, more digitization. In Munich, I cannot change my address and register in an online way. I mean, it's all so slow when it comes to digitization. How do you want to accelerate it? Well, I would not want to interfere into the competences of the Free State of Bavaria. I know. But I think it's pretty much the same in Berlin or Düsseldorf. There are two things that are coinciding here. First of all, we need to digitize public administration. And that's a painstaking process, because people would say, no, we're not going to change. It was always like that. And of course, it's a question that means acceptance for the public administration. During the pandemic, people on a personal level did everything digitally, even ordered their meal. And all of a sudden you need to go to a public authority and you have to send a fax or stand in line. It's different in other European countries. But it means we have to be willing and ready to recognize a digital identity, be willing and ready to give our data. And I think if you want to register a car or register a new address, you don't have to go to the authority. And doing that on a regional and municipal level, this is what we need to start now. And for that purpose, we need a lot of competence on the level of the federal government. At the moment, we have so many different competences. We have the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Transport, the Ministry of Economics, Minister of Finance, who just came in, is always relevant, and also the State Minister in the Chancellery. They all want to have a say. No, we need to bundle our digital competences like we did in North Rhine-Westphalia. What would a digital ministry look like if you were to establish it? Well, of course, we always say every ministry must be involved in digitization, but we need core competences that will coordinate everything. A kind of cross-sectional ministry. In North Rhine-Westphalia is the Minister of Economics. He's also in charge of digital administration. And I mean, if you form a new federal government, you can also form new ministries. If you have an incumbent minister, then the whole administration would say, don't change anything. In a digital effort, we have established a digital ministry and took the competence out of the Ministry of the Interior. And that created a major push for digital administration. How do we do it practically? That all depends. First of all, we need the political will. Ms. Merz, you have enormous problems, but still you're positive as far as the future is concerned. Why are you positive? Well, of course, and I think that goes for many things that we need to do. We have a multidimensional crisis that hit our company, and we're in the process of overcoming this crisis. We have a major transformation project underway, and we're making progress, and I am pretty sure that we will be successful. Then changing framework conditions, that is our next topic. Like Mr. Brudermüller said, everyone has his or her transformation path, and we have done it for our company, developed and described a path. We know exactly what to do when, but of course we have to know when and where do we get our raw materials, what will be the market situation. And since innovation and an innovation ecosystem we want to create in Germany, I think we have to intensify our cooperation between politics and business across all sectors. We kind of need a construction plan for our climate policy, and we can only build such a climate policy if we do it together. I'm very confident Germany was always experienced in organizing cooperation, and I think both for my company, for our company, and also for our external framework conditions, we are going to develop things, and I really am focused on politics. And in North Rhine-Westphalia, indeed, we have a very good interaction, and indeed, we had major transformations, and especially as far as coal and steel sectors are concerned. And you think this experience you had in North Rhine-Westphalia can be used all across in Germany. Yes, my impression is that everybody's willing and ready. Everybody says that we need to get together to make this transformation happen, because no sector alone will be able to develop it. Mr. Brudermüller, in interviews you always say you're an optimist and you see Germany in a positive light as far as the future is concerned. Oh, well. Hope is always there, and of course when we look at our innovation potential, and I think we have so many different sectors and industries here, and we do have a potential for innovation. When we look at our scientific output, over 35% of scientific literature comes from Europe, and that shows that we have this will and this potential to change. Of course, an invention is not yet an innovation. It always depends on implementation, knowledge, transferring knowledge to a market and creating prosperity and growth. That is something where we have our deficits, and we see that such an implementation gets more and more complicated. Things and processes are slowing down. So we have to sort of get rid of some of the red tape. Mr. Laschet said it, and I think in every small spheres of life, the government wants to intervene, wants to regulate. During Corona times, of course, a lot happened. And of course, it was a difficult period. And of course, the government wanted to get a grip on the situation. But the government must know when to step back. We know exactly what we are doing. Give us the framework conditions we need, and I'm completely confident that we'll be able to listen to you and also tell you what we need. And then I believe that you'd be courageous enough to say, all right, let's do it that way. Let's have a regulation that gives us leeway for the future. Many examples, and that example does not only concern Germany, it also concerns Europe as a whole. Honestly speaking, this ambitious regulation that Brussels is doing, it's really hard to bear. And I think Germany must also influence Brussels, because a lot of regulation comes from Brussels and they are overly ambitious. But I'm not giving up. I'm still optimistic, Mr. Laschet. Mr. Brudermüller, let me ask you another question. What do you need as a company? What do you think politics should give you so you can remain competitive? Let's take energy policy. Energy transformation is only possible if we give up fossil fuels and move towards electricity. And it should be renewable electricity. And the Chancellor just said, we think there will be a growing need for energy. The current government doesn't have the right forecast. We are going to need 3 times, even 4 times more energy. That is to say, we need to develop renewable energies much quicker than before. If it's difficult in the countryside, let's do it in the North Sea. And we also know that the German electricity price is one of the highest in Europe. We need to remove the Renewable Energies Act. And of course, the renewables are now competitive. But now we have an innovation need and we need to bring down taxes. Infrastructure was also mentioned. Remember the economic miracle right after the war in Germany. The economic miracle, so-called miracle, was created because of infrastructure investment. This was our recommendation of South Korea. They did it too, and they got economic growth. An infrastructure of the future will no longer be the old infrastructure. It will be 5G, it will be electricity, transmission lines. This is what we need, and then industry transformation can take place. Mr. Laschet, one more thing I'd like to ask, and that goes beyond the European boundaries. Mr. Ruswurm talked about universal human rights. They are not an internal matter. I'm a journalist and I work abroad, and I see countries where human rights are not respected. How are you going to deal with difficult customers? Well, first of all, I share this principle. The universal nature of human rights is something that cannot be questioned because of regional or cultural differences. We have the universal human rights of the United Nations signed by all states, including Germany. But of course, it's not enough to just have discussions about other countries inside one's own country. The art of international policy, of foreign policy, is to talk to countries that have a completely different view on human rights, and still talk to these countries and try to define commonalities, common grounds. We can talk about climate change, but without Russia or China, we can't make it happen. If we want to have climate change, we need to talk to each other. I'm very happy that the American and Russian presidents met. I think Europe must play a role too. We can address critical issues, but just criticizing will not change the world in the long run. That is also true vis-à-vis our relationship to China. I do support the Chinese strategy of the federal government. Of course, we have clear-cut human rights criteria that must be mentioned in our dialogue. Not always openly, there are other ways and means to talk about it. But still, our economic and trade relations and our relations in terms of climate protection can only work if we work with the government. If we don't do that, we cannot talk to Russia, to China, to Turkey, and to the Arab world. And that would change little in the American world. The Americans are saying they want to build up a new front against China and they want to have the Europeans on their side. Well, your colleagues asked me, are you in favor of how the United States want to start a new Cold War with China. I'm not sure the American president wants to create a new Cold War with China. He has some very strong positions where he shows a competitive attitude, and here we as Europeans can be allies. But if somebody wants us to start a new war, that would be the wrong answer. Now remember, in 1968, there was the Prague Spring. The whole world admired Dubček, the movement, the freedom movement of what was then Czechoslovakia. And then the Soviet tanks came in and they ended everything on Wenceslas Square with many casualties. Normally, we should have said, let's stop talking to them for many years. But 2 years later, Willy Brandt started the new Eastern policy, which was a contributor to transformation. My impression is, as soon as we have a crisis, people say, we should impose sanctions, we should not talk. That's a popular thing at the moment. I think the second way to continue dialogue is much more cumbersome. Of course, talk about human rights violations. Do not recognize the annexation of Crimea, but do not stop talking. It's the same with China. For Iran, the Iran deal must be renewed, in spite of the fact that a hardliner might win. But an international community is much better than the sanctions that we've seen under Trump. And therefore, we need to clearly define what to do. And it's difficult for each and every country we talk to. We always have to see where we can achieve something on the basis of cooperation. When you started talking about the Prague Spring, I was frightened because our time is up. Of course, we need to get back and have more dialogue in the future. But for the time being, let me thank you for being here. Thanks for this round of discussion.
Und ich übergebe Herrn Roswurm das Wort.
Vielen Dank, Herr Ministerpräsident. Wenn man so Wahlkämpfe in anderen großen Demokratien verfolgt hat in den letzten Monaten, dann ist es irgendwie wohltuend zu sehen, wie auch politische Wettbewerber miteinander umgehen und dass der Unionskanzlerkandidat einen Bundeskanzler, der nach meiner Erinnerung...
It's good to see that when one looks at other election campaigns in other countries, how people can deal with each other. And I found it a good thing that the Conservative candidate is quoting an SPD politician and his policy of détente. No weakness, but a sign of strength. Thank you, Mr. Laschet. The Social Democrat challenger for chancellorship is the next person I would like to welcome. Minister, Mr. Scholz. Respect is a very central term of your statements in our campaign. If I have understood it correctly, these are two sides of one coin. Economic prosperity and the prosperity of the individual, the promise of rising through the ranks for individuals. And I'm not surprised the SPD, Social Democratic Party, is the oldest political party in Germany. It is a party of industry workers. But that makes it a party of industry, because without industry, no industry workers. This all sounds very plausible. Occasionally, this party publishes some statements which make you find it a bit more difficult to get industry and the party together again. That's why I'm happy to have you here, because some of these matters where we don't understand each other may well become clearer in the next few minutes. Mr. Scholz, thank you for being with us. You have the floor. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Russwurm, thank you very much for the friendly words of welcome and also for inviting me to be here and giving me an opportunity to speak. So as to avoid misunderstandings from the beginning, I want to very clearly commit to Germany as a location of industry. That's important. But more than just a commitment to an industry location is to have a precise plan for the industrial site of Germany, because our country is facing historic change. It requires a new kind of political leadership. We need to act pragmatically. We need to push things through, particularly in these days where we have to really set things in motion in the most decisive way for our industry. For 250 years, our economy has been driven by coal, oil, gas, and after all this time, this era is coming to an end. A new dawn is going to change, particularly German industry. Many millions of people are involved in industry, not even counting construction and other supplementary technologies. In Leverkusen, Neuner, Salzgitter, Bremen, people are still building stacks that are used for these fossil fuels. But soon, modern plants will be working there using hydrogen, electricity, producing green goods. I want German industry not to emerge weakened but strengthened from this change. The share of industrial added value and the number of industrial jobs is not going to decrease, it's going to go up in the next few years. But, and this is very important, and it's important that we are in total clarity about this change, this transformation is not something which happens of its own accord. It won't fall from heaven like manna. It will not just happen. We're currently talking a great deal about CO2 pricing. Some people forget, you probably know very well, that in the European ETS, well, we already have that for industry. The market price is currently approximately 50 euros per tonne of CO2. When we're looking at mobility and housing, this year we have started, but, and this is something I would like to state explicitly, just a higher CO2 price doesn't create a single more electricity line, a single more plant for electrolysis, and it won't make a plant for hydrogen happen either. That, after all, is the situation. So it's time to speak out clearly. The type and scale of the transformation we are facing is not something we are prepared for. We do not engage in the right debates about what truly matters. We are thinking too small. For many decisions and opinion-making processes, we need too long. And ultimately, we lack courage. This is something which urgently needs to change. I would like to give you 3 examples which really matter to me to illustrate this. First, let me say out very clearly. Electricity line. Until today, the Ministry of Economic Affairs says electricity consumption will remain constant until 2030. Who's going to believe this? Not just because we want to have more e-mobility or heat pumps will play a greater role. We're talking primarily about the industrial processes which will require a great deal more electricity, and that electricity has to be able to be there. All of that will inevitably impact electricity consumption, and this consumption is going to rise massively. It's a fact. Until 2030, we will need approximately 100 terawatt-hours of additional electricity. To replace that, in other words, to flesh out this abstract number, until 2030, electricity consumption is going to rise by about what a city like Hamburg will use. And just looking at the steel sector, for the transformation process that the steel sector is planning, where there are concrete plans and concrete ideas and investment plans, between 4 and 8.5 gigawatt installed power are needed for that. To give you a comparison to help you understand the dimension, at the end of 1920 in all the wind parks in Germany, it was 7.7 gigawatt that were were fed into the grid. But even that isn't all. The German chemical industry is ready to produce in a climate-neutral way. Many have explained that to me. They have very concrete plans they shared with me about what needs to be done and what's also being planned. But for all that, they need electricity generated through solar and wind. And when you're looking at the whole period, even going beyond 2030 and extrapolate, they will need about 600 terawatt-hours. That will correspond to today's electricity consumption of the whole country. So anybody who claims that electricity consumption will remain constant by 2030 lies to himself and to the country. Handelsblatt calls it the electricity lie, which is why I use that term as well. And this lie has consequences for planning, because we're not planning for correct extension of power generation, nor for the grid. And my second example is the grid. The current projects to extend the grid is about 8,000 kilometers that need to be built. These 8,000 kilometers are crucial. But until the end of 2020, only 1,600 kilometers had actually been completed. Another 800 kilometers have been either approved or were being built. And probably the crucially electricity motorway to the south is going to be further delayed. It's all taking far too long. None of this can work if we keep to this speed. But we're saying by 2045 Germany wants to be a climate-neutral country. I can tell you here it's a good and the right target. But the prerequisites which have to be met, well, currently we're only trying to fulfill them at a snail's pace, which is not something which can continue. Somebody needs to take care of extending our infrastructure in Germany and drive that with all energy. The electricity, the water, the grids, the loading stations. And another example, therefore, is hydrogen. It is a good thing that as part of our economic stimulus package, we're really investing billions to drive forward hydrogen. What's less good is that it's taken so much trouble to convince the relevant ministry that we really do need to help in that scale. 5 gigawatts by 2030 can only be a first step. Some of the hydrogen that is necessary will have to be imported. Sure. Equally, though, we would like Germany to become a lead market for electrolysis technology. And if you're looking at all of that, you can only say that these days, none of this really fits. It's a bit like saying we want to start the age of the railways without having tracks for them to run on. We need to think big, we need to be more courageous, and we mustn't wait any longer. The longer we wait, the more expensive a change will become for companies and for the national economy as a whole. Our experience shows that what is gone will stay gone. Jobs and sectors that are gone, companies will stay gone. That's the big danger for the future. The transformation of business and industry is one of the elementary questions of our time, and it will require a clear political guideline and very precise work. Time will making statements, wishful thinking. It's over, it has to be over, because now it's about doing things or getting it done or sorting it. It's going to get tough. Coping with the historic industrial change isn't according to the motto of everyone will benefit and nobody will hurt. On the contrary, and everybody needs to contribute. There mustn't be any more government that speaks green but does nothing to extend, for example, wind power. Nor should we have any more politicians in any regional electricians who try to mobilize people against wind turbines. What I stand for is that the 2020s will mark a new time of prosperity and growth. A time when we will push in important cornerstones to end up both climate neutral and still an industrial country. An era where new well-paid jobs for engineers and skilled workers will be created. An era where climate protection made in Germany will become an export hit. An area where we can make our contribution to make our world better and safer.
After
phasing out both nuclear and coal, a determined extension of renewables is going to be the most industry political job of the time. And in the very first 100 days of my term in office, I will start a comprehensive reform of the Renewable Energies Act. The goals for extending both wind power and photovoltaics will be extended, not based on the electricity consumption 2030, but on the actual consumption in the year 2045, if we do want to live and work in a climate-neutral way. We've got to finally start to think of the climate change, but from the end. And it's also clear that electricity has to become cheaper in Germany. Our companies need to be able to withstand international competition. Only then will we be able to abolish the renewable energy levy and resort the relevant taxes. My idea is an industry electricity price of 4 cents.
Entscheidend ist auch hier.
What really matters is that extension is not something we need to do just on paper. We need to do it in reality. And that's why in the first few months in office, we'll make sure that laws will be presented that will accelerate planning and approval processes in Germany. In other words, particularly regarding construction, emission and regional planning laws. And the conflict between the energy turnaround and species protection will help biodiversity. It's going to be conflicting targets, but any such conflicts will be solved and decided. We can't just act always as though every single interest can always be agreed with another interest if you just talk about it long enough, setting up committees and commission newer and newer surveys. The energy turnaround has to be given priority now. Let me also say, Germany has basically made a bet. That bet is we want to stay an industrial country, we want to phase out coal and nuclear. Our neighbors, for example, often rely on nuclear. Or they want nuclear plus hydrogen, those who have a lot of water or a bit of wind to use. Germany is the most important and successful industrialized country in the heart of Europe with a strong industry, which we see again in this crisis. Germany is the one country which has one path open for the future, namely that the generation capacity can be accelerated and extended with the speed I've talked to and on the scale I've talked to, so that at the beginning of the next parliament we will change every single law necessary to make it work. We can't make that bet knowing in advance we won't ever be able to win it. It would be absurd to do so.
Und da muss man ja der Wahrheit die Ehre geben.
One has to be truthful. All the laws we've got these days, all the regulations we have these days, mean we won't be done in time. So it's not a banal question whether we dare change things immediately, because otherwise we won't ever finish in the time allotted. And that is also why many of the things we are getting off the ground now means we have to get out of this mode of model project, particularly when it comes to hydrogen, and we need rapid industrial ramp-up. And to some extent, it's a bit like being back in a different day and age. I visited Industrial Park London some time ago. That was hugely interesting. There's a lot of industry still active there. There's a lot of electricity demand also for hydrogen. But what they told me is the whole thing was planned in a greenfield developed in 1916, had been finished 1 year later with 10,000 employees. I hope they told me the truth. And they used a lot of technologies that had only been ever tried in a lab or on a very small scale. And this is exactly the phase that German industry is in now. What we've been able to do once, we can do again if we all roll up our sleeves and get it done. It means that in the first phase of the market ramp-up, let's not discuss the color of hydrogen forever, to stick with that subject. That is not the way we achieve progress in changing to a hydrogen management. So again, we don't need an ideological change, we need pragmatic action. That's exactly what my offer is to you, my offer to German industry. One thing is clear, many old processes and technologies won't be viable for the future for much longer. Many new processes and technologies are still very expensive. So we need a genuine plan for the future. The government is building you a reliable bridge, so you, the companies, can bank on climate neutrality, even if the new procedures and technologies aren't going to be profitable immediately. That's why we are going to continue to promote the raw materials energy so that climate-neutral products like green steel will be competitive in the global market. They will be secured through climate protection agreements. In concrete terms, it will compensate you for some of the costs. It's clear that we need a level playing field in the international trade arena. For the next few years, what this means is that the free granting of emission certificates needs to be maintained. In parallel, though, we will develop a system which protects the European industry against carbon leakage in a reliable way, but without provoking new trade conflicts. Among the G7 countries, I have started an initiative for a climate club of nations because I want the ambitious industrial countries to agree how to act jointly and making clear that we'll also be open for others as well. That's going to be one of the vocal points of German foreign policy in the future because this is a central question for the jobs in Germany. Whether and how German industry will become climate neutral will primarily be down to the companies and the people working in them. I'm convinced there is a huge potential for opportunity here, but you need to be able to rely on the government to be there and ready, that we create the very framework you need to be successful. Germany is a large and proud industrial nation, and this has to stay the same in the 21st century. And that is exactly why, just ahead of us, there is a huge transformation, a historic change. We are not going to be successful in Germany when we manage to reduce emissions. We'll be successful here in this country only if at the same time we do emission reduction, competitiveness and a long-term safeguarding of jobs. That is our objective. And the way to reaching this objective is a way we need to start on now. To be absolutely clear, as a Chancellor, I don't want to moderate this transformation. I want to drive it as a top priority. That's going to be a matter for the bus and to be controlled by the Chancellor. And you can measure me by what I do. But now let's roll up our sleeves and get going. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Herr Minister. Ich darf Sie bitten, direkt mit hinüber zu kommen an eines der
Perhaps
Stehpulte.
I could ask you to come and join us over here. Maybe take the second from right. We're looking forward to a discussion with you, and I'm sure there are lots of points we can pick up on. I'd like to ask the other panelists if they could join us.
Wunderbar.
Great. Good to see you all. Everyone's been tested. A lot of people have been vaccinated. Don't want to give you the wrong impression. And we can see how pleased people are to see each other. It's been a few months since we've been able to stand or sit together at a big event. And it's important for exchange about the future. I'd like to welcome Professor Veronika Grimm, who's a member of our Council of Experts in Germany, Dr. Marianne Janik, CEO of Microsoft in Germany, and Christian Sewing, CEO, Deutsche Bank. I'd like to begin by asking our Minister the question, what would a responsible entrepreneur be in a digital world? You've spoken a lot about climate change and transformation, but digitization is, of course, a very important aspect of that, including with regard to climate protection. So what would an entrepreneur be in this digital world? I'm assuming that we only have responsible entrepreneurs in Germany? Well, some people have been saying we have a nanny state, and people wait for things to happen and to be given the freedom they want. There's a lot you can do to build on initiative from entrepreneurs. Look at all the support that startups are getting here. A lot of taboos have been broken during this legislative, and we've made it possible for funding for startups to play a bigger role. But the entrepreneur takes the initiative, and we're not going to be a nanny state. You can rely on that. How do you see that, Ms. Janek? I would like to say Mr. Scholz is right. You can't be an entrepreneur today without being responsible, without taking initiative, without having contextual knowledge. And I think that is something that concerns us all in Germany. We need much greater data collaboration. We need a data ecosystem, and we need to make progress on that faster. But probably when you're talking about using data and permitting data flows, you'd like more freedom for entrepreneurs. We've got to a point where we don't lack knowledge. Data collaboration is important. We can see that there are lots of initiatives already around. But when we ask our customers, and the BDI did just publish a study on this, we can see that 9 companies out of 10 still have a feeling that if they share data, a third party might have access, and data protection might be a problem. There are too many grey areas. We still need to learn how to exchange data and to do it ethically. So we're only in our starting shoes, really, in this data-driven economy that we'd like to develop. Mr. Sewing, how do you see this? Not just you, at the head of Deutsche Bank, but when you talk to customers. One of the panels referred to the state wanting to shape everything and how this was madness. How do you see it? Well, first of all, we do have responsible entrepreneurs. I think we can say that comparing with the rest of the world as well. But we have to make sure that this madness of regulation doesn't take over. And I'm not only talking on behalf of the banking industry here, but for industry as a whole. I think this regulation that we have, which of course was important after the financial crisis in the financial services sector, but we've reached a limit and we need to remain competitive. It's important to strike a balance between the right regulation and the responsible entrepreneur so that he or she can make their own decisions with a set of tools in the regulatory field. And Europe is also responsible here. Otherwise, we've spoilt the story for the next 50 years. Professor Grimm, what about you? What reforms do we need, including in the global context, looking at China, looking at the United States? Well, we definitely need interplay between the state and the economy. The role of the state is really to... Well, we have a huge challenge ahead of us with a lot of different business models, and they're not going to suddenly lose viability because they're not climate compatible. But the state needs to break that challenge down for industry into lots of smaller challenges, which people can define for themselves. So a framework where the state can indicate solutions. But I think companies might have the answers today, but we're looking at the future. We need startups, and there's a lot of discussion about where the technology is taking us. But the debate is still partial. We often only look at part of the picture, part of the challenge. For example, energy policy, without seeing that there are lots of other challenges around that. For example, financial stability. other challenges, and I think the state is the one that has to pull these threads together and set the course. We've heard about expanding the infrastructure. We do indeed need to be more ambitious, and we need to set a time frame, because developing the infrastructure is vital for business models to thrive. And in digitization, I think a lot's gone wrong already. We haven't been ambitious enough, and that's why a lot of things aren't up and running yet, which would make business models easier. Look at batteries and mobility, or hydrogen mobility. We need a huge debate, and I think we have to be very rigorous here and say, this is the time frame, and it's got to be ready. The state doesn't have to pay for everything, because there are attractive business models, but the state needs to guarantee a certain timeline, not build the whole infrastructure. I'd like to take this opportunity to say to our audience that, of course, we're very happy to take your questions. You can send them to hello@bdi.eu. Mr. Sewing, Minister Scholz has just been talking about prosperity and growth for Germany. Are you expecting the golden 20s again? And what would be the conditions for that? Well, at least, let's say, before the pandemic, we already had a golden decade for Germany. Why? Because we were very export-oriented. We benefited greatly from Asia, from China. And I think we need to see that what we benefited from is preserved. And as we come out of the pandemic, and I think it was well managed, including in Germany, that we maintain those strengths, and that means that we have to do two or three things. First of all, Europe needs its own strong domestic market. We don't have a homogeneous market in Europe, and we need that. We can only compete with the United States, Asia, China, if we've got a strong market. Not just for Germany, but 400 million people across Europe. And that doesn't only apply to the financial services industry. We need a different capital market. Some of the investments we need are so big that whether we take public funds or if we look at what's available in bank balances, that's not enough. We need an integrated capital market for Europe so that this sustainability can be financed. My third point, when we hear about sustainability, and the ESG is often seen as a risk, but actually it's an opportunity for Europe, because we've got technologies that others don't yet. Mr. Laschet just said that the Americans are just catching up on milestones. That's true. But if we want the finance we need the capital market. Without a single capital market, the Green Deal won't work. It's great that the bank balances can contribute a great deal, and it's not going to be enough for the next 10 years. If we do our sums, it'll be a good decade, but we have to create the framework now. I have to come back then. How do you deal with it? You wanted to applaud? Sorry. If we're talking about allocating loans, do you look to see how sustainable a company is? How do you measure sustainability in the commercial world? I think all of us would commit to that. The banks are part of the solution in the pandemic, and they want to be part of the solution on the way to sustainability. But, and I have to say that clearly, sometimes it's not free of criticism. We're not going to overnight break our relations with customers because our customers are still using brown energy. Look where we come from with Germany. We've got this history of industry, and we've always accompanied companies through the transformation. So when we talk about ESG, we always focus on the environment. But we need to think about the S as well, the social issues that arise. So it's important for banks to accompany their customers through the transformation. We had a 400 billion target as bank industry here in Germany, investments that we want to make in sustainability, but that doesn't mean that we suddenly say overnight to companies, you're on a blacklist, and we're not going to talk to you about how to transform your transformation. And what about the timeline?
Zeitachse ist natürlich, gibt es erstmal eigene Policies. Es kommt immer auf die darunterliegende
policies. It depends on the sector involved. But the timeline is partly defined by the regulator. We as banks must, by the end of 2022, reduce the carbon footprint of our portfolio, and we have to demonstrate what we're doing. The pressure is tremendous, not just us, throughout Europe. So we don't want to short-circuit these developments, because that would backfire. We have to think about a long-term transformation. There's no point in just focusing on 2 or 3 years. If we do that, then we can play a leading role in sustainability. Yeah, and we want to discuss that. I'm sure that you'd like to come back on some of those points now, Minister. Yes, I think we shouldn't be scared by the problems that our country now confronts. We have a huge infrastructure problem. That's essential for industrial prosperity in Germany. We need sound infrastructure for the future. And if we look at the rules, the laws, the plans we have now, that will fail. That's already clear. And so we have to change the plans. We have to make sure this expansion can take place. I would dare to say that if in the next year or two, in the next legislative, we don't change the playing field, the planning rules, we'll have lost the battle. We need to think about how much change. It's not enough to say we need this change by 2030, by 2040. We've got to complete the logic. It's not enough to be cowardly. We have to make the decisions. So we need clear expansion goals. That's important for industry and for prosperity in Germany. Infrastructure must be developed. As far as the infrastructure is concerned, I quite deliberately, because this is this one big issue that we have, I focused here on energy. But there are other modern aspects of infrastructure, digital infrastructure in Germany. It's not just pipelines and transmission lines. It's important to know what IT we have, what clouds we can use. Can we do it ourselves? To put it politely, this all plays a part. And if that isn't part of the strategy, we'll fail. But this will be primarily private investment. The state has to contribute substantially to this transformation, and including through contracts that we set up. I mentioned that. But we're going to have to develop infrastructures that don't really pay off, such as roadside charging. We've often heard there's no business case, and people say, why is it so slow? Maybe someone could just come along and solve the problem. But that's just a tiny part of the picture. We have huge expansion aims in offshore and onshore power expansion, the grids we need. This investment will be mostly driven by private industry, and there's a lot of money in the world where people don't know, and in Germany, people don't know where to invest it. And of course, I'd be delighted if they come to the German finance minister. We're always happy to spend it, but we have to say, look, the millions are needed here and here and here, and this will pay off. And if we don't take the right decisions and establish the right framework conditions, then that golden 20 might be possible, not just for Germany, but for Europe. And if we don't understand that we have to do that, if we think it's all going to happen by itself, we'll talk about it a bit and it will happen, then that is a complete misunderstanding. This is an industrial dawn that we haven't seen in Germany since the end of the 19th century. And if we underestimate it and don't understand what we need to be able to do, then it's all just talk. But we won't be building a grid. And that's the point that we have to be clear about. It won't work the way we've been doing it. Either we have to change that immediately or it won't work. You just mentioned investments, but hasn't that got something to do with uncertainty, which is still out there? It's been mentioned a few times. So what form of energy is sustainable? What form of energy do we need in the long term? And what about bridging technologies? We can come back to that in a minute, but I'd like to ask Dr. Yannick about this. What role can data play in this transformation process? And what do you need in terms of an infrastructure to make better use of the data? I think, as far as data is concerned, in the pandemic was, if you like, a magnifying glass that showed us how important data exchange, data availability all are. And we can see quite clearly that today we're still quite hesitant about these data-driven ecosystems where we need cooperation between different sectors. That has to be designed better. Gaia X is an important initiative, and if you look at automotive, Catena X as well in the financial sector, we've all got to really work hard together on standardizing this, making it work. There are a few issues that relate to infrastructure. Most of the issues in Germany, I think, if we're talking about using data, if we take a pragmatic approach to implementation, is there's a lack of knowledge. People can't assess properly because they don't know enough about the context. And I think we have a lot of initiatives around there. It's important to implement all those things. As companies, what we can see is that with data exchange, the technology was never our problem. It's the question, what's the value of data? It's difficult to value data, certainly as consumers. What am I giving away? What do I get back for it? For companies, it's slightly easier. But we must become much more pragmatic, much more open. We need lessons learned. I think the pandemic has taught us that we look to see, does it work? What doesn't work? What can we do with it? We need to think more in terms of scenarios. And finally, in the data economy, I'm quite sure that we need a framework, we need scenarios, but there are so many initiatives now in Germany and in Europe. I think the starting shot's been fired. I think we have to get rid of those uncertainties and intransparencies and have a very open debate about data-driven ecosystems in Germany. You just mentioned Gaia X, and there'll be a discussion about that this afternoon on a panel, and the question, how do I price data? I'd like to come back to something that Dorothee Bär said this morning, which is that a lot of the data in Europe isn't used. And I think what she said was 90%. Why is that? Why is 90% of this data not being used? And what incentives might help to make better use of it? And to help found new business models. I think, and all the studies show this, that there is so much uncertainty out there. Understanding what data I've got in my company, and if I share data, who might access that data? So data protection, a lot of companies are telling us there are too many grey areas. The legal framework is clear, but the technical feasibility isn't. So this comes back to our ability to assess the situation that I mentioned before, and then interoperability. Standardization is an issue in a lot of sectors. We've all been looking away for a long time, and we're happy that we had our proprietary systems that we marketed. But the future, of course, will be partly open source. And that's not only a problem for small companies, but for big companies too, the IP issues that arise. I always come back to redistribution. How can we share? And what skills do we need to assess this? Otherwise, we won't make progress. Open source calls for trust. So how do you establish trust between companies and between different countries? Perhaps I could ask Professor Grimm there, how do you assess this debate? I'd like to quote something you said in an interview when you said, to protect the earth, we need more state and more market. You did kind of refer to that before, but a lot of people wonder about that statement. How can you have more state and more market? Yes, the state establishes the framework, and I think we need a lot more market. Capital market is important. It needs a single market to establish and found Europe's position in this. It's not enough simply to be running behind the Chinese and the US. We need to come up with our own strategies. And in the technologies, we need to establish more market through the carbon price pricing. I know there's a negative connotation to that in the discussion, but investors as well need to be more certain about which way they can move if the carbon price increases. What relief will there be for companies and also for citizens? Because when we get rid of the electricity levy we currently have, that will also have an impact. And a lot of investments are being made in climate-friendly applications and models. And that means, of course, that less carbon will be emitted. So there's a dual dividend. If we can increase the incentive in carbon-friendly applications, then carbon pricing won't increase so far. So if we get rid of that levy and we reduce the electricity price as far as we can, that will help to reduce the pressure on carbon pricing and will create more incentive to invest because companies aren't spending so much on the carbon price. A lot of people don't understand those mechanisms, or there's only a partial understanding of how it all fits together. If we look at, for example, the petrol debate and carbon pricing, we need regulatory certainty, because if we know what the instruments are, then the investors will understand a bit better where they can invest. They won't know exactly what the price is going to be, but they can see what direction things are going in and what to adapt to. And I think that's really important. So I think we need more market mechanisms, and we need to trust them. And in our communication with our citizens, we need to make that quite clear, that ultimately that is the best way for social cohesion, social peace. Let's ask the Minister, more market and more state. How would you go about that? And what boundary would you see in terms of industrial policy? Well, first of all, because we're a bit all over the place at the moment, I would certainly support what Mr. Sewing said about the future of this European single market that we need to set up. And we need a banking union. That's so important for the capital markets, and we should not underestimate that. But it's a very hard issue. How long have we been discussing it? Yes, but let's be honest. We can't go around with blinkers on. We need a holistic approach. I've put my views to Europe, and people are discussing it. That calls on all of us to do our bit. Not only us, but others as well. And it's not enough simply to say, this is the important factor and the rest can be done later. No, we have to tackle it all at once. And the most important part of this, because this has been such a buzzword that everyone echoes, I'm fed up with hearing it really, the most important thing about the banking union is something that people aren't discussing, which is opening up the markets. That this national frontiers that play such a big role here, that we get rid of those. That's part of the setting. Why are we doing all this? People forget to discuss that. I've heard discussions that go on for hours about the banking union, but the question why we're doing it never came into it. Why is it so important? So we can open up the markets. That's what we need to achieve. And the second dimension to this, to be quite clear, is that in Europe and in Germany, we're financed much too much by loans, not enough by equity. And looking at the big investments that we're going to need for these transformation processes, we're going to essentially need equity. Not third-party financing. That's going to call for a lot of money. It has to be mobilized. It has to hit the spot. And then it makes sense if we can describe the framework. But of course, it all has to be competitive, with very few exceptions. It's the framework that we can set. And that requires trust. We have to look at the totality of infrastructures and networks, and that is the criterion, so that investors can say, okay, for my company in my little town in Baden-Württemberg, I know there's going to be a giganet that will allow me to invest in what I need for my technological processes and use the data. And we need a capital market that functions. This all plays a part. As to carbon pricing, we've got it, as I said, and I'd like to repeat it. We've got it for industry, 50 euros. Nobody would have dreamed of that 2 years ago. I took part in debates where people were still wondering whether, if it hit 25 euros, it would have to fall again. But we've reached a completely different price now. We have a moderate journey ahead for waste and for housing and mobility. There are some exceptions for people. And I think this moderate approach is important. I'm committed to it because we don't want to hurt people. It's important that we say, I've made an announcement. It's gradually going to get more expensive. So next time you make a decision, think about that, please. And then we have to give some money back. But Christmas isn't every day. When I listen to some people, I get the feeling that the revenues available are distributed 5 times over because people assume that the sums will work out. But no, we all have to learn to do sums. Arithmetic's important. We have to learn that. The first form of redistribution back to citizens in coming year is going to be cutting the price of electricity. That's why I said by 2025 we have to abolish the power levy. That's 25 billion euros. That's a lot of money. Because we have to carry on reaching our legal commitment and paying the people we committed that money to. So we have to come up with that 25 billion somewhere. Some of that can be done through carbon pricing. Some will have to find elsewhere. But that is such a gigantic task that don't believe anyone who says they can do that and more and give more money away, because there won't be more money coming in. And something I have to say very clearly, and that's why I think we shouldn't shy away from these things. And because you like talking about the digital aspect of the data, the state uses data. We're very happy to use data. We should be a bit less impressed by all this, I think. I'll be using artificial intelligence to process all the data we get from all over the world. We need an ecosystem for our corporate sector that'll make that easier. And it'll help if we can develop our own clouds. That's important. I can only support what's already out there. We have this huge industrial transformation ahead of us. It's always worked when you have a good collaboration between a lot of market, private investment, and a state-defined framework that is audacious. That's brought us to the end of our time, but I still have to ask about industrial policy and where the state might withdraw a little and where the boundaries will be for the state or state intervention as part of this transformation. I think some entrepreneurs in the audience would be interested in that. Yes, but we will make sure that our expansion targets are more ambitious, so that who have we had on the podium? We can say to ESF, it'll be fine, don't worry. 2 things. First of all, by 2025, we get rid of the levy, and if I'm going to invest in new technological processes, I know that when I finish developing that thing, it won't be so expensive to run. And then you're going to get the electricity you need. The entrepreneur needs to know that. I've just been to see a steel mill in Bremen, and all of them know exactly what they want to do so that without using blast furnaces, they can still produce steel. But that requires decisions, which means that you don't have to produce your own electricity working with the municipal utilities, because they need huge amounts of power. And solar's not going to be enough, and it's not just a matter of attitude. If we think attitude is enough, we'll fail. These are big targets. We need those expansion targets. That's really important. The Federal Network Agency has a different answer for you. They say if it doesn't work, then we'll let the coal-fired power plant continue to run. That's Germany's answer at the moment. That's embarrassing. I hope it doesn't end like that. Thank you very much to all of you. And let me just say what you just mentioned. Yes, keep your pecker up. We need this for our entrepreneurs. We need honest discussion about what all this is going to cost, this big transformation. So, as I said, thank you to all of you. Enjoy the rest of the day. I hope you learn a lot of interesting new things, and you are now discharged. We could have spoken about so many more things.
But BDI President Roswam is waiting because we are going to move on. Next candidate for chancellorship.
Und ihn darf ich jetzt auf die Bühne bitten.
Vielen Dank.
Thank you.
Vielen Dank, lieber Herr Scholz, für
Thank you, Mr. Scholz, for being so clear.
Sehr geehrte Frau Parteivorsitzende, liebe Frau Baerbock,
Dear Party Chairperson, Ms. Baerbock, welcome to the Day of Industry 2021. You are one of our regular guests. And that is very well in line with your ambition to become Chancellor. I mean, we're used to having Chancellors as regular guests. We have two interesting discussions that we have had with your opponents. And as far as the sequence is concerned, just to avoid any speculation, the sequence of speakers was just organized in line with the time that our candidates have. I mean, the industrial pact is one important thing. The BDI has read the Green Party manifesto and has made a comment and have said there is a little light. That is to say, little means no light. But we've also seen the shadows. Maybe we haven't completely understood your manifesto, and that is why I'm looking forward very much to the next round of discussion. Our English-speaking guests, they would say maybe you could shed some light on the matter. You have the floor.
Sehr geehrter Herr Ruswam, sehr geehrter
Mr. Ruswam, Mr. Lang, dear members of BDI, dear ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy to have another opportunity this year to talk to you. It's a wonderful place here, a place that is a symbol for many developments in our country. A couple of decades ago, this area here was full of barbed wire and there was the wall. So those areas were not a place of innovation, a new beginning. It was a place of isolation, self-isolation and lack of freedom. Today, many economic players have arrived, and we have here online fashion house, chemical companies and automotive manufacturers. This shows that times are changing, and this is also in line with the motto of this year. New things are beginning. This is true for this very place we are in, and it's also true for German industry. The good thing is that in contrast to 30 years ago, it was very unclear 30 years ago what would happen. There were so many upheavals, and now we have a very clear-cut idea about where we want to go as a country and where we want to go as a German industry. We'd like to become climate neutral. Like it or not, one thing's for sure, we have a competition about who will be the first to have climate neutrality in a market. Those companies and those countries will be in the lead in terms of society development and governments. And there's good reason why the US invests $1.9 billion into an energy transition, especially they invest into digitization and a modern infrastructure. China, for quite some time, has developed quota for emission-free cars, not because China is such a green country, but because they are aware of very tough competition. Of course, those two countries are not the governments of the Greens. Of course, countries invest into the things they believe will be important for the future. And it is not just an economic benefit that they are looking for, we are also competing between the systems. And that is why countries invest, because we have this competition between liberal countries and authoritarian regimes. So climate neutrality is not a question of countries and markets alone. It's a central question for our liberal democracy. And I am firmly convinced, and in spite of the dissenting opinions that we have, Mr. Roswum, when we read our texts, it's a mutual thing. We always interpret the texts of our counterparts in the light of our own perspective. So, whatever we think, it's not a question, do we need to be climate neutral? It's a question of, can Germany, can Europe be in the lead? In recent decades, the prosperity of our country depended on us being in the lead as far as chemical products were concerned, steel, aluminum, and combustion engines, and machine engineering. Now, once again, it's a question of us staying in the lead. And you know better than I do. Of course, raw materials are going to change. The question of the raw material we use to create prosperity. But you, as industry champions, some of you have been an industry champion for many decades, and you know that it was always important for us to think systemically, to structure industrial cycles and cooperate for value creation. This is the strength of German industry, of German business, and we need to use that also in the 21st century. In order to be successful, I would once again say that Europe is a strong industrial, the strongest industrial country at the heart of Europe. And for us to stay in the lead in global markets, we have to use the potential we used to utilize in the past to be systems engineers on the path towards climate neutrality. Our competitiveness depends on that, and the markets of the future depend on that. And therefore, it is so important for us to think about it. I mean, when the Green Party was founded 40 years ago, we didn't think very much about the future of German industry, but today we know that in Germany as an industrial site will mean it is the pillar of prosperity, both in our country and in Europe. That is to say, when we talk about industrial policy today, we have to think about how can we be one of the first countries to achieve climate neutrality, because that means we preserve prosperity in our country. And as the pandemic has now shown, prosperity means not only economic growth. Prosperity generated also supports the rule of law. It makes sure that during a pandemic we can rely on a functioning healthcare system in spite of all the problems, in spite of all the additional work that nurses and doctors had to shoulder. We were able to rely on that system during the time of the pandemic. And that is why, for me, it is quite natural for the Constitutional Court to take a decision on climate policy, but focuses very much the freedom of future generations. And this Constitutional Court told us, politicians, and honestly speaking, the Constitutional Court also told you as entrepreneurs, we have to act today. We cannot wait until 2030 or 2040 and 50. This has something to do with not only climate protection. It has something to do, it's a question upon which the future of our social state depends. And therefore, we have to start today defending our social state. And that is why I'm saying it is now 2021. It's an election year, and it is our task now to make Germany at the heart of Europe the first climate-neutral economic area of the world. This is our task. And I'm saying we have to make it happen. And here I might have a different opinion compared to the two gentlemen that spoke before me. When we talk about climate neutrality, we have been talking about for years and years. I think it's the third or fourth time I'm attending this conference. It was a long discussion process. It's not enough to just discuss about, do we have the technology? Last year, a colleague from Airbus was here, and he said, why should we talk about climate neutral flying? We already work on that. Now, we as politicians have to create the framework that make new fuels that we already produce competitive. And that is why I think it's the task of politics to do something instead of just administering something. And this is our task, our common task. And here I'm saying very clearly, it doesn't make sense to have illusions and talk about regulatory policy. Doing something means for politicians to create the framework. We are in the middle of the European Football Championship. We have to have a clear-cut field where we can all engage in climate policy, creating a level playing field for competition. We need a clear-cut regulatory framework for a market economy which is social and also equitable in terms of climate policy. And on the other hand, we also have to create incentives for people and give people the freedom to unfold their potential. We must give the opportunity to companies to produce whatever they want, as long as they stick to the common rules. And therefore, I'm very happy, Mr. Rosform, that you said this morning, these framework conditions need improvement, because the framework conditions we have in place are not focused on choosing the new. They still have a few old rules. And as entrepreneurs, you know that it's not just about empty promises. No new product will just magically emerge just because the CEO says we need a new product. And you don't become a hidden champion or world market leader because you dream. You have to take courageous decisions. You have to forecast. You have to invest. And this is what we want to do now. And this is what we need to do in the next 10 years. Taking courageous investment decisions into the future, set the pace for climate neutrality. And I am very close to you. I mean, a climate law that tells you in 2040 we want to be climate neutral. But if we do not say at the same time, what kind of support do I get? What kind of security will I have if other countries have a competitive edge? How do you develop renewable energies? To all of that, we need to have answers, because you need a secure development framework. Creating insecurities is something that we have to stop doing. When it comes to the development of renewables and when it comes to digitization and investment into infrastructure, I think we have to act. And here, of course, this might be the moment where your interpretation of our manifesto was different. It's not just about creating 100,000 new rules, quite the opposite. When we look at the energy market today, when you look at the electricity market design, we see so many rules. Ms. Wolf has said it on Monday. It was the last federal government that has deliberately created rules that are a constraint. Ms. Wolf said this old government didn't create a stimulus for development. And chemical companies say, I mean, we can build our own wind parks, we can also supply a climate-neutral electricity, but we have a legislation that makes it impossible for us to do so. That is the reality we have in the 21st century when it comes to Germany as an industry location. Then we find a company producing aluminium. They say we could be a component of the electricity market design. We can switch off at certain load moments. We need a regulation to allow us to do so. And many other people say we can create new business models, but all of that is confined to small experiments, and we do not have common rules for a common electricity market. It's true for storages, where we have many constraints. We have the same constraints for digitization, 140 tenders, and still no all-covering network coverage. Well, hydrogen. People say it's the big solution. No, we have to make sure that this hydrogen can get to the place where it's needed. That must be the first thing. We do not need it in the small cars. We have other alternatives there. Where we need hydrogen is steel companies, aviation, and generally for materials manufacturing and production. And I hear that the federal government makes millions and even billions available because nobody takes a strategic decision. What exactly are we supporting? So everybody gets a bit. The Ministry of Transport, Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Finance. I do not know why the Ministry of Finance is involved in hydrogen strategies. That would never make Germany a world market leader. We are just giving everyone a piece of the cake and nothing will have any effect. This uncoordinated action on a political level has as a consequence a situation that we, a country that once invented the energy transition, we are all of a sudden looking at the leaders, China and the United States. I want to change that. I don't want us to lag behind and always catch up. I want us to be leaders, become leaders in the next years to come, to create climate neutrality in the world. And we do have a proposal. I personally have made a proposal, and I think we need a different kind of cooperation between the political and business arenas. We have no more time to sit and wait. We have to make it happen. And this is what we need to decide during the next elections. You're a different association. Of course, there are some lobbying associations for the automotive industry or for the steel industry. Let's rather say, let's bundle our economic business forces. Let's bundle our political forces in order to work together. And as a member of the Green Party, I say we really have to rally. We have to bundle our forces on the political and business levels, because we have seen during the pandemic what happens if we are completely dependent on supply chains from other countries. We can have the best ideas, but we will have a problem at the end of the day. And hopefully the pandemic will soon be over. But it's true for many other areas, for battery technologies, AI, microchips, critical productions for future technologies in the 21st century. And for that purpose, we need to make sure we can produce it in Germany, we can produce it in Europe. And it's not an easy thing to do. You can have so many concerns, and you can say, well, a CO2 price too high could be dangerous for the country. My attitude is different vis-à-vis the future is concerned. I think such a transition always harbors opportunities, and such a transformation process is something we need to tackle together. Transformation processes, like in any company, need leadership. A transformation process towards climate neutrality needs political leadership, responsibility of the top leaders saying that we will embark on this path together. And now let me come back to hydrogen. Climate neutrality as a future task, AI and digitization, these are efforts we need to bundle in a future government. We have a competence on the level of the federal governments to adopt directives. And that must give you in your process the certainty that we can go together. And for that purpose, I have proposed a pact between industry and politics. I say we need planning security for industry. If the central political level supports transformation, if the political level makes 15 billion euro available for infrastructure so that we have networks that are not only promised, that are truly built. And such an offer also means that this strengthens not only industry in Germany, it strengthens also our common European economic space. And that brings me back to the last discussion. We are one of the largest economic areas of the world. We had everything in place in the last century. We could develop standards, we could develop manufacturing sites in Europe and in Germany, and this is what I would like to see also for the future. Not only for your benefit as German industry, not only just for us as German politicians. After 1.5 years of a pandemic, all our children have the right to know that we are working now so that in 40 years to come, they will still have the freedom of decision. And for that purpose, on the 26th of September, choosing the new. Thank you for this discussion today.
Vielen Dank, Annalena Baerbock. Wir gehen auf die Bühne und ich bitte die anderen Panel-Teilnehmer auf die Bühne zu kommen.
So, and now the next panelists, please jump on the stage to save time.
Hallo. Ich darf Sie kurz vorstellen.
Let me introduce you briefly. We have here the president of the Automotive Association. Then we have Wolfgang Langhoff, CEO MP Europe, and Mr. Jürmann. Ms. Baerbock, Mr. Ruswell said in one address today, companies need freedom. Many companies are worried that once the Greens get to power, they won't have this freedom anymore. What do you say to counter that? Well, particularly if you want to protect something you hold dear, namely freedom, you need to change things. And if we don't make sure we tackle this change with courage, then many companies won't have freedom in the future. The freedom to say, yes, we want to produce in Germany, or we want to continue being a global leader. What I've just said in my speech is that the markets of the future will be climate neutral, which is why I think politics has to make sure that now the current obstacles need to be removed. And it's not just the question of a cap to the renewable energy price. After all, that's why we're discussing CO2 pricing. Many products which are still based on fossil fuels currently have a competitive edge. But if we have a climate neutral policy, we will make sure that those companies who want to have the freedom to produce climate neutral products will have the same opportunities that everybody else has too. Now we have a lot of people together, vehicles, fuel and the Greens. On the basis of what you said, what you heard Ms. Baerbock say, Ms. Müller, what do you think? Well, I believe in the right of chancellors to decide what to do, but I'm not quite sure whether your own manifesto really reflects accurately what you have said today. I think and ultimately it matters that we recognize what sort of competition we are really in. You've described China and the United States. It's a fact that China wants to have climate neutrality by 2060. That's what their policy aims at. So we want to make absolutely certain if we want to keep jobs in Europe, we really work hard. We share that objective and we share the idea of climate neutrality. Let me make that very clear. But it doesn't help us if there are two things which happen. First, new framework conditions set all the time. We're really worried about what's happening in Brussels with the CO2 regulations. As far as burden sharing is concerned, Germany always has to shoulder more of a burden. Equally, we see that the location conditions aren't keeping pace when it comes to infrastructure. You mentioned digitization. I would like to talk about charging infrastructure for electric vehicles. The infrastructure is enough for any other kind of ecological transformation or many other locational ideas. So it's not just what you can do in legal, political and economic terms. It's to make sure that we have good conditions as a location, as a business location. And not try to tell business which technological systems you have to use. Now, see, there's a bit of a gap between what you said and what's happening, because the Greens are restricting matters quite a lot. For example, as far as e-mobility is concerned, there's a clear direction, but I wouldn't consider hydrogen champagne. I would see it as an option, even if I'm thinking of heavy goods vehicles and other matters like that. But why don't we leave it to competition to decide? I think we need to make sure we get more ambitious markets, and I don't see you acting like that. I frequently see a sort of belief that that can be solved in one nation state, and I think here our views differ. Mr. Rosenfeld.
Ja, also ich würde gerne Folgendes anfügen.
CEO Schäffler, I would like to add the following. I am totally convinced that climate protection needs to have top priority. There's no question. There is no disagreement between politics and business on that. But what we need is a lot more pace, a lot more clarity, and a great deal more substance in the debate. I'll give you one example, Ms. Baerbock. What is important for my industry, you know, that basically we're an automotive supplier, but also do a lot of industry. We are the second largest wind turbine manufacturer in Germany. So we have things that are 4 meters tall. If you want to manufacture them somewhere in the world, you need steel to do it. And you need a special steel. That steel is produced in an energy-intensive way. If you make that very expensive, sooner or later, there won't be more wind power. So I would say, yes, let's march forward fast jointly, but we need to do it with a lot of objective knowledge as to what it will mean for individual entrepreneurial contexts. And I think the discussion is necessary. I don't think we need to debate the target. We agree on that. 20% of the track has been moved from 2015 to 2045. It's 30 years, 6 have passed us, and we're still discussing the framework. And it doesn't matter how you set the framework. What matters is to get forward.
Herr Langhoff.
Mr. Langhoff, in a crisis, climate protection is a very important subject, but it's been forgotten. What does your company do for climate protection? I don't think the subject has been forgotten about, well, as a priority. No, on the contrary, I would have thought there's more of a priority given to the climate now. We see lower consumption for painful cause because fewer commuters, less air traffic, so there were a lot of losses incurred. But it has contributed to the climate goals being reached last year, but we need to consider how to do that sustainably. But you said that what matters, the targets that we agreed on, but that's what we always talk about, not the how we get there. The transformation processes, which, for example, our company is going through, are incredibly severe. It's a bit like physics communicating strength. I mean, I have to consider what I have got needs to be balanced with what I might lose in whether I'm coming for e-mobility or other areas. But I think that's where the problem is. How fast and under which conditions can that be achieved? And I think this is where people really differ. It's mentioned earlier, hydrogen is something we can use in our refinery. 40 to 45% of the hydrogen can be generated, and the consumption is also in the refinery. We can invest in that. We would immediately decarbonize, but only for traditional products. But it wouldn't be a lost investment, because later the hydrogen can also be used directly. So for me, that's a symbiosis in the transformation process. Thank you very much also for the feedback, and I think that's exactly where the crux is, because we have different sectors, and that's, I mean, we've discussed it. I've been discussing it for a long time with Mr. Lang, because when you need hydrogen in your factory, but Mrs. Müller says, I want to have it in small cars. I didn't say that. I said heavy goods vehicles. Well, I don't know where you and I disagree, because I said very clearly, hydrogen shouldn't go into small cars, because we need it somewhere else. So there is a consensus between us, between the automotive sector and the Greens here. I think if you say we need to have security in these 10 years, we need to be quite honest as to why we set the priorities. At the moment, we don't have enough hydrogen. We probably never will have enough hydrogen for all sectors to use it. So we need to say, where do we need hydrogen first? You mentioned steel, which is, everyone is going to the steel plants. I was there a few years ago and we had a debate about saying emissions trading. Industry told us we don't need emissions trading. A lot has changed then. Within industry now, everybody, especially the steel producers, say, oh, it's really bad. We are excluded from emissions trading. We'd love to be right at the top of it. Then if our blast furnaces are no longer blast furnaces, we can't produce anymore. That's the dilemma for politics now. What do we do? Which is why I suppose we should say, let's not wait for a reform of ETS in 5 years' time, because that's longer Brussels will take. Let's make sure that ArcelorMittal will continue producing, Salzgitter AG will continue producing, and Thyssen AG, and in the various German sites. For in the next 5 years, we in politics have to make a decision to get a sort of little pipeline adjunct and invest. So we need to discuss honestly what will we do in 21, 22, 2021, 22, 23, 24, 25. So you say, why do we set yearly targets? I think if we don't set a year, in 4 years' time, the voters and your companies will say, well, what have you been doing for 4 years? Having a date set means politics will really get going, because we know that's a period of time within which we need to do what we promise. But I agree with you that it's something we can do together, and every location is different. So your suggestion to do something which is diverse, not to write one law which applies equally to everyone, to have sort of sectoral agreements and say, what is the support you need on this way? Because Ms. Müller is absolutely right. The competition isn't asleep. They've discussed something else in China. They simply let the state pay, which in Europe is banned. So we need to find ways and means that comply with competition law. Ms. Müller wanted to answer. Yes, I think the small but very important difference between us is that we don't believe that politics knows which are the better technologies to use in the future. We want to have the market and research decide these things. There are limits to the hydrogen ideas, and we do see that hydrogen is a scarce good. I said that we are now distributing that, but Germany and Europe isn't playing much of a role, because we consciously restrict ourselves in some areas, because people still think the automotive sector would simply use hydrogen to continue with the combustion engine, but it's not true. In passenger cars, we are using now BEVs, battery electric vehicles, and I would like that the government delivers on the promise they gave for the infrastructure, which they're not doing for charging. And when we're looking at hydrogen and want to use that for the beginning of the dawn of a new world, we have to start with blue hydrogen. We can't just from the first second have green hydrogen. That's a very important momentum to start with blue hydrogen. We also need to be an active player. I could finish with other areas, because even if the ramp-up of e-mobility works the way we imagine, we'll still have 1.5 billion vehicles on this planet that have a combustion engine. So we need a better electric car strategy. And unlike some of the things you say, concrete activity is often different. We see a lot of blocking efforts. It's important for me to say that politics doesn't know about the technology. You set the framework so that we, at the end of the day, shall decide where does the market allow the use of hydrogen in a sensible way. And that's the difference between us. Ms. Baerbock, regarding transformation, you spoke. I thought it was good. It's something we in our company know. Perhaps even better than some. As the Scheffler Group, our ground to zero, net zero plan is going to be decided for the next few years now. And one absolutely crucial experience has been made here. We've got 75 plants all over the world. We're giving them guidelines, but we let them do their own thing, rely on their own initiative. At the local level, it actually is much more valuable than simply trying to put everything down in writing, impose it. There's so much cleverness, creativity, and willingness to do things in the local companies. Rely on the own initiative of companies. And if I may add, what we all want as transformation is only something which will work if you make German industry strong. And you may have to accept deficits elsewhere. The only way you can achieve it is with a strong industry. You can't do it with a sort of industry which is getting weaker and weaker and weaker. We need to devote our energies to how we distribute resources within a framework. How do we get people to commit to develop their own initiatives and to be ready to go for that great goal? That's the job we all have, you as politics and with companies. And Mr. Langhoff, how do you get people, companies to do that? I'd like to pick up on what Ms. Baerbock said at the end. You spoke about your children or the next generation. I'm asking myself how these people will see industry. I'd like this to be less polarized, more along the lines of Mr. Rosenfeld said, research, innovation, education. It's seen as something positive and not something which is to be condemned, something which has to be carefully controlled. I think that's wrong. There has to be more creativity, politics and industry side by side.
Herr Rosenfeld, ich würde Sie
Mr.
noch mal fragen,
Rosenfeld, let me ask you, do you think it's right that the EU is strengthening its climate protection activities? Of course I think it's right. I mean, we're far removed from the objective yet, and all the efforts that make sense, that are substantial, are to be welcomed. Yet, we must make sure we don't lose the wood, don't see the wood for the trees. I mean, we need a level playing field, as we've just heard Ms. Müller say. We've heard that about ETS. We'd like to have one standard for everybody. It doesn't make sense to keep moving the goalposts so nobody knows where to get. Let's take EU taxonomy. These are some absolutely serious subjects which we'll be faced with, and we need to be clear about how we want things to be. And that problem hasn't been solved at all yet. And as you rightly said, we need to get really fast or we won't get there. Ms. Baerbock, Ms. Müller, you criticized the Climate Protection Act. Are you worried about Germany as a business location as a result? I think, first of all, politics, they haven't really done what the court ruling said. The court ruling indicated how to make progress with concrete ideas. Instead, they set more targets. You asked about Brussels as well. Of course, it is right to have ambitious objectives, but what I miss is an impact assessment and a way of counteracting things. The balance that is needed can only be achieved if there is a strong industry, and the feeling you have this imaginary printing press for money that can compensate any problem is an erroneous view. So it would be absolutely crucial to think, how can this business location be competitive? Not through new regulation, taxes, levies, control, but by allowing industry to flourish, to stop fettering us. And I think in Brussels, there are some current ideas where people need to consider, why was there no impact assessment? They're currently proving in Brussels they love pointing the finger at industry, but don't do their own homework. When we pointed out that stronger targets for passenger car fleets can only be achieved if there are mandatory systems for e-mobility or to start on charging infrastructure, they just tell us, oh, you can't order member countries to do that. I think that's wrong for politics. My mother always told me, you point a finger at others means they will point the finger at you. So, right framework, and that's what I miss.
Wie werden Sie mit Brüssel umgehen?
How will you deal with Brussels and regulations coming from Brussels? Well, the matters that are being discussed in Brussels, to pick up on what you say, it's not good to say we don't want any of that. We should look together, what is it that we need, not just we as Germany. I mean, it doesn't help in Europe to say what do they need in Germany, what do they need in Italy. That would be the end of the single market of the Union. If everybody thinks for themselves instead of acting as Europeans, that would be a genuine problem, will make us completely without a chance to send out to China and the US. Instead, we should look how we can jointly fill the Green Deal with life as Europeans. And I think, honestly, we're not that far apart. You speak of the framework, which has to be the correct one, and I'm saying we need clear criteria and regulations. Because if we're talking about innovation and freedom for companies, that's really what we want to enable by saying you need to have reliable reliability for extending renewables. You mentioned the Green Deal. Europe can only give you a general framework. Germany will have to implement for us in Germany, and also a cap for renewables. I mean, that wasn't invented in Brussels. It was actually the last German government, or the penultimate one, and Mr. Gabriel in particular, who said, we want to extend solar and wind, and now we've got a huge problem that some of you, especially with Mr. Scheffler, you're one of the company that is leading in green technology in wind turbines. The problem is when the plants are now built all over the world, but elsewhere, not in Europe, not in Germany, then of course you will also shift production to these other countries. And we have to make sure, as we said earlier, that the domestic market, also domestic demand in Europe is strengthened, and particularly when it comes to green technologies. We need to incentivize these technologies, and the Green Deal can play a vital role in it. But, let me repeat, we have to look into the fine print. Now we have the Recovery Fund, Recovery and Resilience Fund, billions of investments, also paid for from Germany. The things which are being promoted are projects which national governments, including Germany, have had in hidden drawers for years. That's not the sort of future technology we need. You mentioned the charging infrastructure. This would be a crucial job. And the Green states, Baden-Württemberg, where a region where the Greens are in power, have shown how to do this. Because they got everybody around one table, say, let's make sure that every 10 kilometers we've got a charging station. And it's exactly what we need for all of Germany. And the money made available from Brussels now should be used for that purpose. A quick final round. What is necessary for you to achieve a common denominator once the Greens get to power? We need a more balanced transition or transformation phase, taking into account both the current available infrastructure and the extension and feasibility. We need a lot of exchange about those measures that are particularly effective and which we should focus on particularly. Not a lot more, but just do the right things at the right time. A good debate also with the left wing in your own party about how to free business forces, how to make sure that we can make business competitive instead of putting more burden on us. Are you confident that companies will be with you? Oh, I said some of them are with me already. I don't know. But it's not a green question, because that's my appeal, which I brought here with me, which I've been making clear for years now. It's not about green policy. It's about the future viability of Germany as a business location, about the future viability of the single market in Europe. What I see is that many companies, including large-scale industrial companies, have got a lot further than current policies are. So I want to make sure that politics finally gets to the state of the current art. Thank you. It was a great pleasure. It was very exciting. I would like you to say goodbye, and we're going to the stream. There we are. Dear audience in the stream, you can have a break now. We have a break of 30 minutes. Then there is going to be another panel, web talk, Europe and Africa, responsibility at the time of COVID. Thank you. And here in the hall, we will
Und herzlich willkommen damit zu
Welcome to our panel on Europe and Africa and responsibility in the times of COVID. Africa is a continent we're particularly close to historically. There are historical bonds there, even if it's overshadowed by the dark chapter of colonialism. But in a globalized world, we are drawing closer and closer together. And to talk about the challenges and opportunities that are there for partnership between Germany and Africa, we've invited a few people to discuss. We have Ludi Schlageter, who's Senior Vice President Government Affairs for EMEA at Siemens Healthineers, Corinna Franke-Wöller, who heads up the Agency for Development and Economic Affairs here in Germany. Then we have Dr. Jörg Wojan, who runs the European Commission office in Germany. And last but no means least, Wolfgang Niedermark from the executive here at the BDI. The COVID pandemic has, I think, focused attention on healthcare and globalized healthcare. What lessons can we perhaps learn from the recent past when talking about partnership? Yes, we don't only talk about opportunity with regard to Africa, as Franz Zimmermann's always said. We are sisters. We have bonds, not only for geographical reasons. So fighting the pandemic, more needs to be done, I think, than usual. And Europe has behaved quite well. We've been exporting from the outset, and the G7 has sent out another signal. Europe is again renewing that effort. But the other big industrial nations as well. I think if we look at this gap, 1.2 vaccinations per 1,000 in Africa compared with the rate that we've seen here in our industrial countries, we can't see this gap deteriorated. It has to be closed, and we need to do a lot for that. Ms. Schlageter, you've been working in Africa a great deal in recent years, representing Siemens Healthineers. What are the options there? What's your experience? True, we've been busy there for more than 160 years as a company, and 70% of clinical critical decisions are based on our product portfolio. So if a doctor wants to give someone a treatment, we need diagnostics. But we also have OP technology, especially since we bought up a medical systems company, so we can do radiation therapy too. And we're working in 3 different areas. For the least developed countries, places, we make sure that infant mortality ends. We can provide better care to mothers and children in areas which are regional hubs. We have a certain basic care provision, which is being aided by digitization through the North-South aid axis, but also modern, innovative, green healthcare plays a part in the big innovation centers such as Nairobi, Kigali. These are part of our new strategy. And so we're working closely with German public agencies, including GTZ, and we think that this is a good way to approach this as equals and to encourage education. We'll come back to that in a moment. That applies, I suppose, to development in African countries, which you've just been describing. Ms. Franke-Wöller, if we are looking at German companies, what is the potential? For German companies, it's very interesting. We've seen one instrument called Develop PPP, and through that instrument, our Agency for Economic and Development Affairs has been working in the last year on a particular COVID tranche, if you like. Companies could tender for particularly interesting projects to counter the pandemic in Africa. And a lot of companies applied. For example, companies from Leipzig offering to train in hygiene measures in hospitals in Africa, for example. Very simple modules, not that complex. And I have to say that if we look at this in terms of figures, a lot of companies were involved, and they showed a great awareness for the need to act. I have to say that German industry is ready to act. You only have to give them a tiny push. You mentioned instruments. It's important to get the right instruments, and I know Europe has rediscovered Africa in recent years, and in the Green Deal too, there is a particular reference to Africa. So what are the aims from the European Commission's point of view? Yeah, we rediscovered Africa quite early. And something we have rediscovered is this focus on companies, on investing in SMEs, partly in African countries, empowering them, but also helping European companies that are investing there. That's something we haven't done so much in historical terms. We've come from young development here. Of course, development plays an important part, but there's also a front there for corporate initiative, and we're trying to give a framework to that with new financial instruments. Traditionally, Europe has provided development aid through grants, what we call lost aid, not because it's lost, but because it doesn't get paid back. Simple as that. But we've extended that range of instruments now, and with relatively little European money, we can have a great levering effect to help investors to move into Africa. Mr. Niedermark, we're talking very globally here about Africa. It's a huge continent with more than 40 different states. Can you perhaps break that down a bit for us from a corporate background? What countries are interesting to you when you look at Africa? Which ones are perhaps less interesting? If you had an interested company, where would you advise them to go? I can understand your motive in putting that question, but of course there are differences. But let me nevertheless make the point that we are focusing on Africa as a whole, because the Africans, I can only endorse what previous speakers have said, there is increasing entrepreneurial commitment there, which we want to strengthen. Africa has itself taken a huge step forward because you have a trade zone, a free trade zone across Africa where many of those 40 countries are involved, and that was a decisive breakthrough at the beginning of this year. For years I worked for a company working in Southeast Asia, but only started to really invest when we could trust in this ASEAN zone actually getting up and running. And if that trust now gains a foothold in Africa, then we will see more private investment. And we Europeans can contribute, perhaps with our own EPAs, special trade agreements in addition. And that will create a framework so that a big market develops around Africa. That's interesting for companies, that will generate investment and jobs. And Africa needs that. Ms. Schlageter, that sounds like a positive overall development, but of course we've seen big regional differences between those economies. If you look at Equatorial Guinea, Southern Africa, South Africa especially, there are other countries without much value creation. Is that a difference for you, or do you think in Pan-African terms? Well, we tend to think in Pan-African terms, but nevertheless, of course, we do conduct precise analysis. And in our African strategy, we've looked very carefully to see where is the good governance, are there banks that function well, what is the infrastructure do the roads work? And what about partners? Who's there? Do we have good local partners? Electrification plays a part. We can say as often as we like, we all want to be equals. Nevertheless, we need electricity for very many medical sets of equipment that we're offering. It needs to be sustainable. If we're going to start planning, then these things are basic. We've just heard to treat people as equals, to function as equals, and I can imagine that applies at different levels. I mentioned that in the introduction. Colonial history has been a big force. To what extent do cultural sensitivities still play a part when doing business with African partners and countries? I think we need away from that role that we are the donors, the givers, whether it's the European Union or any other state instruments. We need to understand that Africa can give us a great deal. You see that when you look at young managers, whether it's in media or in the digital world, when they get together, the new ideas that are out there that are evolving in this serious games area, which is developing now. Africa is interesting to us, okay, but what is coming to us from Africa? And I think dealing with each other as equals is important. Culturally, it has a great deal to do with pride. As you said, there are 55 different countries, different cultures, not only in Europe, in Africa too, and we need to make distinctions there. But to have a feeling that you're not just the recipient, you're an equal and you're partnering as equals, that is decisive. And that's why, to support that, we now have a manager exchange program, Agile. The BDI plays a part in this program too. And it's important not just for those young managers to come along and talk to each other and meet. We want them to work together on projects. So they get a project, for example, COVID. They have to work on that, they have to develop something, putting it in simple terms here. And we expect those meetings to generate new impetus. And I'm really looking forward to it because we're launching it this year. And that is really about an equal footing and not giving and taking. Right, so that personal level is very important probably when you're training managers. What's your experience talking about setting up agreements? What are the expectations of us as Europeans? Yes, well, we no longer have a privilege of saying Africa's there waiting for us. There are others interested in Africa too, quite hugely. China is playing a big role, and they are much more self-confident in the way they talk to us these days. Good governance is important in the interests of people in Africa and companies who want to function in Africa. They need a legal framework that they can rely on. So at political level, it's important that in the multilateral context, African countries are on our side when we're talking about the global public good. Climate is one example. It's in our interest, as we've heard, to talk on an equal footing and to factor in their interests. We can't go along and just think about our interests. We have to think about their interests too. And then we have an exchange. And in multilateral forums, we can make progress together. Okay, you mentioned climate. I've seen that as a reporter traveling how the Chinese sometimes tackle these matters, but I'd like to hear what you think about that. What do you think about China as a competitor or as a co-player in Africa? China's very aggressive. They're very straightforward about it, but with methods that maybe we would have applied 60 years ago, and I think we've had a bit of self-criticism since then, rather one-sided, not necessarily necessarily aimed at pursuing good governance, but more pursuing mega projects. We need big projects in Africa. It's not the case that we don't need big infrastructure projects, but we need to set different focus, priorities compared with the Chinese. I think the good thing is that a lot of countries have learned that, of course, it doesn't come free. There's no such thing as a free lunch, not even from China. And maybe that makes things a bit easier now to talk about these things than it was 3 or 4 years ago. Niedermark, looking at the BDI now and German industry, if we want to understand this in terms of emerging markets, where is Africa on the list of priorities at the moment? Well, fortunately, a bit higher than it was in recent years. We're talking increasingly about the insight in industry that we need to distribute the responsibility across industry better and not simply go for low-hanging fruits. That's understandable, but we need to think strategically about the role that Africa is going to play in future with its 1.2 billion people. And there, companies need to make a bit of an effort and compete. It's not always simple. I'm pleased that I'm not the only person trying to tout this message. We work, of course, with the development aid agencies, but with other companies too in the corporate sector. And there the Chinese are quite happy to use very different methods. So as a company, companies have recognized this, they want to be part of it. We don't want to put people in a situation, as I fear might happen as a result of this new value chain law that we've just passed in December, that the thresholds are so high because companies are worried about the risks they might incur of legal action, perhaps prison, that they start to withdraw. That would be really dangerous. We need to strike the right balance between our sustainability ambitions, but not making that such a highlight, not overloading it so much that those low-hanging fruits end up somewhere else in the world. And there's a risk I really see.
So the Supply Chain Act, as we have it at the moment, would be a disadvantage for competition. Well, we'll have to wait and see. And we think the overall target of the Act is absolutely correct. Nobody's denying that we need to have good social standards and the protection of human rights. That's also in the DNA of our company. The question just is, what should the government do? Should they always put the blame on us for all the things that the governments haven't done properly in recent years? And here I see also a problem when we look at competition with China. We also give up our advantages to the detriment of our target continent. And here we have to be very careful. We share the goal, but the way in which we implement that regarding liability and sanctions for violations of democratic principles, that might be the reason for some companies to not run the risk. Well, Siemens Health, when it goes about decisions regarding countries, it all depends on what the situation is like in the countries. Well, you need a market developing in the countries. Where would you say, are there any lighthouse projects as far as institutions are concerned, as far as healthcare is concerned? Is there a country where things are going well? Let me just mention a couple of words about China, not about the Supply Chain Act. And I'm going to answer your question in a minute. We see Chinese companies build infrastructure, launch tenders, build a hospital. Take Chinese producers. You haven't got a chance as a European. Europeans do a tender and do a feasibility study. You get excluded. Well, you're a German company. No, we cannot do that. That's a challenge for us. So we always have to make sure that we look at the overall scenario of tenders. We want to have a situation where we can participate in the World Bank tenders. There was the case in Ghana, for instance, where you have tenders that are 10 to 15 years old, and the equipment as such doesn't exist anymore, at least not in Europe, because this is equipment that is not so modern, needs more electricity. And these are the problems that we have. And on top of that, we have corruption, of course. things have improved, but the question of banking stability, financial stability, it's always a problem. And one more word about human development. Yes, it's good to have it, but we know it's not only about reducing child stability and improving access to water. It's also important to provide diabetes and cancer care also for the middle class. So I think my appeal to you is focus on healthcare. That was well said. And so that's an appeal of Siemens Health. Ms. Franke-Wöller, let me come back to you. I know that Germany in the Arab world is very much respected. How about Africa and African states? Traditionally, many countries look at the UK or France. What is the attitude people have there vis-à-vis Germany, and is there any change? I do have some statistical data. We can look at the requests that we get from German companies vis-à-vis activities in Africa. And here we see that, of course, the Anglo-Saxon regions are very interesting. In the sub-Saharan region, it's Ghana, it's Kenya. I leave out South Africa. In the north, it's Tunisia, Algeria, Morocco. Those are the most popular countries. So obviously, companies look at the level of dominance there and the economic potential that they see in the given country. As far as your question is concerned, what are companies interested? Well, it's not so country-specific there. It's about infrastructure. And you have also said if there is no energy, you wouldn't even go to an English-speaking area. You would look at a cluster where there are other German companies, experienced companies. This always plays a very important role for German companies if they want to go abroad. Mr. Wujan, when we look at the EU Commission, and here I come back to what was said by Mrs. Schlager-Gitter, how much do the EU institutions know about the difficulties and the situation vis-à-vis other competitors? Well, we are highly aware of the difficult situations, and we also work with NGOs and companies on the ground. We also offer support. I personally have just helped a development NGO in one country. We need this support. Of course, our national states do that too. Of course, the companies would always go to the national government first, but companies that are multinationals, they are happy to have the team, the big team, Europe, 27 member states acting together and supporting them. And here we are important. We know what is helpful for companies. Of course, at the end of the day, we also look at what is good for all the sides. And we also look at the dialogue opportunities. How about you? Do you think Africa is the next big thing? Because sometimes young people say that. I had a meeting with young students of business economics who said, yes, Africa is the next big thing. Do you also think so? Well, it sounds full of enthusiasm. The next big thing, there's a lot of competition, but indeed, Africa is a continent of opportunities. And in Africa, we also see the opportunity of leapfrogging, that is to say, starting with very modern economic activities. I don't think we should just sail cars and develop a chemical industry in Africa. We are going to keep our strengths, but we are going to invest into modern technologies. That concerns green energy, hydrogen, it's high-tech. And this is what will make us successful in Africa. So it's the next big thing indeed. And Africa is also open-minded vis-à-vis investment and innovation. Every fourth African has a mobile phone-based bank account, and all the transfers are digitized, pushed by Corona, but it was well developed. And here, Africa is as open-minded towards innovation as Asia is. And we as German entrepreneurs should follow that, develop common business models, use our opportunities. And if we do all that, I might also say Africa is the next big thing. Ms. Franke Möller, since we just talked about so many industries and innovation potentials, what can we do precisely? We talked about healthcare, and of course that has something to do with the current situation, healthcare situation. What are the other industries that are very good for the future? Well, basically, we have many classical industries. We also have agriculture, which is highly interesting. And think of the chocolate coming from Ghana and value creation that for many years was not carried out in Ghana, and all the processing took place in Europe. Such topics are highly important. Then we have energy as a very important topic. Solar energy, and there are also the other modern forms of energy. And there are also CHPs, which are very important, although they're not so modern anymore in Europe. And thirdly, it's training, vocational training. You have a very young population there, young people who want to learn, who are eager to study, and they think more global than some people in Bavaria, Saxony and Berlin would think. And such training is very much sought after in Africa, and that plays a major role whenever we work with companies. At the end of our panel, let me go back to Ms. Lageda. She has the expertise of working on the ground. I don't want to just advertise your company, but it's interesting to see how you developed. What is happening there in your area in healthcare in Africa? I mean, we, for instance, have just installed new imaging systems in Angola, in Rwanda. There is a catheter lab, that is to say, you can have your cardiac catheter installed in Kigali. Our partners in medical systems have installed a radiation therapy equipment in Uganda. In Kenya, cancer is the second most mortality reason. So innovation takes place, especially digital innovation. Everything that concerns mobile applications, mobile consultations, e-medicine, that's very much advanced. And here we work together with GIZ, the lab of the future, high-tech, all of this is important. And we have a lot of exchange also with Africa. Training is very important. And if you have a high-tech innovation-based society, you first of all have to fulfill the basic needs of the people. That is to say, stay healthy. We still have 2 minutes. And here I'd like to come back to the specificities of regulation. What would be the wish? What would you like to have done by your African partners? I think our African partners, all of them in recent years, have followed UN, WHO programs, and they focus on healthcare more and more. They have recognized that it is necessary to do something, and also financing institutions have understood. It's not just about access to water and mother and child care. You need to cover the whole portfolio of health and healthcare. Kenya, for instance, or Ghana, they have big public-private partnerships financed by international financial institutions. And here laboratory diagnostics are accelerating, and there is more and more access not only to the treatment of infectious diseases, also access to the modern civilization diseases like cardiac diseases and so on and so forth. Thank you very much. I think we were able to focus on a number of important aspects regarding German companies and their activities in Africa. It seems to have many opportunities out there. Thank you to Ms. Lageda, Franke Möller, Mr. Niedermark and Mr. Woyan. Thank you for this panel, and I wish all our viewers on the stream a lot of interesting, insightful discussions at the Day of German Industry.
Herzlich willkommen zurück.
A very warm welcome back, everyone. We hope you're refreshed and strengthened, because we need strength. It goes on this afternoon. I'll hand over to Isabel, because she will be in charge of the first panel. We're expecting exciting guests like the Austrian Chancellor Sebastian Kurz, who you will talk to. We are now going to talk about data and the future. We're looking forward to much for this afternoon at the Verti Music Hall, and of course we welcome everybody on the stream. I think we have some very important questions for today and important comments that we want to address this afternoon. The futures with the open champions, or networking is still too homogeneous, or something else I thought was great was entrepreneurship is great. It's great, isn't it? Yes, that is something for your panel. Now we're looking forward to the first kick-off this afternoon. We are welcome Head of the FDP, Christian Lindner.
Mr.
President, ladies and gentlemen, how lovely to finally see people again, sort of personally, physically, after months of the pandemic, when we had to become familiar with all sorts of different digital meeting formats. The sort of exchange we have here tonight really is irrepressible. And perhaps there is a chance that a day of industry can again be held in this format, is the expression of a change in the pandemic, which allows a partial return to normality. We've had serious and very far-reaching restrictions on liberty in the last few months. But right at the beginning, I would like to tell you that in our conviction, despite all the need for health protection, in the future, innovative measures, including a digitized public administration, a different type of public procurement, must make it possible to weigh the health risks on the one hand, and also look at the social, societal and economic risks of combating the pandemic, and combine and balance these two better, or in other terms, a second time, the sort of stagnation we've had for months, that must not happen again. Some people think the strong role of the government during the pandemic is inspiring to now translate this strong role to the transformation of business and society, which is ahead of us. Some are dreaming of the fact that a similar controlling, interventionist, subsidizing, prohibitive role of the state should be continued after the pandemic. I advise against this. Not all government activity in the past has been free of the decisions that were wrong, like the government sharing cure vectors now has shown that the government isn't always the best investor. Companies can make the wrong decisions, and that is part of it. Risks need to be taken. Not every investment, not every research will lead to success. But that, after all, is why it's entrepreneurs who do this sort of thing, and not the government. We believe that after the pandemic, we now will have a phase of economic renewal to face. It's not just the economic damage of the pandemic we need to deal with, it's also our competitiveness. Even before COVID, this had been eroded, so now it needs to be strengthened. And this year, an important directional decision is to be made by you and all of us, namely, what will the future direction of this country be? I think one priority needs to be playing on our economic strengths again, putting it at the heart of political endeavors. I'm now seeing about 100 days before the elections, there are many social and ecological projects which are used for the election campaign. But all of us need to become familiar with the fact, yet again, that without a sound economic footing, any social and ecological promises of the society will remain dreams that cannot be financed, which is why the priority after decades of distribution has to be to generate prosperity as a priority. Let me give you 5 brief points on that. 1, a top tax country is a country where I would strongly advise raising taxes and levies even further. On the contrary, we need to finally be competitive. It's an encouraging fact that the CDU in its election program also now exclude tax hikes, even though Friedrich Merz only recently thought it possible to raise inheritance tax. What we need is priority given to private investment for strengthening equity base, for private retirement care and for private consumption, ladies and gentlemen. The government will have to consolidate its own budgets for the time being, so we need to balance the private and the public sector. Second, economic freedom is to be reinforced. In North Rhine-Westphalia, the Minister for Economic Affairs, who is from the FDP, my party, is responsible for a program which has caused lots of laws to be given, which frees, which liberates business and industry. And it was very nice for me to see that the CDU Chancellor is now recommending his FDP colleague minister's plans for the federal government. I can only support him in this. But without question, credibility is a bit at stake. Just now, at the request of the CDU-CSU, we got a supply chain law, which will definitely not improve the human rights situation in the world, but definitely contribute to more red tape in Germany. And just today, a new climate package has been provided by the Grand Coalition, where targets are made more stringent, but the debate on how to implement these realistically, this is something which is postponed into the future. And let us not be in doubt, ladies and gentlemen, climate protection is a job for all of us in humanity. And I think decarbonizing our economy is a great opportunity. I can tell you that by a little story. I gave an interview to a Sunday paper. There was an interview that they did with a woman candidate, and she spoke about restriction to air travel in Germany, higher prices for fuel. You may like it or not. 2 days later, I met John Kelly, the climate commissioner of the American president. And he opened the discussion by saying, we'll soon be 9 billion people in the course of this century. The largest market is going to be renewables. And we want to be the market leader. And we are going to make India climate neutral. And we're going to have the most high-performance finance sector in the world. So we're not just selling technology, we're selling the funding as well. That's the sort of thinking we need in Germany for climate protection. It is part of a growth and modernization agenda, and not as part of an agenda of sacrifice. Third point, social security below 40% means that current social standards will have to be financed, first of all, before we can invent new ones. Fourth point, the question of digitization and modernization of the state, very much something we'll be discussing on this panel in a moment. And ladies and gentlemen, something which for you, for the export sector, is extremely important. We need to trust ourselves to engage in free and fair global competition. What do we want to live off in the future? Who do we want to cooperate with? If I hear that Alliance 90, the Greens, say that even the free trade agreement with Canada is something they don't wish to ratify. Well, ladies and gentlemen, who else in the world are we supposed to engage in free trade with if we can't do it with the Canadians, which is the most European of all the nations outside of Europe? So one priority of economic policy has again to be a commitment to free trade, fair trade in the world between market economies. That's a motor for prosperity, not just for us, but for everybody. And now I'm looking forward to the panel.
Let me ask you to join us over here then, Mr. Lindner. We have to keep a certain distance. Could I ask the other panelists to come up and join us, please? We're looking very much forward to this discussion, and of course we'll pick up on some of the points that you raised. Welcome. I'm looking forward to this discussion with Dr. Carla Krivet, who's CEO of BSH Group, home appliance manufacturer. Welcome to you. Dr. Michael Schöllhorn, Chief Operating Officer at Airbus. And Gregor Pillen, General Manager of IBM, Germany, Austria and Switzerland. And we want to hear all about the quantum computer and the potential it has. But first we have to ask Mr. Lindner, you were just talking about the Greens and the free trade agreement with Canada. Am I reading between the lines? Could I imagine that you don't want to enter a coalition with the Greens? It's just a rumor. Yes, there is a rumor. But I propose that, first of all, we focus on discussion about our manifestos and not speculation about coalitions. But I will say that it's only when you put the manifestos alongside each other that the proximity between CDU-CSU and our party, the FDP, is closer than with the Greens. If we wanted to implement our policy on green issues, we could have entered a coalition with Ms. Merkel 4 years ago. We didn't have to wait for the Greens. So let's be guided by manifestos. But I do think it's interesting to know whether you could imagine working in a coalition. You did mention the free trade agreement, and I could imagine that there's a lot of catching up to do there. But that doesn't mean to say that you have to answer the question. No, you can carry on asking. But I think we have other issues. I'm not standing for the chancellorships, and I was only given 5 minutes here. Okay, so that's the next objective for the FDP, right? Does that annoy you slightly? No. Not the 5 minutes. The other thing. No, not at all. Because you're asking me a serious question, let me give you a serious answer. I don't think that being candidate for the Chancellor is a serious concept. Maybe years ago we might have thought about whether we're on an equal footing with Adenauer, but what decides things now is not a political personality, but the constellation. I mean, Laschet as a chancellor with different colours in the coalition will always result in a different policy package, because it depends on the partner. Okay, I'll leave you alone, because we've got other things to discuss. But I had to ask, obviously. But let's stay with the Greens for a moment, and the question about how compatible the Greens are now with industrial policy. In Germany, we've just seen Annalena Baerbock here, the leader of the Greens, and a question I have to you. Do you think the Greens have understood what industry need? We have the example today about flights and what the Greens think about flying. And sometimes people think they can't admit to flying. So how does Airbus see this? How compatible are the Green Party? You mean me, don't you? Well, it's not such an easy question to answer. A lot of the things that Ms. Baerbock said, I would tick off. For example, we have to hit the pedal in implementing our PTL strategy, our hydrogen strategy. I think we have to focus on priorities. We can't do a little bit of everything with all these technologies that are developing, at least as far as aviation is concerned. Otherwise, we wouldn't invest critically enough in anything and make enough progress. But you asked me about the Greens rather than Ms. Baerbock, and I can't really answer that. I don't think there's one opinion in the Greens. No, it's a bit confusing, isn't it? I'm not quite sure what the line is there, but we can see a rapprochement there, and that's partly what the last discussion was about. So there's overlapping on objectives, but I think we still have to argue about the way to get there. What about the others? I think Ms. Baerbock was impressive today in trying to show that it is about what you just said, ultimately coming up with solutions in a coalition. The Green positions she tried to express clearly so that we will understand it. But I think that implementation is really what negotiations have to be about. Thank you. But I was glad that she talked about feasibility. So, Dr. Krivert, I'm picking up that question with you as well, to come back to something Ms. Baerbock said. Green industrial policy. The BSH group has already been pioneering some ideas. Yes, since 2020 we've been carbon neutral, not only in manufacturing, but also in research and development and in our offices. It's been a tough journey, it's hard work. We can all talk about where we want to be and what the political framework has been, but a lot of it is about detail. And we engage with it in research and development. Because the question is, how do we implement that green agenda? How green is aviation now? It's already been mentioned today. And what security do you need? Because we've discussed that today as well, about the planning security, investment security that industry needs. It's a lot of questions wrapped up there. Aviation today is a lot greener than it was 10 or 20 years ago. I think everyone knows the metrics more or less. Commercial aircraft now needs about 2 liters per passenger for 100 kilometers. That's about 65 grams carbon. But that's not enough of an answer. We've seen in the pandemic that we've not done quite so well, but we had to reduce our investment. We have not reduced our investment, however, in decarbonisation during the pandemic. So we have to talk about the investment thrust that we're looking to, innovation thrust that we're looking to. So we talked about hydrogen engines, and a lot of people applauded that, and some people said that's not possible. How are you going to certify that, and what technologies do you need to develop to do that? Well, we have set an ambition. We know that ultimately we need decarbonisation. Otherwise, forget aviation. So the tension there is between this great innovation leap and all the little steps you have to take on the way. So sustainable aviation fuels, PTL, synthetic fuel, but not in an evolutionary way, but pretty quickly. We were talking about hydrogen. I mean, it's been the subject of a panel, but do you have any idea where the hydrogen is going to come from, especially green hydrogen? And will we have it in time? We talk about hydrogen as the great panacea, but I think the demand is huge. That's very important. And we don't really have a clear plan for that. The only thing we can see at the moment is there's going to be not enough of it. So we'll have to work with blue hydrogen and other colours of hydrogen. There's no other way about it. And I think that we have to base our decisions on technologies and facts. So how do we want to distribute that hydrogen? Because ultimately we'll have to carve it up for a long time. So there will have to be a framework set. We'll have to look, where won't there be any hydrogen, and where do we really need to make progress? Something else we need to do is perfect our theory, but also take action. I'd like to come back to data availability, data sovereignty, and your attitude to that. But before that, I'd like to come on to the second great bearer of hope, which is quantum computers, which you've just announced. Now, this is a technology that a lot of us can't really imagine. In fact, we don't really understand the potential that it offers us where. Can you tell us a bit more about that from IBM's point of view? Well, I'll try to do that briefly. Quantum technology is a complementary technology that's very important. We've all grown up with bit technology. We can see at the moment that bit technology is reaching its physical limits, even if the 2 nanometer chip has just been announced. We're gradually running out of development capacity there. There are problems in the economics, there are problems in the optimization, in the logistics, portfolio management. You can solve those problems with big technology, but it takes a long time and a lot of energy. And quantum technology enables us to do all that much faster. But it's complementary. So quantum technology, like I said, plays a complementary role for neuronal networks, bit technology, and enables us to speed up a lot of projects in industry. If you include it in your applications, like Daimler in its battery research, it will enable a quantum leap towards producing new materials and agents, which is particularly important to Germany. So Dr. Krivert and Dr. Schöbong could benefit from it. Yeah, Dr. Krivert asked already, and I imagine all of you could probably use it in logistics. That would be my first issue. I'd have to go into detail. But what I just said about the materials economy and materials research, it's the opportunity without silicon having to be mined. Even in Germany, we're thinking about these commodities, these agents, additives that we need, components that we need. So that's particularly important for inputs, manufacturing inputs. This innovation would help us a great deal. Yes, right across the spectrum, material research, flight simulation, traffic flow simulation. How do we deal with the bottlenecks in aviation structure? But first of all, you need the data for that. Mr. Lindner, we were listening to Minister Baer, who said that most of the data we have in Europe, that is generated in Europe, isn't being used. I think she said 90%. So with regard to data use, we keep hearing Gaia X and Europe's data sovereignty. Do you really think that at some point in Europe we're going to be in a position really to ensure data sovereignty in this field? For ourselves, compared with what the United States and China are doing, they've made so much progress. Will we really be able to define standards? In B2C, the platform for private consumers, I think not. If you have a cooperative-based Facebook, the sort of thing that the EU Commission would like to invent, no, that's not going to work. But if you look at the industrial internet, we have assets that we can use. We need to create a basis for that through infrastructure with fiberglass, but also legally speaking. I do think that the general regulation on data protection is not really the culmination of civilizatory endeavor. Simple use of data, simple collection of data, that's what we need. New applications, new technologies will need this, but also for artificial intelligence, we need to generate knowledge about new therapies, for example. Let me be quite clear about that. The legal framework we have now doesn't allow data from medical studies to be used later, again, for applications without asking the patients again for their consent, even though we have anonymization. Well, there we're hitting the brake ourselves. We're implying our own chains, and I'm sure the rest of the world will be faster. So, Dr. Krivert, what data do you need? You want to digitize in your group too? What do you use? What data flows are you already using? And what are we losing out on because we're not using this potential? We make active use of appliance data. All our services are based on preventive medicine. That's a huge advance. When I know that washing machine's about to break down, I can plan when to send the engineer and make sure that the right parts are available. And for environmental reasons as well, that's good. We use consumer data, and we're learning some interesting stuff at the moment. For example, we have a new cooking appliance. We ask consumers whether they want to make this data available or not, whether they want to network or not, and 99% of users want to. We ask them and they say, fantastic, added value, can share recipes. That is so useful, I want to do it. And they know exactly what they're doing. So I think this bogey of lack of security is a very German issue, to be honest. I lived in America for a long time, and someone said to me once there, this fear you tend to find with older people who've lived in different times historically and healthy, as Mr. Lindner was saying. If you're sick and you want cancer research, then maybe you change your mind. And German is another big factor where there's a high correlation. So I think we need to be more open and seize the opportunities provided by data processing. Did I hear applause? What about with you? What data would you like access to, and what new business models could you envisage for your sector? We're already using a lot of data, like BSH. We collect service data, flying data, and either we use it as raw data or we process it in an alliance. That's something that we're pioneering in our sector, because we have more than 100 airlines involved in this network. We can use it for our own purposes to optimize manufacturing processes and flows. So, yeah, we're on the case. To come back to your original question about Gaia X, Gaia X, I think, could be progress in the sense that I can hyperscale and yet observe European rules, but something Gaia X I don't think will achieve is a leap towards capabilities. We have to come up with something better. Mr. Pillen, with all this data, we've just heard about hyperscaling. Is it clear where the data is? Does anyone know? Can anyone tell? I think it's a very important buzzword in terms of sustainability and transparency. We've heard about that before. We want to build people's trust. And sovereignty will only happen if people aren't frightened. If I can use my data with sovereignty, if I'm sure of my sovereignty. But as Mr. Lindner said, we have to distinguish between the sovereignty we need for end users, sovereignty we need for employees, and what is sovereignty in B2B, in markets, in the way we work together. So Gaia X for me is an example where it's not so much about Europe trying to ward something off, but to actually look at the use cases and set up consortia to bring together companies who can work together on data spaces, on defining those data spaces for markets in Europe where sovereignty is ensured. And the last point, in the United States, we have to observe that there's some rethinking going on. There too, people want more transparency, and a dialogue has begun now between the European Union and the United States. The Trade and Technology Council is a step towards that, to greater dialogue rather than a competition of prohibition. Mr. Lindner, what do you expect the Trade and Technology Council to achieve? First of all, I'd like to see the results before I evaluate it. I think we need to tackle some big questions in Europe. The sovereignty of Europe is something that I sometimes feel is associated with competition with the United States. We are above all partners in cooperation. And to come back to what I said before, I think we need some renewed efforts on our strategic cooperation with the United States. Our global joint rival lies further east. So this transatlantic partnership that you've just been referred to, is that going to be driven above all by technology in the future? So is trust important? In who partners with whom? Well, of course, security driven, because there are new threats out there in the world, partly because of the authoritarian policies we're seeing in the People's Republic of China and rearmament in Russia. There's no alternative strategic partnership with the United States, so I'm quite surprised that in Germany there is such skepticism about the United States. I do see that there are difficulties, but okay, the United States has different interests, so do we. We want to make sure that we're such an appealing region and market. We're already the biggest trade area. We want to encourage the United States to work with us rather than Pacific. So if that means a little bit less customs or tariffs on cars imported to Europe, then fine. I think the opportunities for German industry will be better as a result. How do you see that? We've been following in the media this argument about subsidies in aviation. Looks like they're burying the hatchet, at least for the time being. Do you think that's sustainable? Is that the end of the story? Well, it's certainly a very positive development in the sense that, as Mr. Lindner just said, the two Western industries in aviation are burying the hatchet, and they're still leading players. The Chinese are just setting about trying to challenge that leadership. So it's quite good if we stop shooting each other in the foot. That's good news. A 5-year moratorium or a truce or whatever you want to call it doesn't necessarily mean that we're working together on a final solution to these things. But to come back to your question, of course it's technology-driven, but it's above all value-driven, values-driven, the work that we do with the United States. How do you see that? I also think that we shouldn't be focusing entirely on the relationship with the United States. We need to recognize that the way that the German economy is an export champion, it exports all over the world. So when we think about the ways that we want to deal with security and protect ourselves, fine. But we also need to build platforms that are attractive enough to become the standard. It's interesting to see what market will prevail, what has the best system. If you look at the Android system for smartphones, look at the way that asserted itself. We'll try to develop something else. But there will always be some rivalry between different economic regions. It's important that we as Europeans remain pragmatic and that we don't try to protect too much. We need to seek dialogue, because only through dialogue can these innovations that are born in Europe be positioned globally. We could spend a whole panel on these interesting issues about the future relationship between security and independence, but we don't have a lot of time, unfortunately. And before we finish, I would like to mention climate protection. You gave us a bit of an impression about the role your quantum computer will play, but we haven't really talked yet about what sustainability means, apart from the fact that we have green manufacturing methods or green resources. Dr. Krivet, for you, sustainability, I think I can say, has been playing a big role for a long time. And a long time ago, you set off on a different course. We can see it now in your cooperation with the World Food Programme. What does it take for this kind of cohesion? What's so important to you about sustainability? Personally, what's important to me is to pay back. I think I've been very lucky in my life, and sustainability is something that we have a big responsibility for. And really not only in terms of the environment, something else that's really important, not with products, but also with business models. We have this hire rather than buy approach in Blue Movement. You mentioned cooperation with the World Food Programme. It's a fantastic partnership because at BSH we have expert knowledge. We can get things moving, we can contribute expertise, but also commercial sustainability. And we have to see all of that as part of a big picture. And not only in the company, we have to cooperate with the political community. That's fun and that's everyone's task. Okay, I'm going to change my last question. I was going to ask something else, but now I'm going to ask the gentleman what they would like to give back. I can start. To me, sustainability is not about dispensing with things, but how we replace technologies in smart ways so that we get better results with less input, less consumption. I think that's something we can do in every sector, and we're seeing it in all walks of life. So we're seeing a real thrust now towards these new technologies. This selection so that things are fit for purpose. I don't know whether I can give anything back, but I can give my brain and my heart. My brain has understood that we need to change course, otherwise that's it. And heart, because we need to have the courage to go down that road and take people with us. Otherwise, we've lost. That was the final word, or you get the final word, but first of all, some applause. The Federal Constitutional Court recently placed this in a new light with a decision when it talked about fairness between the generations. And the point of departure for this ruling was protecting the climate and the irreversibility of global warming if we don't do anything about it. But I think we need to be sustainable, not just in terms of the environment, as you said, but we have to give people an economic chance in the future. Social insurance systems which enable the state to take the action it needs to take, so that people's grandchildren can implement their dreams economically. And I think the view taken by the court was, never mind the political debate, the Constitutional Court, even with regard to technologies, we need to be sustainable. So we can't make decisions today, close doors, rule out technologies that later generations might want to use, like carbon capture and storage, or hydrogen isn't just the champagne of the energy transition, maybe it needs to become the mineral water, or artificial intelligence, which is so bureaucratic now in Germany, or already banning combustion motors, although we're not ready to do that in Europe, or new rules for the chemicals industry in Europe, which will be devastating in some sectors. This is also sustainable. So we need to keep those doors open for technologies in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our time is up. It was an interesting discussion, but you can continue to talk to each other off stage. So, thank you very much for being here, and all the best to you. And I now hand over to Nathalie Amiri. And we'll open our next panel right away. Our guest is going to come from Munich. He is the Minister President of the State of Bavaria. Markus Söder should be on screen now. And I'd like to ask the other panelists to come on stage.
Ja, hallo. Hallo. Schön, dass Sie alle hier sind.
It's good to have you all. First of all, hello to Munich. Let me introduce our panelists. To my left, we have Philipp Justus, Vice President of Central Europe Google.
Dr. Sigrid Nikuta.
Dr. Sigrid Nikuta, Chair, Member of the Board of Deutsche Bahn, and Markus Haas, CEO of Telefonica. Mr. Söder, let's start with you. Probably you would have thought we would start with you. Mr. Söder said he is not going to give an input statement. Let's start the discussion right away. Okay, we'll start with you. You have warned the CDU to just focus and rely on the concepts of the past. Yesterday, there was an election manifesto that was published. Do you still warn the CDU? Well, we have adopted a common program, a common manifesto. You cannot warn, you can just say it's a great thing. But indeed, I think it's a very good manifesto. that combines two elements, stability and renewal at the same time. We need both things since we are living in times of change. We need no radical revolution, but we need a further development of existing systems. And we also need to come back to thinking about our ability to perform. I have listened to the last panel and I support many things that were said. We need to face the global competition. And if we want to be successful, and if we are not successful, our prosperity will get lost. Our task is to remain prosperous and be sustainable. We need ecology and economy simultaneously, not playing one thing off the other. And I think our manifesto has clear-cut positions against tax increases and in favor of decreases of company taxes. We are against bans like flight bans or speed limits. And we also have included new digitization options. So I think I'm quite happy with the program. Dr. Nikutta, is Germany going to succeed to embark on a path of digitization sustainability? Yes, I am confident. And that is why I joined Deutsche Bahn. Because the ecology and the economy, as Mr. Söder has said, need to be connected, and we can't do that in Germany. We do have a huge environmental network. We have 35,000 kilometers of rail infrastructure in Germany. We can use it, and more traffic can go to the railroad. And that will make it possible to indeed combine ecology and economy. And so I'm absolutely optimistic. We can use digitization, because if you go by train today, you would have your mobile application, your DB navigator to book your trip. You can see where you are. You can do that also for your fellow passengers. You have all the information in real time. And we have the same also for goods transport, freight transport. That is to say, the commodities of our prosperous nation can be transported via railways, and it can be as easy as going by train. And that shows that Germany can do several things quite well. Manufacture good, provide good services, and also achieve transport in an environmentally friendly manner. All of that can be combined. You want to modernize freight traffic. What have you achieved? You also want to improve the image of railway freight traffic. Railways, German Railways is a company that is several hundreds of years old. I have joined the company 1.5 years ago, and I think we have already done something to popularize freight transport. But we must understand it's not enough to just be angry if the motorway is blocked by lorries and trucks. We all can make our contribution to an improvement on the roads. We all can think about how do I transport the goods? How were the goods that I consume transported across Europe in an environmentally friendly railway way? Every ton of railway transport saves 80 to 100% CO2. That is to say, we have a solution for many things. We just have to use it. Mr. Justus, German economy, German society is facing huge transformations. What can be the contribution of Google? The transformation you have addressed is the digital transformations. We are facing several transformations, and I think Google's contribution could be focused on digitization in particular. We also have undergone a quantum leap in Germany, over the last 18 months when the pandemic began. We have rearranged our life digitally. As private persons, we shop in a different way. We work from home. Many companies send their employees home to work from there. And also combining the home with a place of studies, that was also a major leap for digitization. And we as Google think we can keep up the momentum and provide the instruments and tools that we need to make it work. Instruments and tools that make it possible to work from everywhere. Video conferencing, collaborative working, but also instruments such as Google Search or YouTube or Chrome and Android. They also help to develop digitization. That is to say, on the one hand side, we consider it our task to provide instruments and tools. On the other hand, we also want to help people learn how to handle digital tools. Many people find it easy to work with digital tools. Some find it more difficult. And that is to say, I think Google and all tech companies must do something in order to provide digital trainings and so on and so forth. We have developed a program for that purpose. It's called Future Workshop. It offers digital trainings, and over 1 million people in Germany have used these tools already. And that provides a level playing field, equal opportunities for everyone, because digitization should not be the transformation of just a few people. We have to be able, as business people, as the political community and society, to get together. You're a global company. Where's Germany in your global ranking? When I look at the world, the population in Germany is 83 million. It's just a share of the global population, a bit more than 1%. That is to say, when we look at the number of users, Germany is important, but not very important. It's completely different when you look at the economic significance. Of course, Germany has a huge weight in the world as an economic nation, and we also see that in the use of our products. Google sees Germany as an important market, not just because of the private users and many companies we work with. We work with Deutsche Bahn, we work with Telefonica, many others. We also work with many small businesses. Especially during the pandemic, we could see that small businesses had to go online. Everyone had to have a website. So Google Maps was important so that people could see what are the opening hours. So Germany is a very important country, market for us economically, but we would be happy to have more private people using us. In autumn last year, you started developing the 5G network, Mr. Justus. We have 60 cities that are having 5G. Munich, for instance, on the 3rd of October, our system went live. Until the end of the year, we have 30%, and then at the moment, we invest 4 billion into our network. We are closing the last white spots. That is to say, we are making good progress, and we are in the age of mobile phones, and the half of all private persons use the Telefonica O2 network. And during the pandemic, the mobile users have gone up significantly. That is to say, every 2 years, we need to double our network capacities. But that's true also for industry. That is to say, the first 5G production sites are already launched. That is to say, they use 5G for sensors, precision mechanics, and many more opportunities that companies have. Also in the cloud services, they need no longer paper-based documentation. Everything is documented automatically. That is to say, it's an efficiency gain because of 5G, and we have only just started. It's still the beginning. Now, Mr. Söder has joined us virtually. The policy level is here. Do you have any demands vis-à-vis the government? Well, opening up new ways in the framework of the new Telecommunication Act. Bayer has said that the frequency auctions should be abandoned because these were frequencies that we have invested millions into, and all other federal states followed Bavaria. Finally, a new act was adopted. That is to say, existing frequencies where we have already using 5 million SIM cards, those frequencies opportunities could be given to you during the next round automatically, which gives you better investment opportunities. We are the trampoline of German industry. The better our networks, the higher everybody else can jump. That is to say, it's a very important step. This act was adopted just fairly recently, and that's a good thing for us. As industry, we can invest more, and we hope very much that the new federal government is going to take the same approach. Instead of auctioning existing frequencies, they should be given to the person that has it. If I want to re-register my car in Munich, I have to go to the office. Why can't I do that digitally?
Wir sind in Deutschland super, was die
We are super in Germany as far as digitization of some leading services are concerned. Everything we do in terms of artificial intelligence, robotics, quantum computing, we invest into a high-tech agenda, 3.5 billion euro. And partners of Google's, Apple, they're all located in Bavaria. They really invest big time. And we would like to work together with the German research elites to create the best environment for the best robotics and quantum computing efforts. But as far as day-to-day activities are concerned, we are really lagging behind. We have a lot of catching up to do, and that is why our cabinet has drawn up a pact. We are going to set up a digitization agency. The problem in everyday services are concerned, like schools, like public administration. These are the things that we are bad at because we have too many bad interfaces. Everybody did some proprietary solution, implemented such a solution. And of course, interfaces are always the most problematic thing. And that is why we need a changing legislation. We have a new Digital Services Act. We need a clear-cut solution as far as our digital efforts are concerned. We need to change that everyday situation. And we also have to make sure that we have to rebalance the data security thing. It was a bit crazy during the Corona times. We have had decision-making powers for limiting fundamental rights, but we could not find a solution for the mobile application, Corona mobile application, because of data protection. So your problems that you addressed, like registration and public administration, also distance learning for pupils and students, that is also something where we have to get better. And allow me to also add, we need a rapid acceleration of approval procedures. Let's give one example. I'm not talking about railways, because Andy Schauer told me that the Brenner Tunnel might go live, might be commissioned in 2047. I mean, it doesn't make sense to talk about climate protection if we have no acceleration of approval procedures for railway lines. And it's the same thing. Those people who want to have climate protection, they would oppose new railways. And the same goes for communication lines. So in many areas, we see that the acceptance is not too high. There was a mayor that said we have to become a 5G-free country because 5G is bad for the mood, for the psychological health. I said, well, my comment is that's also recognized when we see people who are living with 4G. So we need a kind of new awareness-raising campaigns. If we don't get faster, we cannot improve day-to-day services. So we have to work hard. In Bavaria, we have provided better coverage for the rural areas, and now it's about 5G. And of course, I am sometimes so angry because, there are so many bureaucratic details. Some ministries says, no, we don't want that because it is interfering with our competence. And so I'm looking forward to the Federal Ministry of Digital Affairs. Armin Laschet has introduced the idea to set up a digital ministry. We do have one of these ministries in Bavaria, but for us, our digital ministers is always a major struggle to fight against the other ministries. And she always needs a minister-president at her side to support her. So we need to be a bit more enthusiastic. Excuse me for saying so. It's our basic problem. We have no lack of knowledge. We have good analysis capacities in our country. We know exactly where we want to go or what we need. But we got used to model through. Today, we're surprised that the corona pandemic showed us so many weaknesses in our day-to-day activities, and we're always amazed to see how quickly others develop, and this is what we need to start. We need to enter this competition. This is the basic idea, the basic philosophy, since you mentioned our manifesto. The basic philosophy is more speed, prosperity, and sustainability.
But so far, the CDU-CSU wasn't in opposition. It looks as if you've been sort of fettered. I mean, you could have implemented all of that already. Or was it a surprise during COVID? No, sure, but we're not the only ones, are we? I mean, if it was just us, it would be easier. But I mean, let's see. One of our partners, you saw him this morning, SPD, I mean, he blames Peter Altmaier for all sorts of things. I mean, coalitions are necessary, have to be, and it's important. There are many things we've pushed forward together, but there are certain places where the going gets rough. It's like football. You've got one team that doesn't really want to play and has a defensive blocking match. It's not a very watchable match. But you're right. I mean, maybe it'll work with new partners in the autumn. But to be honest, I was a little disappointed by the presentation of the Green Manifesto. I always thought, I mean, I've had a discussion with Ms. Baerbock here and I've seen her here, and I thought that brings a bit new momentum in it. But recently it just sounds like 1980s philosophy come back. So I've heard Christian Lindner. That is a much more sympathetic approach to us and substantially stronger from the matters at heart. If that would work, it would be pretty good. But yes, you're right, more needs to happen. But if you allow me to say, from one year to the next, we have had to deal with a new big crisis, and I think we did it well. But of course, that doesn't tend to ignore the fact there are lots of little things that need to be tweaked as well. Ms. Nikuta, you nodded emphatically while Mr. Söder was talking. Do you agree with him? Oh, yes. I mean, the issue of everyday digitalization is something that affects all of us. And I am surprised in just how many areas we managed so quickly to implement everyday digitization because COVID demanded it. My company, for example, German Railways, overnight 70,000 jobs were moved to WFH, working from home, including control jobs where I would have thought, no, cannot be done. Could be done. So that was a totally positive effect. Nothing broke down, everything worked. I nodded most emphatically when he talked about approval processes and the speed of approvals. Because this is truly this NIMBY subject, which actually affects us massively, particularly when I'm talking at goods traffic, railway goods traffic. That affects me. Everybody says, yeah, let's move goods traffic on the rails, and then nobody does it. When we're talking about what it means in concrete terms, what I experience that many companies, virtually all companies, these days discuss with me, well, how is it done? They're not asking, can it be done? They're asking how it could be done, because companies all understand that if you have a CO2 reduced production, you have to include transport, and the transport chain is one of the crucial factors in it. So this is the hour of the railways. But when it comes to saying something else, namely, no single industrial area in Germany should be without a connection to the railways. I mean, we're building roads to anywhere you like, so why not build rail as well? If we did that, we've set everything in motion. Germany was a pioneer in recent, at the end of last year. We managed to equip all our goods trains with very quiet braking system, which has halved the noise of goods traffic. So it's half as loud as it was. We were a total pioneer in Europe about this. So we do all we can to make things quieter. It is extraordinarily quiet now. But as a next step, we must make sure we've got new routes that we can provide relief, particularly for some regions, so that less is on the roads. And as Mr. Söder said, in Europe, we are pretty slow in this. It's not something which is a selling point. And nobody can understand it either. So, as far as I'm concerned, we need to get much faster. If I go to an industrial company and they tell me, yes, Ms. Nikuta, linking up to your railway system would be great, I should be able to say, right, we'll do it for next year. And how long would it take? Well, I tend to point out the various planning and approval procedures I have to go through in order not to tell them it can take up to 5 years. I mean, this is very unpleasant. I mean, sooner or later, we'll all be vaccinated against COVID, but there is no vaccination for the environment. We have to do things, and we have to do it fast. And we have to say very clearly, this is where we put the foot down and we do it fast. You're addressing the right point here. When it came to COVID, so much was made possible. Billions were spent just like that. Laws were passed really fast. So basically, the infrastructure exists. We can do it, but somehow the danger isn't something we understand. I mean, COVID with lockdowns and vaccinations, we've almost vanquished it. And in Germany, it's looking fairly good. But a vaccination against climate change doesn't exist, does it? Yeah. That is something where our own sort of psyche is tripping us up, if you like. Because we, as human beings, we underestimate the dangers we cannot see, right? And the environmental issue is not something I can see right now, so I underestimate its danger. But we are beginning to increasingly feel it. And despite all the danger, I'm still optimistic, therefore, because we're beginning to feel it. We see it. We see the impact of climate change. And I think we're now at a turning point. This is where we see something is going to come upon us, and there's still time to do something. I think we will. According to a recent survey, 77% of people in Germany say that they would like Germany to be more sustainable. But when push comes to shove, it's just under 1% of citizens who would actually pay their CO2 equivalent when they use a flight. Or speed limit, I don't even use the word because there'll be an outcry. So what's going on between awareness, wishes and reality? We do see that when it comes to mobile phone recycling, the willingness to recycle has increased. Our objective is by 2025, Telefonica will be climate neutral at the latest. If you ask us, and we regularly do this, it's one of the top priority, apart from data protection, privacy, attractive prices. One of the top 3 issues is climate neutrality. We are part of the solution or part of the problem as the network operator because we help others to achieve their climate goals by providing better logistics, by avoiding trips to be undertaken and so on and so forth. So there is a changed awareness. Despite the COVID pandemic, many companies, we think, many of our business customers have done their homework and set very clear targets, irrespective of what politics demanded, because there is an awareness for it. It's our responsibility. We can do something now, and the new technologies are helpful to achieve climate goals much easier than it was 10 years ago. Mr. Justus, you wrote on Twitter, I've just read it, digital change needs courage, ideas, and the wish to do things. How much courage? I mean, there's a room for improvement, right? Certainly. I think with all 3 matters, courage, ideas, and the wish to do things, there is room for improvement. I think in the last few months we had a lot of courage, we've seen a lot of action, and suddenly much was possible when COVID happened. I also saw that there are areas where lots of people can say no when things don't happen. I mean, when I'm thinking of my children's experience in school, how long it took until they made it possible able to do school by video conference at home or to submit their homework electronically. I mean, solutions exist all over everywhere. Masses of providers provide masses of solutions. But in Germany, there are many different authorities and institutions, not just one per region, but several in various authorities who can say no. And I think we need to rethink this. We need to say, how can the number of naysayers be reduced and the people in favor increase so that making digitization possible can be done faster. Now, looking at industry and companies, I think the big challenge ahead of us is to carry the momentum of digitization further, as far as ideas are concerned and the willingness to experiment. Just the way we've seen it happen in the last year. The big change is that all companies now understand I am a digital company, or should be. It's no longer an abstract something which only concerns startups in Munich and Berlin being a digital company, but digital company that affects every single company. And it requires a major rethink, starting with the question, how to address my customers? Where do I find my customers? Do I understand my customers? Digitally, that's all possible. And I think if we take the willingness to try out new things into the next few years, then everything is possible. This morning we had one panel where we asked where the new pioneers will come from. And one of the participants said that the students are our assets, and we must make sure that these students aren't leaving. And medium-sized companies complain and lament that Google and Apple and Facebook are so much more sexy. So what would you tell to mid-sized businesses, how they can be made more sexy? How do people want to go? Why is it they all want to come to you and not to mid-sized companies, even though they have attractive things to offer? Absolutely right. I think the young talents that come from their apprenticeship or the study, they want the university, they want to go where they can make things happen. And I'm sure that's not just with Google and O2 and Microsoft. I'm sure it's the same with Deutsche Bahn, because you're a big employer and a strong brand for school and university leavers. Absolutely. No, but seriously, I think what really matters is that as a company you make clear why it is that new members of staff can also make things possible and they have the license to make things happen. And then you get new talents, whether it's technical talent or commercial talent. One has to understand that there is a lot of competition for talent as well. It's not as a company can lean back and say, oh, well, they'll all come to me. No, there is a lot of competition, and we are part of that competition as well. Everybody wants the technical people, the experts. There's a huge competition for those university leavers. And Mr. Söder, I listened attentively. You're creating a lot of new professorships in Bavaria, and I'm sure that will increase the capacity and number of university students finishing such degrees. So that's the good news. We'll have more rather than fewer well-qualified people. Mr. Söder, what's your offer? What's the version you can offer for the young generation? Well, you know that even before COVID hit, we have offered something which is unique. No other part of Germany offers that. I've mentioned it. We have a high-tech agenda with a budget of 3.5 billion euros, 1,000 professorships, virtually only in the natural sciences and technical subjects, 10,000 new university places, 100 professorships just for artificial intelligence, which are going to be set up by 2030. That's, to give you an idea of scale, that's what they want to do in the rest of Germany, outside of Bavaria, by 2025. And we want to have a proper AI network, not just in Munich, but everywhere. Every single Bavarian university will be part of it. In addition, we add the technology areas which are important. Clean tech, very important. New propulsion system, or aviation, aerospace. We've got one of the biggest aerospace faculties in the whole of Europe, because we see a synergy in new space, aviation, aerospace, climate protection, climate change, and all of the related economic areas. So if I may say so, we're doing a pretty tough job. All of that combined with the reform of the university system, allowing greater flexibility for universities. And I think for the first time in about 50 years, we are establishing an additional technical university in Nuremberg, which will have a modular setup. So I think it's an offer to the world. Because we must make sure that we're an attractive site for all parts of the world, for the talents in our own country, which we want to promote, but also beyond. And the smartest heads and brightest minds in the world, as one of the partners has said, they're thinking, where will I go? Where is it attractive to be? And I think as Germany, as a location, we are highly attractive. We offer a strong, secure, economically reliable environment, strong mid-sized businesses. We don't have state capitalism as in China. We have the freedom of research, for example. So I think we are interesting. And ultimately, as you know from your own activities, it also has to be a work-life balance attractiveness. For many young people, it's not just how much we'll earn that matters, but the perspective, the prospects, the values, what will I be, what's the value of it, and what can I move? And I think here we need to put an offer on the table. And there's a reason why we as the Free State are one of those parts of Germany where we attract the most newcomers, new residents. We want to strengthen that. I mean, our life with modernity and a certain element of being laid back combined with technological high ambition. And that's something which you feel very strongly when you're looking at our young people. There is a fantastic new generation growing up. And if I may say so, we're just getting the results from the A-level examinations. And the Greens have talked about, or others, but the problems of the young generation. I want to, really express praise looking at the A-level this year. They had such difficult conditions, and they still do put in amazing work and performance. And I'm really proud and I'm amazed. I think all of us in Germany are very proud, very grateful for the young people, the wonderful young guys and girls growing up. They should be given a top offer, offering the best opportunities. A few of your younger people committing to them is even more important. And we want to do this. We want to put something on the table for them which simultaneously creates prospects for a completely new technological dimension which will help our country and position it as a fantastic location in international competition. How attractive is Germany for the world? I think extremely attractive. In many areas, Germany has a market leadership in industry, obviously the automotive sector, the chemical sector, pharmaceutical sector. There are many areas where we have very well-known world market leaders, but there are also the many hidden champions, the mid-sized companies, that brands that not everybody knows. Germany is really attractive, also for us as an American company. Many of the companies we partner with very closely when it comes to development partnerships, product partnerships. I mean, there's a reason why when it comes to quantum computing, which we heard about on the last panel, we have concluded a number of partnerships with large-scale German companies engaged in joint research here. So we noticed that the quality of R&D in Germany is enormously high, and our engineers appreciate the exchange with their counterparts in German companies. Totally so. Then I ask you once again, and then you, and then we'll have to end our panel. Right, how attractive is Germany? Well, as a German company, I can tell you that there are an amazing number of visitors coming to us from abroad who are interested in how we do it in Germany with this very complex infrastructure which evolved over time. How do you make sure you introduce new technologies? How do you do it incorporating research result? How do you, for example, as you showed in Nuremberg with that new university, how do you integrate entrepreneurship and research in your everyday jobs? I think we are serving as a really good role model because looking at the history of the German railways, it's characterized by the fact that time and again new technologies had to be tried and tested, made operational, and be used for either passenger or goods transport successfully. So, Mr. Haas, I'm not just the head of Telefonica O2 Germany, but also part of the global board, and I see what's happening in other countries: Brazil, Mexico, Spain, UK. And often the colleagues are envious, partly about the pandemic and how we manage that, or manage crises in general. We're not usually the fastest when it comes to introducing new technologies, implementing them. But when we do it, we're the most consistent. Then we actually do implement these technologies with top-notch quality. When it comes to SMS, texting, we were world champions. It took a long time before we adopted it, but no other parts of the population use texting as much as we did in Germany. It's still true now when we come into 5G. We are fairly far ahead. Most of the sites in Europe have been prepared, and I'm quite hopefully, because it's industrial technology, Germany is a manufacturing country. When you're looking at other countries by comparison, Germany is one of the most exciting countries. Germany is always said, well, Germany has got Mrs. Merkel. This is now going to change, so maybe I can surprise our colleagues in the global board. But generally, no, we are pretty far ahead. What a positive round. Thank you very much to all of you. Thank you, Prime Minister Söder in Munich. I now say goodbye to you all. It was an exciting panel. Many thanks.
Okay, we're going to continue in a moment, but because Isabel's going to be talking on the other side and we have to disinfect everything, we're just going to talk briefly about life, the day, and how important it is to stick to the hygiene rules. That's why we wanted to set a good example here. We need to disinfect the chairs because we're going to have our panelists on Gaia X in a moment. We've heard a lot of interesting insights from businesses or representatives who are players in Germany or global players based in Germany. You spend a lot of time abroad, and of course it would be good to know what the perception is of Germany abroad, of German industry, and the things that are changing here. Well, when the pandemic started, people said, oh, Germany, fantastic, the way you're tackling it. And then on the second lockdown, they said, what's all this business about the federal states and the federal level? You're blocking each other. So it wasn't so positive. But it struck the world that BioNTech is based in Germany, was invented in Germany, came to the market in Germany. And this dependability of made-in-Germany products, even the Chinese and the Russians have been involved in vaccines, but made in Germany is still the top seal. And I hear that everywhere. I think it needs to be polished a bit these days because people's expectations of Germany are pretty big. But at the same time, people say, yeah, fantastic, you've got this robust industry. But maybe you don't quite get digitization and you haven't really perfected it. I'd say that's my overall impression of the pandemic period. Well, thank you for sharing that. We could carry on, but we're looking forward to the next panel. And at this point, I'd like to ask all the panelists to come up onto the stage. We're going to talk about Gaia X.
Wunderbar.
Great. We have Claudia Nehmert from Deutsche Telekom. She's on a link. So you're behind us. Of course, we're welcoming you as well. We have our German Minister for Economic Affairs and Energy, Peter Altmaier. We have Dr. Robert Meyer from DATEV, he's the CEO, and Bernd Ohnesorge, President EMEA at Siemens Healthineers. And of course, Claudia Nehmert on the Technology and Innovation Board at Deutsche Telekom. So we're delighted that everyone's with us. Now, here we're supposed to talk about Gaia X, and during the day we've mentioned this again and again, how we want to use data, what potential there is, what potential we're not tapping, and the role of data sovereignty for Europe. And now along comes Gaia X. And before we go into more detail, Minister, I'd like to ask, what is Gaia X supposed to be ultimately? And where have we got to along that timeline? Because I get the impression there are a lot of different appraisals. There's a bit of confusion. Is it a cloud? Isn't it a cloud? Is it data infrastructure? And what's the difference? So let's use this panel, or at least the opening words, to sort this out a bit. Well, the first thing is we have some fantastic companies that Philip Justus mentioned in classical industry. In the digital industries, in the platform economy, we haven't been as successful as that. And I think word has got round, so there's no point in closing our eyes to that. 2 years ago, I presented an industrial strategy, and that was one of the focal points. Artificial intelligence and everything related to it. Cloud economy, platform economy. And then we decided in summer 2019 that we want to start a catch-up process. Highly performant, competitive German companies like Siemens, Bosch, SAP, where we'd lagged behind a bit on cloud hyperscalers. Because a lot of people underestimated how much data Industry 4.0 would require, would store, and how the data economy will play a role there. So we decided we'd do it with these companies, originally 22 founding companies. Now we have 270 taking part. We've set up a foundation based on Belgian law. So everyone's working full steam ahead. We've defined the first use cases. Container X will contribute so that the automotive industry can use it. We have two aims: to create standards so that we have secure data processing, storage, migration capability, or portability, and sharing. And of course, we want German companies who are already offering cloud solutions to have an opportunity to make the most of those standards and develop new business. So we have a project of common interest with the European Union. We also have domestic budgetary resources to help us close that gap so that we can keep value creation in Germany or bring it back. Okay, let me follow that up. When you say all these companies are already playing a part, are they on the council, are they advising you, or are they part of the project? Because there too, there's a bit of confusion, and I'll come back in a moment to why that's important in the international context. Well, of course, that's a really interesting point. It's rather like a Russian matryoshka with different layers. We've got some companies who invented this, devised it all together with us. These are European companies, not only German, French, Dutch, and they constitute the board of the foundation. These are European companies. And then in addition to that, we have opened collaboration to members through Gaia X, but they're not on the board. And there are Japanese companies, American companies are welcome to join if they sign up to the future Gaia X standards and promise to use them. And then we have a whole number of companies, in addition to those 270, who are involved in the workflow, who are interested in what's being done, who want to make a contribution with ideas or work. And overall, if you'd asked me a year ago, I wouldn't have believed it, but we can now say that it's the most important, most successful initiative for a long time that we have set up with industry in this field. So let's hear what industry has to say about it. Let's begin with Ms. Nehmert. What do you expect from Gaia X? What do you think it will be? And at what crossroads are we now? How far have we progressed? Well, we believe in the basic principles of Gaia X. data sovereignty, which means that as a company I can decide who I want to share data with, for what purpose and how long for. So it's about security and trust, but it's also about interoperability and openness. And I think these are all fundamental principles that for us as Europeans or Europe-based companies find important. Where have we got to? There are some very interesting use cases, such as Deutsche Telekom is participating on Catena X, which is basically a platform where basically all the automotive manufacturers, OEM suppliers, dealers are all involved, so that right across the supply chain we can exchange data on a trusted basis. And a very practical example is to analyze that when we have recalls, which are important to the industry. In addition to that, we're working with SAP and a French company, UVH, on cybernetics platforms. And what that is about is fully automated, very simple cloud services that can be used. And also, from our point of view, another issue that's important is the health and public sector, because that's an important use case for us. And we're working with some participants in the health sector. I'm not allowed to mention names because it's not ready to sign yet, on applying those Gaia-X principles to broader solutions in the health sector. So it's on the way, the practical uses as well. We're going to hear more about when and how, but that's the perfect bridge to Dr. Ohnesorge. What's the potential that Gaia-X has for your sector? Well, let me begin by setting out the foundations. I think it's been heard that the European Union is thinking about a data space, especially for healthcare data. And it's very important that if you have a platform, Gaia-X, this collaboration with the private sector as well can be thrashed out. And I'm hoping that the European Union will set up that data space, provide the computer power and the basis, and Gaia-X should be based on that. For the German industry, it's very important to have this in the future, because we've heard this bridge between industry and digitization. We can't separate these anymore. Industries are becoming increasingly digitized. Let me give you our example with X-rays. All the equipment is now digitized. The machinery, the equipment is more intelligent, it's networked, and digital methods are applied for analysis in the interest of patients so that doctors can access the information. So this innovation thrust, this innovation segment, if we're going to keep that in Europe, we're a global player, of course, we operate around the world, but above all at home, for our sites, we need this so that we have access in future. I should have asked you whether you're talking to Ms. Nehmert, who won't mention names, now that you're talking about that particular sector. But I'd like to come back as a citizen or a patient. So how does it help me as an individual if Gaia-X plays a role here? Well, Gaia-X itself, let's place it in context. The patient can expect a great deal, because the patient can expect a great deal from the digitalization of the health system, less duplication, ease of access to information, correlation of data. And that also means medical products which the GP has access to, which have been developed together, which enable the GP to diagnose specifically, or the consultant doctor, and to make the right treatment available. This is very important for the population in general, because what's the population? Most people are healthy, but nobody is immune from sickness. So the availability of care data is increasingly important to develop those sustainable procedures. So to communicate that and to generate trust in the sector so that people understand we use this data very carefully, that's one thing, but we need to give GPs and consultants access to this. What might Gaia X do for your sector then? Question to Dativ now. That was a very complex question. Of course, we're IT service providers. The other side to it is German SMEs. Let me start with the second flank, because I think that interests all of us a great deal. German SMEs are the backbone of the economy, as we all know. I don't think we can say that often enough. And of 3.5 million companies in Germany, over 90% are German SMEs. So what can Gaia X achieve? If we look at the expectations to begin with, I think it needs to be easily integrated. So keep it stupid and simple, we like to say, because I think a lot of German SMEs simply don't have the human resources, the specialists, the IT task forces to deal with these sometimes very complex frameworks. So it's important that we have a kind of modular system so that these services that Gaia X is, we hope, soon going to offer can be integrated. And a second issue for the German SMEs, which I think is quite essential to them, and it's cropped up in the discussion already, is trust. We need certified services. I don't want to talk about overregulation. I think that's people can get very emotional about, and sometimes we're a bit too strict. But we need to strike a balance. What does it mean for IT service providers? I think it's almost a shift in paradigm. It's almost a dystopia. Why? Because at the moment, in Europe, we have 27 member states, and unfortunately, we're still a long way removed from a single European market, which means that IT service providers in Europe they are specialists in integration. But there are all these different standards. So what is Gaia X? What is the expectation there for the IT sector? That we have a framework that we can build on, especially small companies, startups, the ones we need for the future to generate value in Europe. Suddenly they'll be able to work in a completely different market without all those hurdles that perhaps stop at a boundary, at a border somewhere. Because we have standardization, that can give them a completely different impact. They can develop in completely new ways. And I believe that that's a very important elementary motive that is a counterweight, if you like, to what the minister was saying before, the hyperscalers that we've all been hearing about. And let me just give you an example, which I think fits in quite well. Here, AMG, the association that a lot of people have with that, because we know who built this arena behind us. Microsoft, Amazon and Google, they are the big three cloud sourcing providers in Europe. There isn't a single European company to match them. Looking at Deutsche Telekom, I'm looking behind me now, they're about rank 7, I think. But those top 3 positions, those pole positions are occupied, and this could be a game changer.
Do you also think it will be a game changer?
Ja, bezüglich dieser Diskussion muss ich ein bisschen befangen sein,
weil I'm not quite neutral. On the one hand side, of course, it all depends on the cloud solution and how such solutions will be generated. But now let me talk from the point of view of the healthcare sector. There's so many data. And do they enable data-driven medicine, or is it the result of analyzed and curated data? We think it's rather the second solution. And of course, that means you have to have a data infrastructure. And I'd be very happy to talk to Telekom and work more closely with Telekom Well, sometimes we can already use 5G tools. But it's important to separate between the two things. On the one hand side, you have infrastructure and access, but then it's the common development and use of data and analysis of data. This is what I see as a separate item. And since you talked about medium-sized enterprises, Gaia-X and those platforms must build ecosystems which give large corporations, smaller companies, startups, and the science community the opportunity to get together and develop things together. Well, of course, it should be a game changer because we're talking about the fundamental challenge to make sure that Germany remains an important economic site. Industry 4.0 is focused on the Internet of Things, and we also always speak about Industry 4.0 as if it was normal. If every machine uses artificial intelligence for communication, if you have lots of data in order to use them, generate new value in a data economy, then huge business volumina will exist. The question is, who's going to do it? There's some areas where we are quite advanced. There is a Munich startup, Celonis. They use AI algorithms to analyze business data of companies. When I was appointed minister, I visited them. They were a unicorn, 1 billion. Now they are decacorn, 10 billion worth. They did a financial round, unfortunately, in the United States for $1 billion US. And such companies are the companies we want to keep here in Germany. We also have to make sure we have enough chips, and that doesn't only concern automotive industry. And the international chip industry knew that every machine needs a chip, that in Corona times more smartphones and tablets will be needed. But investment should have started much earlier. And I always had to justify myself and the strategy. I always said it's a market-based decision. The market can do it better. But now everybody comes and says, now we need an IPCI, an important pan-European project. And here we are talking of 5 to 10 billion volumes if we want to develop it in Germany so that we are advanced. Now about the hyperscalers. There's investment going on to the tune of 40 billion euros, not per annum, per month. And this is growing and growing all the time. If you think you can change that overnight, you're mistaken, because many companies, the big ones go to Microsoft, the smaller ones go to Google or Amazon. And of course they get nervous if they feel that they might be in trouble if some competition emerges, and that is why it was important to have Gaia-X as an open model. We live in a globalized world, and we want to be successful in a globalized situation. We also want our companies to have trust. We want to show them we are more reliable than anybody else, and the system must be simple. People must understand. If I use Gaia-X, I have confidentiality of my data, interoperability. Of course, none of the individual companies can train their own algorithms, but they can share their data together with their peers. And if that works well, it will be used. Companies must also know that data processing quality is on the same level as what Google or Amazon or everybody else does. Then people will say, okay, I'll stay with Amanis, but I want them to guarantee Gaia-X standard. And other people will say, I want my data to remain in Germany, be hosted in a cloud in Germany, and be processed in Germany. And I'm going to contribute to the development of such ecosystem. And also, government will have to make a contribution. Because the public authority also have enormous amounts of data that needs storing. A lot of that is being done naturally in the United States. It's not forbidden, and the US is buying German cars and other things. It's not forbidden either, but we want SAP and telecom to be able to develop this business area as well. So now let me come back to you, Ms. Niemand. Today we are talking about European data sovereignty. We're talking about Gaia X and what it's going to be. And we hear about who is going to participate. Also countries outside Europe can participate. How can we create confidence in such a situation? How can we trust that companies from other countries don't use that to come through the back door and implement their own interests? Here I need to say something about the game changer. Game changing is not about starting to imitate the infrastructure of hyperscalers. Game changer means we make progress in digitization of public sector institutions, be it schools, building offices, financial agencies, and municipal administration. A game changer means that we use the data in order to develop AI and algorithms that make it possible to see what is the CO2 footprint of supply chains. That's a basic prerequisite for us to develop a carbon-neutral society. The game changer is about using data and AI to improve the healthcare sector and vaccination technologies. That's the real game changer. And oftentimes it's forgotten how hyperscalers came into being, or the Amazons and so on, and Alibaba as the Chinese counterpart. They didn't emerge because they said, well, let's develop an infrastructure in the world and conquer the world. They started out in order to solve their own individual business case. Many years ago, they noticed that the technical prerequisites for their trading platforms needed technological situations, new ones, and that is why they developed these high-performing platforms. They learned that that's something good, and they can use it for other business cases as well. When you talk about confidence and trust, Mr. Altmaier, you already mentioned the most important aspects. It's not about us Europeans saying we do not want to work with anyone out there in the world, but it's about us here in Europe and in Germany being brave enough to stand up and say, if you want to make business in Europe, especially when it concerns sensitive data, you'd better stick to the basic principles of data sovereignty, openness, interoperability, and security. If we are brave enough to define our rules, we can create new business. We could develop this whole thing into a kind of next export item for us here in Europe and Germany. So I hope very much that this principle of data sovereignty will help us to develop an opportunity for the big and small private business, for the startups and the public sector to have confidence to exchange data, because that is needed in order to develop algorithms and AI to develop new business models. If we keep on doing that, if we share for a time, if we share data in the healthcare sector and like on Catena X in the automotive industry, that will become a standard one day, and that will be a standard maybe copied by others. And how about avoiding abuse? Of course, we have to be careful, define the quality standards of Gaia X, and make sure our quality standards are being observed, and that is why we need certification. And the secret for success, it was all correct what was said by the previous speaker on the factor for success is to get things done soon, to implement it. We have quickly decided we cannot develop everything on the basis of 500 civil service in a ministry. We must give it to the companies. The companies work together, they organize themselves. Of course, we are involved, we are participating. But ever since I presented the project, that was the digital summit with the Chancellor in Dortmund in 2019, in September or October. After my speech, I even stumbled and fell off stage. And the result, 1.5 years later, ever since this first presentation, it means that we kept all deadlines. Sometimes a solution was ready 4 weeks earlier or later, but over and above, we stuck to the deadlines. If the Berlin airport would have the same punctuality, then we would have been flying from Berlin into the world for 10 years and longer. But then, of course, the industry, since they did it themselves, they could make it. The project as such is difficult to be communicated. When I tell my mother what Gaia X is, well, it would have been a challenge. But the project got popular in no time at all. Tomorrow I'm going to fly to the United States to a first visit to talk about trade policy and climate and energy policy. And Mr. Ruswurm, I'm going to have on board the BDI initiative about the Transatlantic Industry Initiative. But everybody over there in the States knows what Gaia X is. When you talk to people studying at university and specialists, they know what Gaia X is. If you ask Mr. Macron, Mr. Sanchez, Boris Johnson, or whoever, they all know what Gaia X is. So, in a short time of 1.5 years, this system became well known, and this is the basis for confidence. And then, of course, I totally agree with you. We must make sure that there are services you can book in a fast way, and then this model is going to prove its worth. Well, once you return from the United States, I'd like to talk to you on another panel to ask you what Americans think about a transatlantic partnership. Is Gaia X so well known to the medium-sized industry? Well, number one, when I first heard about the project, I admit I was a bit more pessimistic as far as the benefits are concerned. But meanwhile, it showed very clearly that there is a lot of dynamic processes going on. That is to say, I can say, yes, it works. The next topic, it might not be polite because she didn't ask the question, but let me mention something that I consider very important, especially for medium-sized industries. We talked about digital sovereignty. And the mistake that is oftentimes made, and again I emphasize, it's important to me, digital sovereignty very often is confused with protectionism. That's a very bad mistake. It shouldn't happen. It should not be confused with Gaia X. Digital sovereignty means that we in Europe want the freedom of choice. And for me, that's very important. Minister Altmaier, you're going to the United States. We see a paradigm shift. We see that our American partners adopt new position. Biden recently was in Brussels. And I see things move. We have set up a Pan-European Tech and Trade Council, and we work together with the Americans again. So it would be wrong to focus on protectionism, excluding our American partners. And that's true for the Asian area as well. And here I'd like to come back to a statement that was made by all panelists. There are rules that need to be abided by. The framework must be developed in Europe. I'm not going to talk about B2C business, but in a B2B area, we would then have a single data archive everyone can access. And then I think we will have totally new leverage as far as value creation in Europe is concerned. Dr. Ohnesorge, do we have such a lot of influence in the tech area in Europe? Can we say we define the rules? Like it or not, you have to play by the rules. Or are we going to develop rules that others will not observe? I think the doors are completely open. Let me come back to Gaia X as a platform, or a community rather. We have to know who sets the rules, but then we need the use cases as well. Mr. Lindner talked about it. We also have to look at the areas of application, creating the overall platform, but then focusing on the most important things. And as the pandemic has shown, health technologies are significant, have become more significant, and have received much more attention on the part of the public. At the same time, we have to be sure that we have the proper legislation in place. Industry, health technology companies and other industry companies need trust and confidence in the security of their data, but we also have to have legislation ensuring equal access to the data. So I think these are the two levels we need to address, and I think, as I said, the doors are widely open. We can create the framework. I am very happy that you mentioned the Trade Technology Council. I would have asked you because I think it's very interesting to see what the transatlantic relationship is like. What do you think could be the result of such a Trade and Technology Council? We were very happy to see the doors reopening. We develop many innovation. Our peers do the same. We do a lot of R&D in the United States because the data spaces are more open. For us as Europeans, it's a bit too open. We are very responsible as a company. But sort of leveling, creating a level playing field could be a major breakthrough. Ms. Niemann, what is your hope? What are your expectations regarding the Technology Council? I also hope very much that we can intensify our cooperation. I hope we can learn from each other. I also hope that this will be a contribution to a warming of the geopolitical climate so that geopolitical conflicts could go back on track into a good, rational course. And then I hope also we can develop a common understanding of the definition of terms such as data security, data sovereignty. And that might help us to find a basic consensus about our common values. So for us, the Council could be a source of inspiration for more cooperation. And my last question goes to the Minister. What do you want to do when you go to the United States? That Council will be the Council where we talk about Gaia-X as well. It's a project that is of mutual interest. And there are many American companies who are very active in this area. For us, it is important to enable synergies. We also have to learn. There were 4 difficult years. Now we have to learn we have more in common than things that separate us. Both sides are still believing in rules-based, free and open trade. Together we have to fight for those principles. It's not always easy. After the punitive sanction on steel and aluminum, new steel companies were created, and the new government finds it very difficult to roll everything back. But this government is firmly willing to cooperate. I talked to the Minister of Trade, the Energy Minister, and in particular to John Kerry, the Commissioner for Climate. I mean, while I talk to them 3 or 4 times as much as I talk to the whole former administration. It was not my fault. I was always available. I was always open to talk. Now we define our common interests. We have a very good solution, also having Dr. Ngozi from Nigeria at the helm of WTO and Matthias Cormann from Australia is very good as the chair of OECD. He's got a German mother. He emigrated to Australia many years ago and became Minister of Trade. That opens new international cooperation opportunities, and we need them urgently. Sometimes you have this internal German debate where we talk about whether we should impose export bans. I always say Germany is an export country. We shouldn't tell other nations that export bans can shape a global market. We want markets to be open and we want to perform there and face competition. One last remark. One day, autonomous driving will be a reality. And then the car, on the one hand side, will still be a car. And on the other hand, this car will be a computer. And the question then is, who is in the lead? The Internet of Things. Is it the thing, namely the car, the manufacturer, or is it the grid, the network, the Internet connection and autonomous driving? To say it in plain German, since Mr. Meyer asked, would you still contact your Mercedes dealer saying, I want to have a Mercedes, and the salesperson says, all right, which computer system do you want, from China, from the US, or from Germany? Or would you go to Google or Amazon, go to the flagship store and say, I am going to buy your autonomous driving system? And they would ask you, which car do you want? We can give you a Mercedes for 150,000 or a VW Golf or a Ford Fiesta. That changes the value creation process. For the battery, it was easy. The battery is 1/3 of the value of an electric car. And we had completely lost the capability to build batteries. Now, this is coming back to Europe, also with the help of Elon Musk, but also Verti, BASF, Opel and Ford and VW and BMW and many others are investing into battery production. And we did it because as an economy, as a government, we have created the conditions. Business wanted to have this, and this was correct. We'd like to thank you very much. That was a broad overview on the economy as a whole, but we talked about the importance of Gaia X for all kinds of businesses. So thank you very much. I say goodbye to Bonn. It was an interesting discussion, and I wish you a pleasant day. And I must ask you to leave the stage now, politely. All the best. Stay well.
Und it is now my pleasure to not announce, because the announcement will be done by BDI President Rusvam, but I will have the pleasure to ask him to come on the stage and take over. Doch, gerne. Doch, doch. With pleasure. It is yours. It is my great honor and privilege now to announce a very special guest. The Federal Chancellor of the Republic of Austria is giving us the privilege of being with us today. Way back, the selection criterion for guests was we need to persuade a foreign guest against whom we won't compete in the European Cup in the group stages anymore. Well, Mr. Chancellor, older people like me have the traumatic experience from 43 years ago, so it was a positive thing to know that at this European Cup we are not in the group stages in the same group. Despite this, it's a great honor for me now and a joy to congratulate you on behalf of all Austrians to making the next stage. You've made it, we're still waiting. But I honestly admit that if we'd been in the same group in the group stages, we'd have had to think hard what to do. No, seriously. I mean, there are lots of German companies, when asked what's the alternative to a location in Germany, vote very emphatically for Austria. When analysing some of the more marginal conditions, you don't need to look that far. Where competitive conditions for companies exist, all you need to do is just go to Bavaria and go a bit further. The Austrian success story, the recipe for success, interests us mightily. So we're very happy to have you with us today. You will address us, and after that we'll have an opportunity to exchange a few arguments, questions and answers. Mr. Chancellor, we're very proud to have you here. Please, the stage is yours.
Sehr geehrte Damen und Herren,
ladies and gentlemen, President Rusvam,
Thank you very much for inviting me to be here and the opportunity to be here too. It's a great privilege. Thank you very much. Also, thank you for congratulating us on last night's football success. We happily admit in Austria that for Germany it's a normal case to get through the group stages. For us, it's the first time in a European Cup. So last night really was a big night. And we're very grateful that Germany appreciates this. The Bild Zeitung wrote, "Dear Özis, welcome to the big club." And it's actually quite opposite because historically it is the very first time that we've made the next round. So the sentence, "Welcome to the big club," is also opposite today. Here. Mr. President, thank you for the invitation. It really is a joy to be here with you. After German industry, I mean, for you it's normal, but German industry isn't just important for Germany. German industry is of central importance for the whole of Europe. You are the most important partner for us in Austria, and many of our Austrian companies are extremely closely allied with German industry. So for me, it is a very special privilege to be with you today. Just like Germany, we've also had a very challenging year. We had to do lots of things I never wanted to do: closures, lockdowns, restrictions, freedom, restrictions which caused massive economic damage as well. All the happier I am that we are now reached a situation where we could ease restrictions. Thankfully, when it came to the third wave in Austria, we didn't have to have a third lockdown anymore. I mean, schools and many other facilities could be kept open in most of Austria. A very intensive testing program and the wearing of FFP2 masks allowed us to cope with this third wave relatively well. By now, everything has been reopened, down to large-scale events. Everything is taking place again, which has had a positive immediate effect on the business as well. Forecasts are being corrected upwards all the time, just as they are in Germany. We're now expecting about 4% growth to be achieved this year. Unemployment has also dropped by 5%. It's not enough yet, but it's nice to see that many positive effects are happening a little faster than we had expected. Probably now is the right moment in time to look back and to be self-critical. What can we do better? Where should we be better? And there are three areas where in Austria we would like to resharpen our tools. One is the crisis resilience issue. As far as the first wave of the pandemic was concerned, we reacted very well, but still we have to admit that everywhere in Europe, including in Austria, we were anything but prepared for a crisis, whatever crisis, cyber attacks, blackouts, pandemic. We need to be better generally regarding a crisis resilience status, and we need to focus on that very much. Second issue, the pandemic has demonstrated starkly how necessary it is to improve in digitization, particularly in schools and in public administration. There's a huge catching up we need to do, and in the next few years we're going to invest massively in order to do so, because this pandemic has made that even more clear than it was. And the third feature, we need to be careful that we don't stand in our own path here. We've seen that there are many regulations regarding data protection, privacy, some laws, some constitutional regulations even, which are all well-intentioned, but in a crisis have actually hindered fast reactions. So once we have sufficient distance from the stressful time of the crisis, we will try to make progress there as well. Ladies and gentlemen, just allow me very briefly to look ahead as well to the autumn, to the next few months, to the European Union. We are currently experiencing that it's not just Austria, Germany and many other European countries which are, thank God, recovering, opening up, returning to normality. But if you're honest, we're seeing that the UK, the US, China have actually showing enormous growth rates, so they're coming out of this pandemic extremely fast, faster than we do. So 3 quick thoughts regarding the European level, where we, as Austria, are going to be very much part of the European debate in the autumn. The first thing is, at the European level, we should need to realign our claims. We keep discussing all sorts of things, but competitiveness, that's often not an issue for debate. And I think the pandemic has shown us what is important. Health, but also having a job, as a family, to be able to look after yourselves, generate income. All of these matters are important, essential. And none of this is possible without Europe being competitive. So I believe that one of the great lessons from the pandemic will have to be and will be to look at lessons from elsewhere in the world. Because we have to be successful, and if we want to claim economic success, then competitiveness has to be a much more central feature of the debate, at least for us. This is one of the core things for Europe. We will try to bring this thought to bear on Europe. And another thing, and we probably agree on that, we often notice that the single market, particularly the digital market, needs strengthening. The pandemic, the border closures, sometimes restrictions and supply chains demonstrated how essential the single market is. And I think the Minister of Economic Affairs spoke about the US domestic market, where they have 300 million people, saying this is a huge single market. Well, in Europe, we could have a very strong digital market, a single market of 450 million people, if we manage to both unify regulations more, but also create fewer regulations, and, as I said, more uniform. And I think the digital single market in particular is a huge opportunity if we manage to perfect this market properly. Thirdly and finally, the major issue of climate protection. Obviously, we as the Republic of Austria commit to all those targets we have jointly set. We have ambitious targets also in Austria, but something we will demand also for the European debate is that all the climate protection targets will always have to be in tune with competitiveness. The way we see it, at least, we need to be technically neutral. We need to demand that other parts of the world comply with the standards we set in Europe, just as we have to, because otherwise competition will be distorted. And above all, we need to make sure that for energy-intensive sectors in particular, solutions can be found. Anything else, at the end of the day, it may be well-intentioned, but it won't have a good result, because we won't benefit if it's not just emissions that move to other parts of the world, but the companies will follow them. And in this sense, I fully commit to the need of climate protection and a respectful way of dealing with the environment and with creation. But at the same time, it's a massive appeal. All of this can only work if it is in tune with our competitiveness and with the economic needs on our continent and the European Union. This is going to be a tough debate at the European level, and I'm sure that in many member countries that same debate will be raging, but it's going to be an intensive, a necessary debate, a forward-looking debate. Even for us as a small country, the Republic of Austria, we will do our bit. In this sense, thank you for your invitation, and I'm now looking forward to discussing this and other issues with you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chancellor. Please move to the right-hand side, and I would like to ask Mr. Ruswurm to join us up here on the stage.
Herr Kurz,
Mr. Kurz, if we're looking at European cohesion, which hasn't always worked smoothly, what, in concrete terms, do you expect after the elections in France, and what do you expect from Germany? As far as France is concerned, I don't expect much in the way of change, to be honest. So I focus much more on the German elections. For us, these are extremely relevant for us in Austria. I'd say they're actually very important for the whole of Europe. We, as a small country, appreciate that cooperation between the big countries, Germany and France, exists. I'd go far enough and to say that cooperation is needed. But we hope that we don't have the sort of French approach which will hold sway. What we would like to see is a Europe of cooperation, not a union of debt. We want a viable Europe, a Europe which is strong because it has competitive and strong member countries, but we don't wish to see a central state governing and controlling everything. So I think many of the ideas coming from Germany are very much aligned with what we like in Germany, in Austria, and despite all the necessary cooperation with Germany and France, we hope that these are the approaches that will come to the fore. You said several times that you were told, welcome to the big club. I had the feeling during the pandemic that often, when we call it like that, we looked at the smaller countries because the smaller countries could be faster, more agile, active. I had the feeling that we did the same thing and measures that Austria did, just we did it 2-3 weeks later. What did you learn from the COVID crisis? What did Europe learn? Well, regarding the first part of the answer, I don't know. I mean, first of all, we had an excellent exchange with Germany, with the Chancellor, with the Cabinet, the Health Minister, and the institutions such as Charité and others. So I'm actually very grateful for this close exchange with Germany. It is true that we've tried from the very beginning as the Republic of Austria to work very closely with Asian countries and Israel, contact these countries that were affected by the pandemic a few weeks or months before us. And maybe here or there, in a small country, it may be easier to quickly implement something. When we introduce tests at schools with 1.5 million school kids, that's a bit easier to do than when we have 10 times that number in Germany. So as a small country, sometimes here or there you may be more agile. But I think generally we've relied on similar concepts. What we try to do in the third wave is not to use this medieval lockdown method. Yes, it's effective, but it also entails maximum restrictions. But thankfully, we did really well with testing and masks. And that also gives us reason to hope for the summer and the autumn, because we simply think that we now have much better methods with masks, tests, in particular vaccinations. So when we look ahead to the next few months and the phase beyond is an optimistic one, then yes, I would even dare to say the worst is behind us now. We have to open up, the economy has to be ramped up, people have to be back in their jobs, and let's not close shops anymore. So that's the idea we try to pursue. Mr. Russell, Mr. Kurz just said, looking ahead. I think that was the motto of today. I mean, it's not what the BDI said officially, but every speaker heard that. Looking ahead, things are moving forwards. We need to work on innovation and so on, but we do have a whole package of economic ballast to carry from the pandemic into the future. How do we process all of this with all the things that we need to do? And what do you expect of European cooperation? I think there are at least two problem levels, or if you like, challenges that we still fight with. One is, in pragmatic terms, our logistic chains worldwide. They're not going smoothly, as if one Chinese port closes, it reverberates throughout the supply chain all over the world. So the system hasn't got back to a stable, certainly not a resilient equilibrium. It's going to take a few weeks and months. And I mean, everybody can see that. It's obvious. But something which concerns me even more is that we've lost time. It's natural, of course, and it's true for politics, certainly in Brussels, as much as it is for business. For 15, 16 months, we had absolute emergency mode operations. And I like to compare that to regatta on the high seas. If you, with your little boat, get into the perfect storm, the team switches to survival. All hands on deck, keep the ship afloat. We've got to leave that storm. And as you said, Mr. Chancellor, it's competition. So now we've got to go fast But during the storm, there were things we couldn't do. We couldn't do many things in the companies. Working from home, WFH kept companies afloat, but creativity is something which often happens when people meet, exchange ideas. I mean, the best ideas in my professional life often happen after a conference, over a coffee table, or along the aisles, where you said, solution A can also apply to solution B or problem C. So we've had a part of interaction and creativity that was lost. And honestly, that's also the reason to explain why, in political terms, many things were more difficult. The Privacy Shield Agreement with the United States hasn't been sufficient, but we don't have a successor agreement. I mean, we talked about IT, digitization, transatlantic cooperation, yes, but the legally binding agreement, that's still outstanding. So we lost time, both in the companies as well as in society. And to catch up, given we are in global competition, as you've said, where other countries maybe got through the crisis faster, maybe jumped onto another bandwagon. Well, that will take some effort. But now, after the storm, set the sails, hang out, put the boat in the right position and sail as fast as you can. Mr. Kurz also said resilience. What is Austria's proposal for resilience, particularly for a joint European resilience for the next pandemic or crisis, which sooner or later is likely to be considered again? Well, if I have to put my money on it, I'd say the next crisis is not going to be a pandemic, but normally you can't choose which crisis to face. And things God moves in mysterious ways. The only thing we can do is to say that the existing threat scenarios, they should be properly analysed so that we can at least prepare for those well. From what happened in the last 1.5 years, we had the threat of a pandemic, but we think this has a lot to do also with cybercrime and things like that. And I think energy is definitely one of the areas we shouldn't underestimate, because energy is still an area where we should be as resilient and resistant to a crisis as possible. Looking to the US, what should cooperation with the US look like? I myself travel a lot abroad. I have really experienced Mr. Trump and his effects quite intensively. What I notice is that Europe is unbelievably happy Trump is gone, and everybody's saying, yeah, America, but after Biden, Trump can come again. And Trump has actually announced today that he will run again. So isn't it very important that Germany, together with Austria and the other European nations, I don't know, what shall I call it, that they again or finally have an emancipated, a European policy? I would say an independent European policy is always an advantage, particularly as far as foreign and security policy is concerned. Despite of this, I am convinced of the transatlantic relationship. We need a strong transatlantic relationship. I'd go as far as to say quite independent of who is in the seat in the United States, seat of power. Another matter where I think we should be careful is this sort of over-enthusiastic mentality where people expect the American policies are now going to change completely. That's not my impression. Yes, there is a massive change, and in many areas the change is a positive one. When I consider that multilateralism has been reinforced for us as a small country, that's extremely crucial, probably more important than for larger countries. So we are happy that the United States are back when it comes to combating climate change. Again, very positive. And yet, when we're thinking of ideas such as America First, safeguarding American jobs, when we're thinking of Buy American and things like that, then I think that the wording may be different, maybe even the ideology behind it, but when it comes to the actual facts, let's not kid ourselves. Europe is facing very tough competition with the US, with China, and other parts of the world. I sometimes think that in Europe we are making the mistake that we have these wonderful things, lovely events like this, great education, perfect healthcare, that we take all of these things we have as a given, and we forget that all of this had to be generated, earned, funded from tax revenue. This is the one factor which worries me the most. It's my impression that if we lose the hunger for what we're doing, then certainly with a delay, and while we have money, even greater delay, but sooner or later, we'll end up feeling the consequences on the quality of life and the quality of care in our systems. And I don't want to see that. I know that you have follow-up appointments, so I'd just like to ask one question to Mr. Russwurm. Strengthen innovative power in Europe. How would you do it? First, we have to understand why we need this. Because it is something which helps our competitive edge. We won't be globally competitive on the basis of greenfield investment or raw materials. We won't do it with labor arbitrage either. We don't want to have the cheapest labor and wage costs. That runs counter to our culture. So the only leverage we have is innovation. And I'm totally convinced that if innovation is to be economically successful, then companies have to be able to make the decision. Because, as I said this morning, companies know their customers. You can't do this from a public authority. But in reverse, this means you need to give companies the freedom to make those decisions. What their customers need, what they've got good ideas about. And here we need to be careful that with all this sense of being aware of risks and having staying power, you end up sort of basically putting yourself in chains. And don't misunderstand that. It would be too light-hearted to ignore risks, but to just try to minimize risk, that's not innovation strategy. The sequence has to be, what are the opportunities? What can we do? And then to say, right, this action, this innovation, has it got risks? Let's mitigate them. Have we got the management for that? This is what we can do in companies. That's within our DNA. But we need to look on an opportunity-focused basis and ask, what do people want to buy from us, from all over the world? If we as Europeans don't do that, we'll very quickly end up the museum of the world. We'll be a tourist destination and hope that the economically successful countries say, oh, it's so very picturesque. Let's go to Europe on a holiday. Let's see what the past was like. That can't be our perspective.
Gutes Schlusswort.
Very good final word. Thank you. Thank you very much, Chancellor Kurz, for taking the time to be with us. And have a lovely evening. Thank you very much for inviting me to be here. Thank you also from my side.
So, wir werden,
I think we have been asked to go to the center of the stage. Oh, I'll be framed by the two of you. Obviously, I like that very much. I will now direct you to stand in front of the rostrum, in front of it. Mr. Rostrum, we will now have an opportunity to take stock of this day. Well, first of all, just now, this is a moment to say thank you. Very first to you who were here in Berlin, and I'm sorry for everybody who's now still following matters, but let us make this very clear. For all of the people who were actually on site in Berlin, it was a fantastic atmosphere. It was great to be back with you together live. Thank you for coming. Obviously, we all hope that you haven't regretted coming here. And the second thought goes in a completely different direction. It's directed to the dozens of stagehands, to the two of you, to the event management. All of you have done the first large-scale events after 15 months, and you've done it in such a way that I can only say you haven't unlearned how to do it. It was brilliant. Many thanks. So today, was this the political day? Well, yes. But even if it's called Day of Industry, the event hasn't come to its end yet. We continue tomorrow, online, digitally, with exciting panel discussions, I can promise you.
There's going to be something really exciting, interesting subjects, so many things that we couldn't have squeezed them into one day. That would have been a pity. So we're going to have another day available online because, quite honestly, we weren't quite sure how much we were allowed to do live and overnights, would they be allowed? So that's why we've chosen that format. So I would like to invite you very cordially to be with us online tomorrow. And of course, you are all cordially invited. There's going to be another Day of Industry in 2022. And there, the Chancellor, man or woman, holding office at the time will be welcomed. The three who were here, the three candidates, were pretty clearly committed, so that assumption to make isn't risky. So next year's going to be exciting. Many thanks for being here. Many thanks to all of you on the live stream, all of you who helped us, thought along, asked questions via chat. Once again, I hope it was worth it. And I'm looking forward to working with many of you tomorrow again in the stream. For today, enjoy the evening, all of you in Berlin. Don't overdo it. We don't want Berlin to have to do a lockdown just because the BDI rocked the city. So be careful. Have a lovely evening. Thank you.
Ja. Und
with these final words from BDI President Professor Russwurm, we would like to say goodbye to everybody. Also everybody in the live stream. And we just say goodbye. And everybody here in this hall, we're looking forward to some nice cold beverages.
Ich glaube, es kommt auch weniger darauf an, jetzt in die Vergangenheit zu schauen, sondern sich auf die Zukunft vorzubereiten.
Es ist mit sehr hoher Wahrscheinlichkeit das letzte Mal, dass wir Sie, sehr geehrte Frau Dr. Merkel, auf dem TDI als Bundeskanzlerin willkommen heißen dürfen.
Und deshalb heißt Wechsel, ja, es beginnt eine neue Epoche.
Denn unser Land steht vor einer historischen Veränderung.
Dieser Transformationsprozess zur Klimaneutralität braucht politisches Leadership. Er braucht Verantwortung von der Spitze zu sagen, ja, wir gehen diesen Weg gemeinsam und zwar mutig.
Ein zweites Mal darf uns ein solcher Stillstand, wie wir ihn Monate haben in unserem Land beobachten müssen, nicht mehr erreichen.
Wir brauchen keine radikale Revolution, aber wir brauchen eine Weiterentwicklung der bestehenden Systeme, die wir haben. Und wir brauchen natürlich wieder auch eine Rückbesinnung zu Leistungsfähigkeit.
Wenn Sie sich verpflichten, diese künftigen Gaia-X-Standards anzuwenden,